Sigeleri Afrika Malu pagani su ponolayo Yizwa imitana zoyetu Gosi Sigelera Tina Musapolwayo Murena buluka se chavasa Yesu Ufelice tintoale maxwenie Sibuluke Si chavasa Yesu Si chavasa South Africa South Africa Heidi blauw van onze hemel, uit die diepte van ons ziel. Voor ons eeuwige gebergtes, wat die krause antwoord geeft. Sounds the call to come together, and united we shall stand. Let us live and strive for freedom in South Africa, our land.
Ladies and gentlemen, she is a globally recognized strategic advisor, author, diplomat, and on-air and stage personality focusing on tourism, aviation, leadership, and development. Please welcome to the stage your host for today, Anita Menderata.
Great music, thank you. Please be seated. Your Excellency, UN Tourism Secretary General Zula Polishkavili, and my boss, not for today though, that's Honorable Minister de Lille, Honorable Minister Patricia de Lille, Minister of Tourism of South Africa, and our dearly loved Auntie Pat. Your Highness, Princess Haifa Al Saud, Vice Minister of Tourism of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Your Highness, Princess Sarah bint Abdulaziz Al Saud, Deputy Minister of Tourism, General Supervisor of the Deputyship of International Affairs of Saudi Arabia. Your Excellency, Abdullah bin Tuk Al Mari, the Minister of Economy and Tourism of the United Arab Emirates. Honorable Rodney Sekumba, Minister of Tourism of Zambia and the Chair of the UN Tourism Commission for Africa. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Honorable Ana Carla Lopez, Vice Minister of Tourism of Brazil. Excellencies, global leaders and partners from across the G20 international community, investment partners, colleagues, members of the media, leaders and ladies and gentlemen and leaders, all protocols observed. How's it? Assalamu alaikum. And a very warm welcome to beautiful Cape Town. I promise you there's an iconic mountain behind that cloud. Thank you for joining us today for this summit, an incredibly important occasion within the G20 framework, proudly hosted by the nation of South Africa. We are delighted to have you here, and we're delighted to have you in what has become a very distinct call to action put out specifically by the Honourable Minister. We are all here today with this community in this incredible establishment offered by Investec, and we thank them dearly for hosting us today in the waterfront itself, again as a call to action. As you would have heard last night at the beautiful opening reception at Constantia Glen, this is an important time because we've had enough time talking about the why of tourism development. We've talked about the why. We've exhausted the why, especially when it comes to this beautiful continent and this beautiful country that admittedly, as much as I have a Canadian passport, this has been my home, was my home for almost 30 years, and whenever I hear Nkosi Sikeleli Africa, I cry. So thank you for setting me off, madam. That's throwing me a little bit. But we're going to focus on today the how, the what, the who, the when, and very importantly, the how much. The Honourable Minister has made it very clear that we need to look at actually creating not an outline of what we are going to do, Let's get on and do it. Because she has one of the most important ingredients of leadership in her DNA, which is impatience. So she wants to see by the end of today priorities, a pipeline, and partnerships. She wants to see proof of delivery to the extent that in the lead up to this event, a call was put out by the Department of Tourism for investment initiatives that should be spotlighted today. And you will see 8 of them being showcased today as commercial breaks, and their champions are in the room. The intention is that those champions leave here today with handshakes, and that we find the partners that are going to help us make a difference in this country and across the continent to truly grow the tourism development opportunity economically, socially, culturally, environmentally, and quite honestly, spiritually. Because we don't want tourism for tourism's sake. If it is not a force for good for all, for generations to come, we as leaders have failed. Because the visited matter as much as the visitors. That's where we find the real partnership coming through. So that is our mandate for today. And to reinforce that, I give you to our boss for today. She is a lady who is truly and utterly loved. I met her many, many years ago when she was actually the mayor of Cape Town, so she knows this place very much as home. She's become a champion for tourism development across the country and the continent, very actively involved in Euro tourism. And again, she is someone that everyone looks to for delivery. And as I said last night, the only thing she loves more than tourism is to dance. So, music please. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Honourable Minister de Lille.
Good morning. Goeiemôre. Molweni. Assalamu alaikum. I will stay with the protocol list of our MC for today, but I would really, really warmly welcome you to South Africa, to all our mayors that are here, our MECs, our local business people, Michael. I'm very, very happy today that the day has finally arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not a cliche to say that South Africa is the most beautiful country in the world. From the meeting of the 2 oceans right here in Cape Town, you must find time to go and see that, to our sweeping Kalahari Desert all over our country, to our iconic safaris, to our skylines, and of course our beauty is undisputed. But the question today before us is not whether South Africa is beautiful. The question today is, what more can we as South Africa offer to the world? And the summit marks the beginning of that answer that we are seeking today. This is our inaugural Tourism Investment Summit, a G20 legacy project that we now want to install as an annual event. So I would love to see all of you back in South Africa in September of 2026, where we can engage again and talk about this investment. Delegates, we have received an overwhelming response from investors and stakeholders like yourself here today. Today we are putting before you 8 flagships, bankable projects. I've made sure that they are bankable, that we've done the feasibility studies, that we have done the economic impact studies. It's all ready to roll. And these projects are from both the public sector and the private sector, because we are working very closely with the private sector. And I can promise you, with all of the projects, you'll find a strong return on investment. And this is just a fraction of what lies in our national pipeline of projects. They are diverse, and the pipeline is growing. So we stand here today not only as a nation with immense tourism potential, but also as a gateway to Africa. So our theme, G20 Tourism Investment for Jobs, Growth and Transformation, reminds us all that this is not just about business. This is about livelihoods. This is about reshaping South Africa and positioning Africa as a global tourism powerhouse. And together, through regional coordination, through enabling policy, through smart infrastructure, we can achieve this. Through the Government of National Unity, we have also demonstrated major policy shifts in our country. And as of the 1st of June 2025, we have amended our policies, we've amended our National Treasury regulations for public-private partnerships to make it faster, to make it more impactful. And these changes that we have brought into our policy space allows us to embrace models like design, build, operate and transfer, blended finance, even crowdfunding. So I call on you, the investors in this room today, and those joining us online, to bring forward ideas, to bring your models, to bring innovation. Let us build tourism infrastructure that not only attracts visitors, but also uplifts communities and create jobs. So our projects that we will showcase today range in size from the God's Window Skywalk in Mpumalanga, which is looking for about 200 million, 10.4 US dollars, to investment in the hole in the wall in the Eastern Cape, which requires about 7.9 million US dollars. And together, the 8 projects that we are showcasing today represents at least 1 billion rand in investment-ready infrastructure projects. And while PPP's public-private partnership is but one option, the amendments to our policy by Treasury also allows investors to provide us with innovative funding solutions. So that is the big policy shift in our country. Tourism contributes at least 8.5% to our gross domestic product in South Africa. And we're very happy that in June alone of 2025, we welcome over 880,000 visitors to our country, a 26% increase from 2025. But behind these numbers, are families, communities, and livelihoods. But we cannot stop there, because the ground is fertile now in South Africa for shovel-ready infrastructure projects. According to the United Nations Tourism, South Africa startups attracted over 39 million US dollars in venture capital between 2021 and 2024. And this is almost more than half of the continent's total tourism solutions. And that's why I'm grateful, SG, to United Nations Tourism for their support in crafting tourism doing business, investing in South Africa guidelines that will be launched today. Thank you, SG. The publication is not only a testament of the strength of our collaboration, but is a crucial milestone for South African tourism. And these guidelines provide clarity, they provide transparency, and they provide confidence to investors. UN Tourism will also announce 100 scholarships aligned to demand-led skills development in our country. Because for tourism to thrive, we must involve our young people. We must train our young people. Again, investors guide us what the demand-led skills in tourism will be for the future. I expect that the private sector lead on this and do the projection of what will be the skills that we will need in the next 5 to 10 years so that we can begin to train our young people. South Africa's human capital is one of our strongest assets. With 56% of the population under the age of 30 and an adult literacy rate of 95%, the country provides a broad and adaptable labor base. Supported by advanced universities and national skills development, such as the efforts that's led by culture, art, tourism, hospitality, and sports sector education training authority, the tourism workforce is prepared for inclusive, service-orientated growth. Now, the private sector is already showing confidence. Just yesterday, I witnessed the unveiling at the V&A waterfront where we are today of a 20 billion rand Granger Bay precinct development. Also on the other side of South Africa in KwaZulu-Natal, Club Med is building a multi-billion rand resort along the Indian coastline. So these pioneers will share with you today more about their vision at this summit. We are also unlocking access to our destination. And through this, following the launch of the Trusted Tour Operators visa system, specially designed for India and China, the Department of Home Affairs will soon, before the end of September, roll out the electronic travel authorization. It will be digital, it will be short, it will be an enabling for seamless travel for all visitors to our country. The electronic travel authorization is an enabler for us to grow tourism. So I really look forward to the end of September this year when this will be rolled out by our Department of Home Affairs. Also, as the Department of Tourism, we are working together in promoting sports tourism. So we are working together with our Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. And as we are speaking today, South Africa is submitting our bid for the Formula One race in 2027. And I wish Minister Mackenzie all the best. And next year, in March, we will also be hosting for the first time on the African continent the Live Golf Tournament. I play golf, but my work interferes with my golf. So I would really love to be there. So we will be hosting in Johannesburg the first Live Golf Tournament at Steyn City with a beautiful golf course. Already, the tickets have been sold out. Also in 2027, we will be hosting the International Cricket World Cup in South Africa. So colleagues, as a G20 member state, we have also committed to 4 deliverables. The first one is an action plan on people-centered AI and innovation. With our tourism hackathon, an inaugural one that we're also launching tomorrow, we will challenge and the winners will be announced. And here I would like to thank our brother minister from UAE for sponsoring the prize money. And what we've asked these young students to do from 18 universities is to come up with futuristic ideas. We want them to develop apps. We want them to bring that balance between AI and tourism. Yes, AI is good. It's good that governments can use it more to make government more efficient and effective, but we need to find the balance. We can never compromise the personal contact in tourism that we must keep and that we must preserve. So we will also be announcing the winners tomorrow of the hackathon, the first of its kind in South Africa, and we're also going to make this an annual event. So the second priority is an action plan for enhanced resilience, ensuring inclusive and sustainable tourism. I think this word sustainable is overused, and we need to unpack it so that we can illustrate what we mean when we say sustainable tourism. The third one is also the G20 Tourism Report on Air Connectivity, paving the way for seamless travel. And my brother from Zambia, Minister, you will know that especially in Africa, it's very difficult to travel in the continent. And one of the G20 priorities is to make sure that we improve. So this summit is about jobs, it's about growth, and it's about transformation. We all know that tourism is a very labor-intensive sector. And every investment here today means jobs, especially for our young South Africans. Every rand or dollar invested is an opportunity that we are going to create. And every partnership that we are going to form here will help us to transform tourism into a driver of inclusive economic growth and sustainable prosperity. South Africa is a nation at work, and we are about action. We've got enough plans. We've analyzed to a paralysis. So there's not a shortage of plans. What our challenge is to walk the talk and to implement. And this is what the Investment Summit is also about. So I'm asking for your help. I'm asking you to partner with us, because together we can deliver a bold new chapter in tourism investment for our country, for Africa, and for the world. Delegates, as I conclude, while you are here, also please take advantage of our Tourism Month. We call it in South Africa Short Left campaign, where we are offering many packages up to 50% discount on tourism offerings. And here I want to thank the private sector, because they have come up with more than 650 deals, discounted deals up to 50%. Because we also want to make tourism more affordable so that all our communities can benefit from it. So my call to you is come and enjoy South Africa. Come and enjoy it with our citizens. We are always ready, willing, and able to welcome all of you to the most southern part of Cape Town, the most beautiful city in the world, Mayor Jordanie Lewis. A bit of bias here. And to all our other mayors that are here from Durban and from East London, cities are the drivers of change. And that we must accept. Cities lead. And that is why we brought the cities of South Africa also here today, because cities are the drivers of change. So thank you so much for being here, and I hope you're going to have an enjoyable stay, and that the G20, I'm wishing it must be over now. It's quite a lot of work, but it's so satisfying when you are able to welcome people from all over the world to our beautiful country, South Africa. May God bless you. Thank you very much.
Honourable Minister, thank you very much. I have a request. Madam, can you come back on stage? Now she's getting nervous. So all South Africans know this is Tourism Month. And we have a month where we celebrate tourism and its tourism leadership. Now, as much as I now live in London, I have known for years.
You're an honorary citizen of
I'm
South
very
Africa.
grateful. My blood is green. I have known for years how hard you have tried at that e-visa. You have just announced Formula One bid. We have Live Golf coming here next year. We have the Cricket World Cup. And you have focus on G20 legacy. Can we all please stand? Because if ever there was a moment for a standing ovation for this minister, now is that time. Thank you. Thank you very much. One of the challenges of political speeches is that we all have to be grown-ups and we have to restrain from being emotional and we can't show our excitement. The milestones that have just been communicated are huge. And that is a significant legacy of this year. And what a beautiful way of closing off the Tourism Month itself. So, Madam, we thank you for that. It is now my great, great pleasure to be able to ask to the stage someone who has become one of the most graceful, elegant, yet powerful leaders in the Middle East and across the world. She champions a nation who truly has driven that whole principle of it's the visited that matter, almost more than the visitors. And if what we are not doing is engaging people with pride, we're not doing it right. We are very happy to have with us Her Highness Princess Haifa Al Saud, the Vice Minister of Tourism of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Madam, we thank you for being here. The podium is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable Minister, I would honestly like to start by thanking you for hosting us in your beautiful country. And I really would like to congratulate you on everything you just mentioned and just announced. That is wonderful news. And I look forward to personally, hopefully coming here to join you in Formula One. So please count me as your first visitor. It is a really privilege to be here with all of you today here in Cape Town. I must say it's my first time. Ashamed to say it is my first time. I have just been here for less than 24 hours, and from how captivated and how beautiful it was, I decided to extend my stay. So hopefully I am contributing to your 26% growth. But unfortunately, I found that out. I extended after finding out about the 50% deals. Really honored to be here, and allow me to first start by conveying the warmest regards of His Excellency Ahmed Al Khatib, who would have loved to be here today and who truly believes in the importance of this investment forum and wishes you utmost success in the G20 and in this forum. tourism, honestly, Your Excellency, as you mentioned, and Your Excellencies, is no longer just recovering. Today, we are outperforming and outpacing the numbers that you have mentioned, Your Excellency. And I think what is most intriguing to note and to see is that while over the past decade, we have already hit 1.4x growth in tourism and in global tourism GDP, the next 10 decades is going to, the next decade is even going to be 2x and double that. So I agree with you, Your Excellency. Now is the time. And it's not just the time to really, for policymakers and partnerships and collaboration with private and public sector, but it's also the time to really invest in the full value chain of tourism, whether it comes from visa reforms, whether it comes from air connectivity and access, whether it comes from the products and the cities leading, as you mentioned, Your Excellency. Now is the time for all of that. South Africa has really been a pioneer, and Your Excellency, if you allow me to refer to you as the godmother of tourism, everything that you have done is absolutely pioneering, not just at your own country and not just at the African level, but globally. We have really looked to you for a lot of lessons learned in what can be done and what should be done. And you have mentioned a lot of that in your speech just now, which was very, truly inspiring and truly worthy of a standing ovation, Your Excellency. So I think if I would just summarize why we're all here today, we are here to support. We are here to really make this all come true. And thank you so much for emphasizing that sustainability is a very overused term. I was mentioning this earlier to the team. I said we say it too much and we don't do enough about it. So today, inclusive growth and putting together our communities first and looking at what can we bring to the table and how we can offer and what we can offer and how we can support is really why we're all here today. And on that note, I would just like to conclude by saying we look forward to welcoming you all in November. We have the 26th General Assembly of the United Nations Tourism in Riyadh. And on the sidelines of that, we're going to be hosting the first ever TourRise event, which we're bringing together business and public sector leaders to really discuss for the forward making of policies and how we can truly see how we can support the future trends of this sector together. So I welcome you all, and I would like to invite you all to Riyadh, and thank you all. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, thank you very much for your kind words and your beautiful acknowledgement of what has been done here at home in South Africa. So ladies and gentlemen, I now have the pleasure of asking to the stage, as I said, my other boss, who is someone who is to be celebrated. We are in the last 100 days of his leadership at the helm of UN Tourism. He joined about 8 years ago at a point at which finally tourism had a seat at the table. Finally, people recognize the impact that we have as an industry, economically, socially, culturally, environmentally, and as I said, spiritually as well. Finally. So what did we do with that seat at the table? It's not just about sitting down, showing up, and having a meal. It's about contributing to what was on the menu. And this gentleman has spent the last 8 years genuinely focusing on what we are focusing on today, which is investment in tourism development. But he did it not only in terms of the hardware, the infrastructure that we need to invest in, the airports, the roads, the stadiums, the buildings, the attractions, the resorts, the hotels. He focused on education, the critical software, which will be his legacy. We must also never, ever, ever forget a time that we all want to forget, which was the global pandemic, where borders and skies were shut. And he led us through. He led us through that time to make sure that we kept not only our minds open to the potential of tourism, but our hearts open to the responsibility we have in building forward better, not back, forward better. And that's about turning sustainability into a verb and making sure that it is not a question of do we do it, it's a principle of why we are doing what we do. He is going to be showing today Three of the, ultimately the initiatives that again are very much an impact of UN tourism across the country and across the region and across the world. And therefore, I am delighted to welcome to the stage for his remarks Secretary General Zurab Bololikashvili of UN Tourism. Sir.
Thank you, dear Anita. Good morning to everyone. And many, many, many thanks, dear Minister, for your warm hospitality. Me, like Princess Haifa, I'm first time in Cape Town, and shamefully I'm first time. And I could not extend my stay, but I promise you that I will be back. But again, it's an honor and very happy to be here. I will go direct to the business. I want to beg you to maintain this tradition and to have every year this investment forum, because we started 3 years ago with Natalia. The photo is there, and she's here, talking about investment. It was first time when from UN organization, and I want to mention that we are in the country of godfather of UN, which is Nelson Mandela. It's a very important place to be here, and I want to thank to everyone who is attending today's meeting and this investment summit. And so we started 3 years ago, knowing we didn't know where we were going, but we knew that investments are needed everywhere, especially on the African continent. And invest in tourism is the fastest way to create jobs. And our main challenge and main objective was and will be to create new jobs. And this is the fastest way. Now, we are in South Africa. South Africa has, as you see, the world-class infrastructure, which is very important. And it was mentioned many times that if there is no infrastructure, there is no tourism. It's clear. And this has to be the place every year to have investment forum for Africa. We did first time with our brother, Rodney Sikumba, the Honorable Minister from Zambia. It was very successful forum, but again, we have now representatives and high representatives, ministers from Saudi Arabia, the main and one of the biggest investors in the world. United Arab Emirates, dear Minister, thank you to be with us, Princess Haifa, Princess Sarah. I know how Minister Ahmed Al-Khatib, he wanted to come. It's not that he canceled. I know that he called me at Zurab, are you coming? We have to be there. We have to be next to Patricia, he told me. I hope to see him very soon. Anna, she's coming from Brazil. If someone is thinking that South Africa or Africa and American countries are far, they are not far. It's only 7 hours flight. And we made also first African and American meeting twice. Again, one of them it was in Zambia. And dear Rodney, as the chair of African Commission, please maintain this investment forums, because Africa needs investment. And as Minister mentioned, we didn't come here with the words and with the photos. We came with a guideline, why everyone has to invest in South Africa. And it's written, Natalia will present these guidelines, and it's very clear why all of us will have to invest in South Africa. It's not only words. Education, we are focused and we are betted on education again 3 or 4 years ago when we started first time talking about education in tourism. Many thanks to private sector where I'm sitting. It's very important. Without private sector, it's impossible to develop any kind of activities in tourism industry. And also I want to wish a quick recovery to Julia Simpson, and WTTC. It's another very strong partner of our organization and our industry. So to be united is very important, and you made it, dear Minister. Thank you for your leadership. You are so peaceful. You find a peace when we are talking with you, but you made a big thing. You made very big thing for Africa, and again, it's first time. It's always difficult, but I can say that it's always an already successful meeting we have here today. it's not less important than G20 meeting we will celebrate tomorrow. For me, it's much important here, and again, I'm very thankful to G20 member countries to be here. They could go directly there, as many of them do, but they came especially for you, especially, as Princess Haifa mentioned, to support African continent, and that's why we are all here. And please continue and invest more, spend more in Africa, in South Africa in this case, and again, many thanks for your support. Talking about the events are coming, and I'm sure it will happen, because I want to remind all of you that South Africa was the first country during the history of football who hosted World Cup on African continent, and it was very successful. I was at the time supporting Spain. It's very, very lucky place for Spanish football, and historical. They became first time also the champion of the world. South Africa, as you know, is the world champion in rugby. So you have everything to host Formula One, to golf tournaments, and cricket as well, of course. The most difficult was to attract World Cup here, and you made it, and thank you again to be here. Sustainability, we mentioned, I agree also with you, Excellencies. It's not overdose. It's when I started to work in UN tourism, I was listening in all conferences, sustainability. I was asking, what is sustainability? I mean, and everyone has his or her own idea about it. We created first time again the course, 3 years course to understand students what is sustainability in tourism. So we have already 2 editions, and we will be more than welcome to receive students from your countries. In Madrid, we did this program with Lucerne University from Switzerland, and again, we are in agreement in all this. And to finalize my long speech, we have 100 scholarships we want to start, thanks to, and we started also this program with the support of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia 3 years ago. We are giving scholarships to the young students, and we are honored to start with 100 scholarships for South African students during this trip. Thank you very much for everything. If I forgot to mention someone, I apologize, Anita. Thank you.
I'm going to ask, please, that the Secretary General stay on stage, as there are 3 handovers, sir, that you are very proudly going to be doing. The first one is going to be the African Guide, the executive summary, that's going to go to the chair of CAF, the first of a bigger part of a project. So please, may I ask the report be handed over? Sir, please join us on stage. Thank you.
This is again first time we are doing the overall and general investment guideline in Africa. Africa is huge. I mean, we can't compare the countries, but this will be the first document, which is just beginning. It will be much bigger and much big content, as Africa is, and we want to launch it on the General Assembly in Riyadh in November. So I have the honor to present this book. Thank you. One more remark. I'm sorry to go out of protocol. We did first time also with Zambia in Chinese, the investment guidelines, and my proposal always was to do in Arabic. So I think it's very good idea as we have our friends with us. It will be very important to do the guidelines in different languages. We started to have experience already with Chinese, but let's do Natalia in Arabic language, because it will be very useful, I'm sure, everywhere, and we will do it.
Brilliant.
Maybe for Riyadh.
Excellent. I now ask us, the Honourable Minister Dalil, to accept, please, the report for South Africa. Madam. Excellent. And before the Honourable Minister disappears, I will take this from you. Thank you. I'll give it back, I promise. Very, very special. The Secretary-General is also going to present to you, Madam, a certificate reflective of the 100 scholarships that UN Tourism is providing South Africa's tourism industry for skills upliftment as a legacy of impact. Wonderful. Thank you so very much. All these toys for you, madam. All these toys. Stunning. Secretary-General, thank you very much. You can take your seat. It is now my great pleasure to welcome to the stage the Executive Director of UN Tourism, who's probably one of the hardest working people when it comes to investment and development in the global tourism space. I'm delighted to welcome to the stage Natalia Bayona, who is going to explain to us all the magic that is inside the reports. Natalia, stage is yours. Thank you.
Anita, thank you so much. Dear ministers, dear Secretary General, dear investors, dear UN team, we are delighted to be here today because we started this journey with Minister Patricia when we came to the Americas Africa Summit in Zambia, and she told us and she challenged ourselves to work for Africa, as South Africa is the only country from the G20. So she told us, you know, I want really to bring a legacy to the African sector, to promote all the countries and to invest better. So I want Natalia to deliver not only why to invest in South Africa, but also why to invest in Africa. So we have been working, as the Secretary General mentioned, with more than 50 countries all around the world to promote investments on education, investments on technology, investments, of course, in infrastructure, and to innovate and to help the countries to innovate on how they create new incentives to promote infrastructure. So, without further ado, I'm going to start the presentation by talking a little bit on how is the world today when it comes to tourism. So, what do I have to say from the UN tourism perspective? First of all, what is happening in the world? As Princess Haifa mentioned earlier, the world is booming and tourism is growing. UN tourism expectations is that the sector grows 5% this year. Last year, Africa grew 12%, Asia Pacific 33%, the world 11%. What is happening this year? Again, we see the same projections. So still, all the regions of the world are growing. The world is growing, as I already mentioned, 5%. And when it comes to Africa, who are the big players, the ones that are performing the most? I would say that Gambia, this is a very successful case, 46% of growth. Morocco, 22%. And of course, South Africa is there, 6% of growth. So at the end, as we always say, this is time of emerging countries. When you see the globe, the emerging destinations are the ones who are growing the most. So this is the opportunity to focus on them. And when it comes to investment, so let's see where do we are. So investments, as you know, investors are committed with investments if they see security, confidence, trust. And I always say, and when I see the graphics on investments, this is the world, all sectors, not only tourism. Then I'll go deep into what is happening into tourism. But in all sectors, you can see like a roller coaster. So the first tipping point of dropping investments was the COVID. Then it went up. But then war started. So again, when there are geopolitical tensions, investors are not that open for investments. That's why it's key, our role, to maintain investments through tourism. So to assure that from the most human economic sector that is tourism, we are able to maintain stability as a driver of mutual understanding and openness. So today the numbers are going up again. 1.5 trillion in the world related to foreign direct investments. When it comes to all the sectors in Africa, private investments are growing. Last year, Africa received 11% growth when it comes to foreign direct investments, $50 billion, 500,000 new jobs thanks to investments, and representing more or less more than 3,000 new projects from all around all the sectors. In the tourism cluster in the world, again, tourism is growing, so investments are growing as well. In the last years, since 2019, as of last year, the tourism sector expected to create 300,000 jobs, representing investments in more than $126 billion and more than 2,000 announced projects. And in Africa, we see the same flow. When the ministers say that this is time for Africa, it's true. 90% of the projects, when it comes to the last 5 years, are focused on accommodation in hotel infrastructure. So that's another key message. It's good that investors are coming to invest in hotels, but as well, I see here startups in front of me, so it's good as well to create the ecosystem to invest in technology or to invest in people and to create the academies that we are creating in Zambia and in Zimbabwe so that we are able to bring the good skills for the workers that are here. $7 billion have been invested in Africa in tourism all around. And where are the projects? So this is the Financial Times ranking. So at the end, South Africa is number 1 when it comes to foreign direct investment in tourism. Second one is Morocco, where we will open soon an office focused on innovation. The third one is Tanzania. We were there as well, promoting investments. Then we have Kenya, Nigeria, Senegal, Tunisia, Cameroon, Ethiopia, and finally Mozambique. So there are opportunities all around Africa. And that's why this is the perfect moment to announce why to invest in Africa. So who are the investors from the private sector? Who is investing in Africa? First of all, the US. Second of all, China. Third of all, Spain. Third of all, UAE. Fifth of all, Morocco. Sixth of all, France. So you can see here the power of the G20. And we mentioned that in April during the technical discussion. There's a lot that we can send and deliver. There are a lot of business opportunities between G20 countries, so it's very key to deliver this message here. But of course, we see, as the Secretary General mentioned, investment opportunities in Saudi. I have seen that in the general perspective, not only in tourism, the Saudi Development Fund have more than 400 projects all around Africa. And as Vice Minister Ana Carla, the Secretary General, mentioned, Brazil is really chained and committed. Ana told us this morning that they are advancing on new air connectivity between South Africa and Brazil. So it's another huge opportunity. And our regional office of the Americas is focused on investments as well. So bringing closer the South-South is another opportunity that we have. So with this said, let me present the 2 books very briefly. So what's behind the scenes when it comes to the first book on investing in Africa? What we did is we worked together, Ministry of Tourism of South Africa and UN Tourism, to see and to create different frameworks to help the investors to understand why to invest in Africa. So this is the executive summary, as the Secretary General mentioned. The idea is to divide these by chapters, because Africa is huge, so divided at least in the 5 different sub-Africas that we have. And of course, to present an overall booklet that is really clear to investors. What are the key opportunities there? So, of course, the demographic momentum. This is the youth region of the world, so innovation is key here. Resilient foreign direct investments, I already mentioned. Transforming the tourism market expanding the infrastructure backbone, and of course, supportive investment climate. So the first chapter that you will see you have the QR codes, so you can see it on the papers that were in your seats. The first chapter is about the socioeconomic context. So just to mention some of the good things that are happening in Africa, 3% of GDP growth in 2024 and projected to reach 4.5% by 2030. 42% of the world youth population is African. And of course, 60% under the age of 25. So again, technology, creating entrepreneurial mindset. If you already have a corporate and you want to create an innovation lab, why not? As Richard Branson created some years ago here in South Africa for startups. The second chapter is about value, proposition, and competitive outlook. So again, $52 billion are represented in the tourism exports last year. 21% more jobs per direct position. WEF, in the Travel and Tourism Index, mentioned that Africa shows the global improvement, the strongest improvement. 16 out of 19 countries improved their scores. So again, public policies are moving, and this is key for an investor, that they see an ally. Second part of the value proposition, and this is really important, innovative incentives. So this is not only about tax reliefs. They are creating free trade zones, special economic zones, like in Cabo Verde, in Zimbabwe, in Mozambique, so that you can it's not only about creating or building a new hotel, it's about the whole infrastructure, creating mega cities or mega developments. Morocco, for example, has long-term vision, 5 years corporate income tax exemption. Ghana, reduced corporate tax. Cameroon, VATs, customs. Namibia, community conservancy model. So we have, I'm not going to extend the presentation, but we have a detailed success stories for fiscal and non-fiscal incentives. And of course, the third chapter is about investment opportunities per niche. So if you want to go to ecotourism and conservation, there are the incentives and the subregions and the countries that are working and promoting these, urban tourism, cultural tourism. So at the end, Minister Rodney, we have a lot to do because this is a starting point. So you as a chair, we will guide us so that we will be able to deliver with the Secretary General during the General Assembly and start next year promoting all about what is Africa. So that's the first book about, the first framework. The second one is the one that we have developed with the South Africa government, with the minister, and of course with the team. And this is the example of what we are doing all around. As I already mentioned, this is a new service for the member states. We are doing these in the Middle East with different countries, with Saudi, with Kuwait, with Oman, with Jordan, in Latin America, with my home country, Colombia, Dominican Republic, almost 20, Brazil, in Europe as well, Albania, among others, and in Africa, of course. So this is like the first approach to help the countries to create their own framework on why to do business in this country. So in this case, why South Africa? South Africa, of course, is the guideline is divided into 5 chapters. The first one, again, is about the overall economics. So in the case of South Africa, why? So this is key for this part of the auditorium that I see a lot of corporates and investors here today. So it's the second largest destination in Africa. In 2024, South Africa generated 6 billion, nearly 15% of total tourism earnings. It is the third largest destination in Africa, 9 billion visitors, and is the 5th fastest growing destination in Africa. So main reasons on why to invest in the country. UNESCO, as you know, heritage tourism is growing as well. So more than 20 national parks, safaris, 76% international tourist arrivals of the whole region comes to South Africa, world-class infrastructure, supportive to the environment, as I already mentioned, and I love these when in April the minister told us that they were working to develop strategic zones in the country with a special economic zones, green tourism incentives program, and a youth employment program as well as part of the incentives that they are giving to the investors. And of course, the leadership when it comes to VC and startups. So in the economic outlook, of course, today South Africa, I would say that is a leading tourism investment hub, 15% of Africa total GDP. And when it comes to the special economic zones that we are promoting these actively in all around the world, because that has been key to develop different regions, is not only, again, about the corporate taxes and tax reliefs, it's about infrastructure support, the institutional support, and how you can develop more. So in terms of, look at this, that is really interesting when it comes to traditional investments. It attracts 25% of the overall investments from Africa, but when it comes to innovation, it's 21%. So it's a lot. Who are the main investors in South Africa? France, Botswana, UK, US, India, Germany. Mainly focused in urban tourism, air transportation, and ecotourism. The value proposition I already mentioned, so I am not going to go deep, but you all have these in the QR. So for example, the visa facilitation that Anita and the minister mentioned. And then, of course, the competitiveness outlook that is good for a due diligence at the end for an investor. So for example, in terms of average length of a stay is 10 days. That is quite a lot if you compare these with other destinations. 47 million domestic tourism trips. That's another market, not only about bringing internationals, but also how you create a national market with 47 million itself. And it's the first in Africa when it comes to the Travel and Tourism Development Index of the WEF. So the last part of the presentation and of the investment guideline is about the current opportunities. So the minister and the ministries always do this. They select what are those that are seeking for public investments, what are the projects that are seeking for private investments, and then we promote them together in these kind of forums. So that's why then there's a networking where people can promote their own projects. So in this case, we have projects all around. It's an investment portfolio of $75 million with the potential to generate more than 1,000 jobs. So with all of these, I truly believe that we are on the right track to develop Africa's tourism industry by investing in people, protecting the planet, of course, and fostering prosperity. So without further ado, this is just the opening of a hard work that we have to do. Count on us, count on UN Tourism, and thank you so much.
Natalia, thank you very much for that. And I think very importantly as well, exactly as Natalia has said, the launch of the guidelines, the launch of the instruction is the start. It's not the finish. Importantly as well, as we go into the first working session, we're going to introduce to you what I mentioned earlier, which is a bit of a commercial break. It's one of the 8 projects in South Africa that's going to be spotlighted, that's being offered today as part of the discussions in terms of investment opportunities. So I welcome you to enjoy it before I bring up my speakers. Window video, please. At the same time. Excellent. We're going to leave you in sweet anticipation, and we're going to go straight into the next section. We'll make sure the video is played again very, very shortly. So ladies and gentlemen, as we now go into the first working session, we're going to have in place for the next hour what is effectively now a G20 and WTTC tradition. It's always so important that we bring together the public and the private sector to have a conversation. Because as we know, the public sector and the private sector are two hands that clap. But often they're two hands that miss each other because they're speaking different languages. The public sector usually speaks in words, the private sector usually speaks in numbers. But everyone's trying to achieve the same thing. So what we're going to do now is to have our leaders dialogue. All the leaders have been briefed, and I'm going to ask them, please, to join me on stage. And I'm going to ask, please, public sector, please take the white chairs. Private sector, please take the blue chairs. And to all of the people who did the staging, thank you for making that so easy today to mix it up. So to start with, may I please have the godmother of tourism in South Africa, Honorable Patricia de Lille, Minister of Tourism of South Africa. Madam, any of the white chairs would be fantastic. We also have joining us from the UAE, the Honorable Abdullah bin Tuk Al Mari, the Minister of Economy and Tourism. Sir, please, thank you very much. The white chair is yours. We also have joining us from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Her Highness Princess Sarah bint Abdulaziz Al Saud, the Deputy Minister of Tourism and General Supervisor of the Deputyship of International Affairs of Tourism. I'm going to ask everyone to then shuffle down the stage. We also have joining us Honorable Rodney Sekumba, the Minister of Tourism of Zambia and the head of CAF in UN Tourism. Sir, I'm keeping a special eye on you to make sure you are safe and that you are not being sent to the lions while you're here, just in case. White chairs, please. Brilliant. Can I ask you to go on the other side? That'd be fantastic, because you're going to keep company with Honorable Ana Carlos Lopez, the Vice Minister of Tourism of Brazil. Madam, thank you for making the journey. Brilliant. Excellent. And joining us from the private sector, we also have Zheng Lujan, the Chairman and General Manager of CTG Travel. Madam, please join us on stage. Thank you. We have Clinton Ells, Regional General Manager for Africa and the Middle East for Intrepid. Thank you so much for joining us. We also have joining us Wayne Godwin, the CEO of JLL Africa. Any of the blue chairs will be here. Everyone's nervous about this side. Please join us. We also have joining us my dear friend Jacques Kumada, the Senior Director, Head of International Affairs, JTB Corporate. Jacques, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you, sir. And we have Carlos Sendra, Chief Marketing and Commercial Officer for Mebrian, a data appeal company. Sir, thank you. And we have joining us in the final, I'm going to ask you please to take the white seat. Please may I have joining us as well, Johan Kranje, the Regional Vice President for Africa of Marriott International. And with a final drum roll, we have Simon Stobbs, the Managing Director of Wilderness. Simon, please, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Everyone, this is our fantastic panel for the next conversation. Now, very importantly, all of our lovely VIPs on stage, I'm going to do the all protocols observed equivalent for a moderator. I love and respect you all equally. I am, however, your air traffic controller for the next hour, so I'm going to keep us all moving very swiftly. All of the speakers have been briefed that they are to please keep their interventions to maximum 90 seconds. Because quite honestly, we all want to hear their voices more than just once. And the last thing we don't want is feedback. The last thing that we want is for someone to be beautifully on stage, but sitting there tempted to check their email because they're not engaged. That's not fun for them, and it's not fun for us. So everyone's going to keep moving swiftly. As a result, there are no PowerPoint presentations. They might have their little notes kept in their hands, but everyone has agreed very kindly to no PowerPoint presentations. So we're going to move very quickly. I am going to keep moving, so forgive me if my back is towards you, but this is the best way to keep everyone engaged and keep everyone moving, so everyone is comfortable of how the conversation is going. So the question is, how do we unlock opportunity? If the Honourable Minister of Tourism has given us this call to action, how do we answer the call? What do we actually do? And as a warm-up question, now I have not given any of you this question, but I'm very curious, because we're all prepared, we're all here with a common intent. If I were to ask each and every one of you, when you look at the African continent from your perspective, and you look at it from the point of view of if money was not an issue, if time was not an issue, if politics was not an issue, what do you think is the most important starting point to unlock tourism development across the continent? What is the most important? What you cannot do, however, as much as we talk about sustainability, there is no recycling of answers permitted. So if the Honourable Minister says something, I'm afraid, Madam, I'm not allowed to give you the same answer. So with that, Honourable Minister De Lille, you have 20 seconds. What is the most important thing that we can unlock if politics, money, and time was not an issue? What's the starting point?
Partnership.
Oh, I beg your pardon, sorry. This is going to be a sharing is caring panel with speakers.
Sorry, partnership and collaboration. Government cannot do it alone.
To do what? What should we be partnering and collaborating on? What is the tangible deliverable that we should focus on?
The tangible deliver is that you must decide where you want to go to. What is it that you want to do? And then the next thing that you have to discuss is how do we get there? Start from there.
So if you and this is where, unfortunately, our dear Honourable Minister is now my victim because you're the starting example. If we look at specifically, so putting your ministerial business card aside, when you look at the continent, I look at it and think, oh, I wish we had a network of trains across the entire continent so everyone could connect. I would go for train service. What is the project you would go for?
Ease of access. In the continent, of course, by air, by rail, by road transport. If we can invest in making the continent between countries and within countries more accessible, that will go a long way in driving growth.
Brilliant. So I'm going to give you as your answer, especially what you launched earlier at the end of the month coming up, ease of access through e-visas. So we unlock the continent through e-visas. So, Simon, what would your answer be? Oh, there's a microphone to share. So we have e-visas first.
Does collaboration, was that also taken?
Well, the answers cannot be philosophical.
Okay,
they need
so
to be practical projects.
I would go for security of tenure when we operating camps, lodges, hotels. Security of land tenure is a big one.
Interesting point. Next to you.
As a data intelligence provider, I would say data, standardized data and communication, speaking the same language. That's what you mentioned before.
So unlocking tenures, unlocking data. Your Excellency, what would you wish to see?
I think more of unlocking talent. I think there's a huge opportunity on talent, a huge opportunity to really access the youth, and I think that's a very important aspect. Tech and tech entrepreneurs, something that we see at the moment. Advisable AI to give you a tour guide is a very important aspect when you look at it from how can youth and tech can really help unlock a lot of opportunities and investments as well in these areas.
Brilliant. It's a great point that you mentioned youth especially. That's fantastic because that lifts the entire baseline of opportunity. Jack, from your perspective.
I think it's the visibility of the warm hospitality of the African peoples, especially in Asia Pacific, which surely here, but we need some more visibility in our market.
Brilliant, from your perspective.
Yeah, so I think it's transparency, the ability for investors to look at the markets and really sort of make educated decisions about what the opportunities are, but also for tourists to know what the destination holds and is available.
What would the project be?
I think a Pan-African destination marketing agency would be a fantastic one.
That's an interesting point. That's a very interesting point. Your Highness, Princess Sarah.
I know, at the risk of not repeating anything, I just want to echo what His Excellency Al-Marri said. I think that's the single most important thing. But because I have to add something else, I think the second most important thing is air and land connectivity.
Brilliant.
And seamless borders. I think that would do a lot for Africa.
Brilliant. So it's lovely. We're looking at land tenure extensions. We're looking at having the data, bringing youth involved, getting particularly Asia involved, the e-visas connecting to airlines, and very much looking at creating a regional destination marketing entity. Brilliant, brilliant idea. Sir, what would you do? Project specific.
But trust is very good. You need to trust people. Just like you mentioned earlier, private sector, public sector, they clap, but oftentimes we miss each other because we don't trust each other, which is very, very critical, but it's not a project. But in any case, we're talking about human capital. Human capital for me is very, very critical. Critical in the sense that in everything that we do the infrastructure, we invite all these tourists coming through, but if we don't have that critical mass to service that tourists, we'll miss the point. We'll probably just be making something, cooking something in the kitchen when I'm lactose intolerant. We can't be able to eat it. So definitely human capital for me is number one.
It's a very good point that you make, because we're creating all of these enablers. We're opening up the front door. We're putting out the welcome mat. But then once you walk in the door, there's nowhere to go. So that's a really good point from an Intrepid point of view.
Yeah, I would say getting right down to the foundation level would be education that challenges the social norms. That individuals would be looking at entering the travel industry with the same aspirations of becoming a doctor or a lawyer.
That's a great point, because the reputation of the industry has always been a psychological barrier. And along with that, the clarity of the path of educating to be able to move forward. Honourable Vice Minister, your thoughts, please.
Eu tenho a metade do tempo, porque eu estou usando a tradutora, a intérprete, então...
I have half of the time available to me because I have an interpreter.
Mas prometo que vou tentar ser rápida. Não sei se vou cumprir a promessa.
I promise you that I'm going to try and be as fast as possible, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it.
Mas brincadeiras à parte, eu acho que o mais importante é a responsabilidade. Porque investir em conectividade, investir em infraestrutura, investir em qualificação, investir de uma maneira geral, se a gente não trouxer a responsabilidade para o centro da mesa, para o centro das nossas ações, não adianta nada.
I think that responsibility is the most crucial point, because we can invest in everything, in connectivity, in access, in infrastructures and everything. But if we don't place responsibility and accountability in the room, then nothing is going to work. In every action that we do, then it's not going to work.
It's actually lovely what you've said, because the principle of responsibility is actually doubly important. So we have a double voice, which worked brilliantly. So thank you very much for that contribution. Please.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a bit tough going second law. A lot of really good points mentioned already. So I would say, if I had to choose one, it would be intra-Africa airlift. And stability within regulatory kind of the environment to make it easy to invest in South Africa and in Africa.
Specifically, when you think of making it easier to invest, what would you want to see?
So, something along the lines of making land use approvals and permitting, making that whole process easier for investors, so that these projects can move along quicker than what they do currently.
Brilliant. And that goes to the point of tenure as well that Simon was speaking of, which is absolutely right. And Madam, from your perspective.
So I think as living standard improves, the local tourism and the culture market is sure to grow rapidly. So I think Africa, a lot of a scarce resource give us great confidence in investing in the Africa culture tourism market.
Absolutely, because that is such a huge part of the continent's opportunity. It's the culture. It's not only the wildlife. It's not only the industry. It's important. So when we look at it, we have immediately 12 quick wins. What could we do to unlock the continent? Focus on culture, regulatory environment, fundamental responsibility, which links very much to having a regional destination organization that's going to look at it. Looking at human capital development, making sure we build it, bring it back to youth, have air connectivity, have all these principles in place, make sure we have the visas going, open up to all markets, bring the youth in, make them a part of it. And importantly, as was said, make the industry exciting. Give it a reputation where people want to be in it. And sadly, there's so much competition, we have people waiting, rather than us waiting for them to come in. And very much, again, looking at data, looking at technology, maximizing how we can scale up our intelligence to scale up our impact. All of these together, these are the quick wins. So my next question to everyone then is, how do we make sure when public and private sector work together? I want to focus not on why it doesn't work. Based on your experience from either the public sector side or the private sector side, what would you do to make it work with public and private sector? However, there's a twist. Simon, I am now making you an Honourable Minister of Tourism. So anyone in the private sector is now a Minister of Tourism. Anyone in the public sector is now a CEO. Does that make sense? So Honourable Minister De Lille, you are now the CEO of Cullinan, as an example. You know the frustrations of working with the public sector. What would you do as a CEO to make public-private sector relationships work more effectively? And you can't say that you would appoint Michael as your co-CEO. That doesn't work.
I was about to say that. The first thing I will employ Michael Tallman. Well, for me, it is who leads the project. My preference is that where there's public-private partnership, it must be led by the private sector. Government can own the project, but it must be led by the private sector.
Brilliant. That's a really interesting point. And you've always been very good on where your hands are off. Tell me what you've always been very clear. Tell me what I can do to help, but don't tell government to lead it. Your Excellency, the UAE is a masterclass in being able to make public-private sector work. You, however, are now a CEO. You're not from the ministry. What would you do to make working with the ministry even more effective?
Well, the UAE had a great track record of investment in Africa. You know, we are the biggest, fourth after China, EU, and the US investment in Africa. We're about $60 billion worth of investment in the Africa continent. We have announced billions of dollars year on year, and we stand in a very good condition. So I don't think from a private sector perspective we have a problem with the UAE in perspective or government when it comes to Africa investment, because we believe in this continent. And with that as well, we have a huge investment coming forward into Africa. From in COP28, we announced with Masdar the investment of 3.5 gigawatt of energy. We have investment in Uganda in the aspects of $3.5 billion in oil refinery. We have seen investment into mining. We have seen investment into infrastructure. And we are going to go on and on with that. I think that UAE really brings that together. With that said, we are bringing the private sector as a private sector. We're launching UAE Africa Investment Summit happening on the 27th of October to really talk about how the UAE plays partnership with the private sector and the government. And we're inviting everyone here to really join us on the 27th of October next month to really have a dialogue. How do we UAE invest? And we're going to announce more and more investments as well on that date.
Which is lovely, because exactly as the Honourable Minister was saying, it's the momentum of keeping the impact going. So we meet here today, we meet in the end of October. for the Investment Summit in Africa. We know that the Secretary General's successor coming in is very much focused on African upliftment. You want to see everyone back next year, keeping this inaugural event the basis of a tradition. We now move to, and I admit it, I do appreciate the fact that I'm asking you a question which is potentially criticizing your existing job, so I apologize for that. But so, Your Highness, Princess Sarah, if you look at it from the point of view of what more could be done, but you're a CEO now.
I think I would take the risk. I would take the risk and carve the path for tourism, especially in emerging and developing countries where tourism is currently a key pillar for economic diversification and growth. We see that the public sector has visions, but the private sector is a little bit reluctant. I would have more confidence, more trust, understand that the risk I'm taking is going to create a demand, and it will definitely create a return.
Indeed. It's lovely that you say that, because it goes exactly to what the Vice Minister was saying about responsibility. There has to be that trust in place, otherwise why should anyone take a risk? I'm curious, because if we look at it, we have a mix of wonderful ministers of tourism from across Africa here. We have business leaders, but we also have the blessing of the Kingdom and the UAE with us. If I were to give you 30 seconds to explain the Kingdom's desire, aspirations, motivation for seeing Africa develop, what would that be?
Thank you, Anita. This is a very important question for us. Africa as a continent and all of our brotherly nations in Africa, development in this continent is a key strategic priority for the Kingdom. And this is at a macro level, not only for tourism. Now, in the area of tourism, and building on my previous question, as the Kingdom is also a new player in this sector, we have seen that tourism has helped us a lot in economic diversification. From 2019 to 2025, we've jumped in inbound visitation from the 25th to the 15th globally. And this is in a span of 6 years. We jumped from 14th to 9th in terms of inbound spend. And this is also just in 6 years, meaning when there is commitment and when there is a vision for this sector as a pillar for economic diversification, it will work. So we want to see this as well. We want to see our success also mimicked or maybe even surpassed in other countries. And Africa is a huge potential for that. Any growth in tourism or economic development will definitely contribute to the Kingdom and to the region. I think His Excellency would agree positively. We are neighbors to this region and we believe a lot in it. We share a lot of ties, a lot of history as well. And so it's very simply, any success for Africa is a success for the Kingdom.
And I think what you've said is important, and it goes to, again, the strength of, quite honestly, South Africa. It's the relationships. People have a relationship with the Honourable Minister. Having the relationships is vital, because that's where the trust comes. And so it's not a matter of simply working with the Kingdom. It was very much, yay, Her Highness Princess Sarah is joining us. It's having that relationship so you know you're starting off of a position of responsibility and trust. Please.
And I want to congratulate Her Excellency on the many achievements that happened under your leadership, Your Excellency. Part of this partnership, and of course we have a very close partnership with South Africa, is we have been sharing with our counterparts in South Africa our experience with the Formula One, and we hope that you receive success in this regard.
That's a very good point. And I think that's where, again, especially if you look at the role of a UN tourism, it allows those natural, they've done it, why don't you speak to them about making it work more effectively? From a UAE perspective, Honourable Minister, why Africa?
Well, when the world looks east and west, we look south-south. The Global South is a very important aspect for the UAE, not just to Africa, but Africa and South America as well. The UAE had a strategy been there for the last 30, 40 years. The investment's already in place. We see that this is a line which is a very important line when it comes to diversification of our investment abroad, when it comes to our expansions globally, from infrastructure to investments. We have seen investment, not just government investment, we've seen private sector investment from the UAE itself in Africa. We see in African countries investing in the UAE. We have 21,000 companies from the African continent looking at the UAE as a market for their expansion. We play a gateway for Africa, and we play a gateway for Asia, for the African nations. So when you speak about investments, you speak about companies, you speak about the UAE playing that global gateway, looking at the global south, and we're looking at the south-south corridor, which is a very important aspect, while the others and investments are looking east and west, maybe a little bit of north, but this is where the UAE strategy is. This is where we positioned ourselves. And when you want to speak about investment in Africa, you speak to the UAE, not just government, private sector. We're everywhere. Even here in South Africa, we have investment hugely in the hospitality aspects. And this is something, we are in the one and only in Cape Town. It's part of the UAE investment as well. We've seen others and more coming in. And this is something which we are very proud of. And this is private sector, where we talk about that. So the UAE really played that role in the global south. And we're going to continue to see that role playing as well in other nations in Africa. And that's why where the UAE comes, and this is a private sector aspect. I'm a CEO.
I think you make a really important point as well, because I'm hearing what you're saying is two things. It's scale and standards. And so when you look at the continent, it offers the opportunity for scale and standards. And that's where, when the Honourable Minister speaks about growth, that's a good formula for growth.
Yeah, I was 2 weeks ago in Angola, for instance. There's a huge commitment of investment from the UAE in Angola itself. And there is a huge aspect to that as well. We were with the President of the United Arab Emirates, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, in Angola just 2 weeks ago. And we spoke about investment. We spoke about expansions in Africa. So we're not covering, we're covering all the countries, and we are moving on with that kind of agenda from the toppest level of the UAE.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Now, Honourable Minister of Tourism of Zambia, you are now a Zambian CEO. You are a leader of business. What would you want to do or change to make public-private partnerships especially work more effectively with the public sector?
Okay, so you've just sent me back into memory lane. I'm Minister of Tourism 4 years and some change now. And 4 years ago, I was a very aggressive private sector player. So then suddenly I got into politics. Fast forward, I'm appointed Minister of Tourism. And then private sector goes like, yeah, our very own. I get into office, I'm like, whoa, hold on. It doesn't work as fast as that. So what did I have to do? Think off my feet very, very quickly. So with the leadership of our President Hakainde Hichilema, we came up with what we call the Public-Private Dialogue Forum, a special toolkit that sits together private sector on one hand and public sector on the other hand. So I would like to encourage a number of governments, a number of operators, a number of public and private sector both, to sit around the table, not a square table, not a rectangular table, but a round table. Nobody's winning, we're not waging war against each other. It's an idea of sitting down there, mill these ideas. As you mentioned earlier, we've got solutions. How best can we now shape these solutions to become fruition? Now, we have seen it work very, very well. As the private sector, we are the ones with the profit motive. Government should just be an enabler. I say it all the time, government has no business doing business. And it's very, very important that you allow the private sector to take the driving seat. And for us in Zambia, it has worked. Fast forward today, 4 years, I'll probably be talking about my sector being the fastest growing within Zambia. And I'll tell you why. The private sector was in the driving seat. The private sector is still in the driving seat. And I think we're going to soar to those greater heights to ensure that tourism in itself in Zambia becomes a leading sector over mining, over agriculture, as well as energy.
Indeed. I must say, when you were speaking about your past role and now, it feels like political karma, almost.
Total political karma.
Brilliant. From your perspective, Clinton, you are now a Minister of Tourism.
Yeah, I think we've spoken a lot today about what's been achieved already in a very short period of time, and legacy is created through longevity. So I would be looking at who's coming through the ranks and what are the messages that we're sending to them, and how do we break down those relationships and those partnerships that the individuals that are coming in the wake will be able to take this forward and will be able to continue to build and grow on this days. We spoke about government being an enabler, or we need to make sure that they continue to be an enabler with those that are coming next in line.
Indeed. And it's interesting you say that as well, and it's funny, and something that the ministers have always pushed. It's going from red tape to green tape. And it's making sure that understanding what can I do to unplug something and then just let the private sector get on with it.
Yeah, and not to see it all come to a grinding halt in a couple of years' time. There's got to
Absolutely.
be a consistent long-term plan that is there to be rolled out.
Brilliant. Honorable Vice Minister, you are now an honorable CEO in Brazil. What would you do to work more effectively? What would you hope to see to work more effectively with government?
Além daqui do summit em que estamos hoje sentados na mesma mesa, tanto a iniciativa pública quanto a iniciativa privada, no Brasil, nós temos a governança descentralizada de forma permanente, que é através do nosso Conselho Nacional de Turismo.
So other than attending the summits, etc., in Brazil we have a permanent body. It's a National Council of Tourism.
Nesse conselho, nós temos 93 entidades, tanto públicas quanto privadas. E lá nós decidimos quais são as nossas prioridades no Congresso Nacional e outras formas de investimentos ou qualificação. Mas o mais importante é isso, é sentarmos na mesma mesa, o público, o privado, determinando uma lista de prioridades. Não acho que a condução somente por um ou somente para o outro dá certo, mas sim uma decisão conjunta.
All right. In this body, in this council, we have 93 public and private entities. And what we do is that we decide on a table of priorities. We sit around a table and we converse and we dialogue as to this list of priorities. It's not about who's going to lead the project or not. It's about collaboration between all of the entities.
Brilliant. So I think what's important is you're saying it's creating that platform for the constant conversations, which seems to be, and again goes back to having a regional destination approach. What's also very important from a regional perspective is the fact that Brazil is the home of the regional offices of UN Tourism, and being able to have that oversight is incredibly valuable. Madam, from your perspective, you are now a Minister of Tourism, no longer CEO. What would you want to see changed within government to be able to work more effectively with the private sector?
As a CEO, I hope that the local government can help the investors clarify the policy restriction about the foreign investment access and industry qualification. This will enable the investors to avoid an unnecessary detours and smoothly implement the projects.
Brilliant. Thank you very, very much. Keeping the conversations local, keeping the relationships local to keep things moving. And what would you say from a perspective of Marriott?
Yeah, I would, I mean, knowing our current situation in terms of our development pipeline and the number of properties that we have.
But you're not a CEO anymore.
Yeah, but
you're a minister.
From that framework, I think what's critically important is for as a minister to focus on youth development programs, on really developing a strong pipeline of individuals who would be able to move into the hospitality industry and into tourism. That's so important.
I must say, when you said as a minister, I thought, Honourable Minister De Lille, you might be a little bit nervous about your job at the moment. You said that with enormous comfort. So we've had a sense of what are the quick wins. We've had an indication of what do we need to do to facilitate government working more effectively with the business sector. Now, one of the challenges of these conversations is that we always keep it at a macro level, because my fundamental belief is that the worst metric for tourism is arrivals. It's the worst metric, because quite honestly, you could give away the airline tickets, you could give away the hotel rooms. It doesn't mean you're growing. That's not the KPI. It's one indicator, but it's an ego indicator. The best indicator is how is the baseline being lifted? How are we able to genuinely make an impact for local communities? And that's hard because there isn't a lot of infrastructure. But when we look at education, we look at healthcare, we look at the ability to get access to simple utilities, how do we make sure that investment coming in is getting to that baseline, to lift it up, and lift it up with pride, not simply charity. I'm going to ask you from an Intrepid point of view, because Intrepid is a global leader. You were doing the whole S-word thing before people talked about sustainability. And quite honestly, I'm a firm believer that Mother Nature was a previous tourism practitioner, because with her shutting the world as she did with COVID, suddenly we realized we're doing this wrong. And Intrepid became a real focus of global growth in terms of doing it right and tourism for good. What has been the principle of Intrepid to make sure that tourism actually is reaching local and making a proud local impact? Can you share?
Sure, I think a lot of it comes down to your fundamental strategy and model as an organization. And when we look at building strategies, it's a journey that any organization needs to go on. And like any journey, you need a compass. You need to know what your focus is going to be. And for us, that came down to our B Corp certification. It was not just a logo, not just a stamp that we put on ourselves, but it was a legal commitment that we were making to communities and linking our purpose and our profit. Because you speak to a lot of individuals out there, and they'll put them on two separate podiums. There's purpose and there's profit. What we found over time is that purpose actually drives profit. It's been a multiplier for us when you get the mix right. And the mix comes down to how do we build up those individuals at the foundation levels. And that came partly into our structure globally, where we don't have one individual entity that then runs through multiple global elements. We invest locally at each point. So we vertically integrate at each element for it. So Southern Africa is an entity. We own an entity here. We hire local. We look at our supply chain. What is your supply chain working? Are you working with local supply chains? Is the income that's being earned, does that go back into the communities that are being driven to be uplifted? How are we retaining those funds in the countries that we operate within, that they can then drive forward and become, we use the word sustainable, but they can become long-term enablers within their own spaces. And we have seen transformational development in communities where they have had to use public transport, for example, to move hundreds of kilometers in order to sell their goods, because there hasn't been a tourism entity in their close vicinity. And by going off the beaten track and finding those communities and those stories to be told and those cultures that are so rich and authentic, they have been able to create micro ecosystems in their own environments that they no longer have to do that, because they start creating employment in their own communities. That income drives back into the community and the community grows. So I could talk all day on this sort of point, but I guess it really comes down to what is your DNA, what is your focus, what is your compass? And when you get that right, you can do that focus point on local community involvement and upliftment.
And what's interesting is that, again, when Daryl started Intrepid, this is years before people were holding tourism to account. And you're investing in B Corp, which is a huge investment, and it's an ongoing monitor. That says something, because if we look at it, for instance, one of the legacy initiatives of the Secretary General is the Best Villages competition, which we're familiar with, which has gained incredible traction, and it is now, sir, in its 5th year, the Best Villages competition? 4th year. It's remarkable, and what's lovely is that initially there's always the push with these projects. Now there's the pull and the pride in doing it, because there's a dignity that's been brought to the villages. But that dignity can't be brought unless the ecosystem moves to the villages through tourism, which is important. And I want to ask then, Princess Sarah, Your Highness, that same simple principle has been part of Vision 2030. And when I was on the advisory board at the Royal Commission for ALULA, it was a huge part, because unless ALULA grew through its people, it was never about the rock. That was not the point. How do you sell that as an investment case? How have you been able to, like with Intrepid, keep the industry accountable for making sure it's not only about the visitors, the visited must feel proud of their home? Please.
Well, in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we believe that this is the role of the government. We do so by introducing policies that ensure inclusivity, ensure local content is included in the process, ensure that the national GDP captures that, which we see drainage happening in many economies. So unless you have policies that create these safeguards, it's very difficult to manage this. But I want to thank you for bringing up the best tourism villages. I spoke now at the national level. I think at the multilateral level, it's also important. And this, the Best Tourism Villages actually is an initiative that came out of our work with His Excellency, the Secretary General and UN Tourism back in the Kingdom's presidency of the G20. The Kingdom introduced for the first time the private sector into the dialogue. So the declaration that was adopted was not only adopted by G20 member states, it was also adopted by the WTTC and other prominent private sector players. Al-Ula Framework for Sustainable and Inclusive Development was a consequence of that. And the Best Tourism Villages is one of the initiatives. So we see that even multilaterally, we can cascade this and encourage as governments this localization, help private sector understand the benefits of such investment, especially in local communities and local capabilities.
Brilliant. And you raise a very important point as well, and it goes to the Honourable Minister constantly saying this is a legacy initiative of G20. All of these platforms don't work unless action comes out of them. And then to be able to have that framework coming out of it has been able to unlock initiatives like the Best Villages. And I must say we were very excited when Al-Ula was one of them. But it's very important, again, to have that proof of delivery rather than the paperwork of the event itself. From a UAE perspective, sir, as well, going back to your ministerial role, you can have that business card back. When we look at in terms of making sure that the UAE has always been this incredibly sparkly destination in the middle of the region, and it attracts huge appeal, and it's been an incredible growth story. And what I love is that even with the GCC growing, you continue to innovate, you continue to inspire. How do you make sure that the spirit of the UAE remains intact as it grows? How do you make sure local is still loved?
Well, there's a lot of aspects to that. For instance, we have just adding to what the panelists have spoken about, we have something called the ICV program, which is the in-country value program in the federal procurement. When you look at the procurement in any government, it's the highest spending procurement government spent. ICV is a program where procurement ensures, for instance, that there is in-country value. It has hired people, the supply chain, the private sectors. So if I would suggest something to the investment guideline, for instance, for Africa, investment will come in for sure, but there's procurement going to happen. I think there should be an ICV program as well with scoring, rating, which procurement you're going to hire, which company you're going to bring in from the private sector, who will add value to the supply chain. Now, going back to your question on the aspects of the UAEs and how we keep things intact, we have a lot of programs that we work on. And this year is the year of family cohesion in the UAE. Every year we have a theme. And this theme is a very important theme for us. How do we actually look at bringing the UAE's cohesion as a family, as a social aspect? We look at that from an aspect of bringing each and every event we do has a kind of aspect of the UAE in it. We're going to focus on our winter campaign in tourism, for instance, on the aspects of bringing youth and entrepreneurs as well into the aspect as well, and how do we really showcase the beauty of the UAE domestically to the region. We have reached about 30+ million visitors last year from abroad. We had seen an increase of visitors coming in, nice per stay. We have seen today tourism is 13% of the UAE's GDP, above $70 billion. And this is something which is a huge growth that we've seen. We've seen the first half of the UAE this year is about, revenue for hospitality is about $8 to $9 billion, which shows an increase. Last year, we have 12 new hotels just open in the UAE. This year, we're expecting another 10 new hotels operators to open in the UAE. And with a small landscape, we have a huge potential for that growth There's not enough land as well in the UAE for new hotels, and we've seen that growth happening. We have airports that took about 120 million visitors, coming the second largest airport in the world. The UAE plays a gateway to that, and this is where the challenge happens. How do you inclusive? How do you make sure that the UAE culture is there? We include it in every program we do. We do it in every tourism aspects, and we've seen more and more of that. For instance, the Ministry of Economy and Tourism launched the UAE guide, for instance, to hire local guides into programs as well. So how do you bring UAE national as guides and taking a big role as well in that kind of activity? And this is something which we would like to increase it more and more.
And I think what you're saying is very important there, because there's two things coming out. Firstly, it's not just about what the front line is of tourism. How do you engage the local communities through the value chain within tourism itself? And then within the UAE, you have an entire collection of Emirates. How do you maximize the footprint? Very much like what you're doing in Saudi, very much like what you're doing in South Africa, that maximizing the ability to the reach within the country and then within the region itself. Now, I'm going to ask, do I have everyone's permission to steal 10 minutes of your 30-minute coffee break time? Is everyone happy to move from tea and coffee to espresso? Quick shots of coffee. Brilliant. I'm going to steal a little bit more time because we did start a little bit late. But I'm going to ask as well to continue on this conversation. Because for the private sector to make the case to investors that it's not just about the ROI in terms of return on investment, it's the return on impact, it's the return on inclusivity, it's the return on inspiration. How do you make the case? So if you look at it from your perspective, madam, how do you make that case to investors that this is worth investing in because we can actually uplift communities, not just uplift revenue generation? When you look at, for instance, being able to speak to investors and make an investment here in Africa, how do you make investing in local communities part of the benefit to investors? That was that question.
Which one? The first one?
Yeah.
When we invest in Africa, what we pay most attention to investment security and the attractiveness of the market and the scarcity of tourism resources. And the urbanization process in Africa is advancing rapidly, and the demand for construction here is also strong. Africa is also increasing its investment in local infrastructure. So with the continuous improve of the business environment, all those provide us with relatively good security guarantees for investment.
It's a lovely point that you're making, because security is not only financial security, it's the security of the environment that's providing that experience, especially in Africa itself. And that's what's really important, that about making the case. And you, from a hotel perspective, people come to the continent for very different reasons than they would go to North America, for instance. So there's that benefit. But how do you actually start making it part of a triple bottom line?
So, I'm sorry, sustainability?
The principle of community upliftment, the principle of making it good for the people that your guests are actually visiting.
Yeah, I mean, so I'll, just speaking off the cuff a little bit, we just came back from two of our new properties in the Masai Mara, where that is, in Rwanda. We were at the naming of the gorillas ceremony in Kinigi, had the opportunity to take our chairman to these events, and it was just so kind of encouraging to see both those different scenarios, where we had in the Masai Mara, there's a very kind of luxury high-end lodge that we've just opened, and how we were able to draw on the community there where people have a different kind of skill set, where through training and through development and really through getting people to understand what is hospitality, just created these brand new opportunities that never had been there before. And it was really interesting for me to see also in Rwanda what they've done there, in collaboration with all the hotels and all the hospitality providers there, how the community is involved with that whole with the whole naming of the gorilla process. I mean, they really come in their droves, like 6,000 people show up because through some of the money that's generated from that, all of that gets reinvested into the local communities. So it was just such a lovely example for me of how hospitality can play this role in reinvesting in local communities. Now in Marriott, we've got a few development programs that we do ourselves. We've got a program called Accelerate, which is a 5-year program. We take students post-high school into this 5-year program, develop them, get them trained up as hospitality professionals. And we've got a few of those, even postgraduate and leadership development programs. So that to me is really the joy of this job, right? Is taking people from bring them into the hotel industry, developing them, and then opening up for great opportunity.
Yeah, I'm delighted that you actually called out the example of Rwanda, because one thing that Rwanda does spectacularly is the transparency of how the benefits of tourism go back to the community. They know exactly why they are benefiting from protecting the gorillas, from bringing in the tourism. It's a really interesting point. So, Madam, I want to bring it to you now in that regard, because it's very important is that, again, tourism's never only been about the tourists, it's the people. When you are trying to bring in investors, how do you make them care? Why should they care about the local Brazilians, not just fantastic places to see and drink coffee?
I'm a local community. I was born in Amazonia. I know what to be the person invisible. So, o meu maior desafio como primeira vice-ministra do Brasil é não deixar mais as pessoas invisíveis.
My biggest challenge as Vice Minister in Brazil is to no longer allow the people to be invisible.
Eu não quero ser.
That's brilliant.
É muito importante as planilhas financeiras, as planilhas em que a gente mensura lucros, valores, a infraestrutura investida, mas a mais importante planilha não é a financeira. É o valor da comunidade local, é o valor da nossa ancestralidade, que está muito ligada à África, por exemplo.
So it's very important. The Excel sheets on financial results, all of those sheets are very important. However, the most important sheet is that of the value of community and the ancestral value. And our ancestral value in Brazil is very linked to African ancestral cultures and values.
Nós temos uma dívida com a África e também temos uma dívida com as comunidades locais, que no passado foram muito exploradas e agora a gente tem o dever de trazê-las para o investimento. E eu posso citar um exemplo do que estamos fazendo no Brasil em relação a isso.
We have a debt towards Africa and we have a debt towards our local communities, which we explored historically. So we have a duty now to include them in our investment, and I would like to give you an example of the project that we are undergoing now.
Por muitos anos, os cruzeiros atravessavam a nossa costa. A gente tem uma costa litorânea de mais de 8.000 quilômetros. Então, eles passavam, os barcos passavam e nunca paravam em nenhuma cidade brasileira. Agora, após o governo Lula orientar dessa maneira, nós construímos mais portos, mais infraestrutura para que cruzeiros possam parar, porque cada turista estrangeiro que desce de um cruzeiro são dólares e dólares e dólares que ficam no Brasil.
So for many years, our cruise ships would cross our waters. We have about 8,000 kilometers of ocean, and they would cross our waters and they would never stop. However, since the Lula government, the Lula administration, we have now been creating ports, and our cruisers are stopping
Brilliant.
at those ports, and every tourist that stops there spends dollars and
Brilliant.
dollars and dollars.
But it's being able to provide that doorway. I must say, madam, when you started speaking, I'm sure everyone here recognized it as well, the emphasis with which you spoke, in English, absolutely, but your body language made it very clear how important this is to you. Don't ever lose that. Don't ever, ever, ever lose the why we do what we do. So well done. So we're ticking on with time. Honorable Minister, sir, 30 seconds. How do you make the case why people should care about tourism investment in Zambians, not only Zambia?
Well, I think first things first, as you may have heard from everybody else, at everything we do as government, we put the community at the center. The community themselves are the ones who are going to take care of those particular projects when they get. If I look around the room here, I see a lot of people who invested in Zambia, and they will attest to the fact that we put the community at the center. Community beneficiation is very key. Now, in terms of Zambian communities, you know, we look at private sector as partners, and ultimately where we leave off as government, we allow private sector to take. We're talking about social services, education, clean water and sanitation, universal access to health. These are some things which are very, very critical for us, of which we look at private sector to make sure that they partner with us, and as they make their profits, as they employ our people, they're able to also extend that service to our communities.
Indeed. I'm so grateful you said that, because you're investing not in the sexy stuff, but it's the essential stuff, especially if the Zambian experience is going to be delivered.
Absolutely.
So we are now up against time. I have effectively 7 minutes, and I have 12 fantastic speakers, well, 12 and a half, technically. I'm going to give you all 30 seconds, with the exception of the Honourable Minister, because she has said that she wants us all back next year. And these events don't work unless we're accountable to homework. So my question is this: when we come back a year from now, what is your, please, madam, make sure we focus on X next year? 30 seconds.
From my side, it would be getting private sector to speak with private sector and to engage with the public sector to push destination marketing more than just selling a lodge or a hotel.
Interesting. Please.
I would go for having a common language, standardized indicators, so the private and the public sector can understand each other's and transform uncertainty into risks, which is what the private sector and the investment companies are used to work with, risks and not uncertainty, which is a big gap that technology can help to fulfill.
You've walked straight into your bonus question. Based on that, a year from now, what role do you want technology to play in keeping this all going?
Well, what we're doing is building that bridge in between what I just mentioned, uncertainty and risks. So no investment company want to work with uncertainty, but they are used to work with risks and build scenarios. So what we do is generating standardized indicators with global data providers in order to have updated contextual data to understand how demand flows globally, how competitive is the destination with their supply, their accessibility, etc. How is the traveler experience globally and at destination? How is the impact, how important is the impact of the tourism at destination in spend, in sustainability, in events, as the minister was talking, and what we do actually in South Africa, in Morocco, in Kenya, in Uganda, in Comoros, in many places in Africa.
So does that mean that I and we are all hearing you openly commit to the Honourable Minister to help her create a microsite for the Tourism Investment Summit community to hold the investment reports, to hold that data. Am I hearing correctly?
We have it already, so yeah, I can commit.
There you go. Excellent. Honorable Minister, what do you want to see?
Banging the nail on the head, I think it's important to come and invest, bring investors to invest in one of the 8 investment opportunity here in South Africa.
How many of those 8 do you want to see tick, 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 tick done?
Just 1 out of the 8. I think at least 1 out of the 8. But I think something to say that UAE can contribute and probably bring in the private sector, all the sovereign funds to really invest in that.
Brilliant. So we have another commitment, though you do have this look on your face of just 1? That's all?
Well, I say 1, at least 1 out of the 8.
At least 1, so
And I think
starting point.
To be courageous to say this on stage, no other minister could say this.
True. Jacques, from your perspective, what do you want to see next year?
I think this year was Japan, as we were hosting the TICAD, Tokyo International Conference for African Development, and the Japanese government committed $50 billion for 3 years for the investment. So I asked the ministers to extract that kind of budget to the tourism sectors.
Brilliant.
In Africa.
Excellent. Thank you. From your perspective, what are you looking forward to committing?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the private sector needs to be more vocal on their impact. I think we're very good at reporting our return on investment, but more around return on impact. Because I think you said it at the beginning, private sector likes numbers, public sector likes words. But I think when you talk about jobs and impact, those are numbers that I think resonate across both aisles.
So you will feed into the microsite to build
exactly.
confidence around proof of delivery.
Exactly. I think investors often create jobs and impact without really recognizing it and reporting it and measuring it.
Brilliant.
I think that's an important thing to actually start measuring that better.
Stunning. Your Highness, what are you looking forward to seeing a year from now?
I'd like to see the financial industry in the room with us. I think that's important. But most important is the actualization of investments. And I do believe that if we start working from this year to next year, we can definitely achieve a great number of those.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Knowing that you will be alive and healthy a year from now and the lions will not have taken care of you.
I know. But I think very, very quickly, governments do an inventory of all those non-performing assets that we're sitting on so that you make them available to private sector for investment. And that can only be done based on what you've seen you in tourism doing, creating guidelines for investing in tourism. And also understanding that you create deal rooms. Come next year, we're just going to have deal rooms in this room, Investec room, I suppose, where now transactions will be done. You don't need to know the minister, you don't need to know the chief, you don't need to know the permanent secretary. All we need to know is how deep your pocket is, and we sign these contracts right in this room.
I love what you're saying as well about the fact that there are a lot of sleeping assets. Let's just wake them up, but we need to understand what they are exactly.
Absolutely.
Brilliant. Please.
Yeah, I'd say 2 core factors for me would be more strategic partnerships between public-private sector, specifically tourism boards and the public sector, with goals, set goals and outcomes that we want to be aligned with and planning on achieving. And secondly, more transparent and open reporting from the public sector for
Brilliant.
the good, the bad, and the ugly. Unless you know what's out there, you're not sure what you're playing with, and putting that out to the market would be a huge plus.
I must say, Madam, I'm enjoying how much your microsite is being fed by proof of delivery. We have many contributors here. Madam.
No nosso caso do turismo, e esse ano que vamos receber a COP30 em Belém, é muito importante que seja o ano da implementação de desenvolvimento sustentável, de desenvolvimento responsável, de desenvolvimento inclusivo, de desenvolvimento solidário. É o que eu espero para o ano que vem. E também, para aproveitar, a gente conversou com a Latam, com a South African, e queremos muito, já ano que vem, estar com mais 2 voos diretos Brasil-África do Sul.
Brilliant. Thank you.
All right, seeing that we are hosting COP30 in Belém, what we would like to see is the implementation of a more responsible, sustainable, and inclusive development in solidarity with everybody. Also, I would also like to see that next year there are 2 more direct flights to Brazil from South Africa.
That's a lovely point. Well said. Excellent.
Yeah, I would like for us to set very clear, measurable goals around 4 priorities, which also includes expanding of air connectivity, ease of access, which has already been done with the visa system, invest in infrastructure and skills development.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Madam.
So next year, I suggest that government of various countries enhance communication, actively recommend the projects and local partners, and reduce information not match, and so as to facilitate smoother cooperation among all parties.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. So for everyone here, Honourable Minister, you have their wish list. You also have their commitments. I am intrigued that no one said that when they come back here next year, they want to be able to see Table Mountain, because I know you've hidden it for the day to keep everyone in the room. But it is fantastic. I'm not sure if you want to add anything on top of, because we have the Honourable Secretary General as a witness to your commitments.
Thank you so much. I certainly don't want to be a minister of announcements. Not at all. I'm going to work very hard to see that the projects that we announced today becomes a reality. I want to be there when we put this first spade in the ground, when we lay the foundation, after we have consulted with the communities and tell them about the benefits of the project. So today will be the announcement. And then 1 year later, when we come back, I must be able to be held accountable to say, as government, as an enabler, what have you done? I will be there to break down government doors where there are stumbling blocks. I will be there to assist and get the funding. To the Minister of the UAE, I will come there on one condition, the 31st of October, that he commits to fund at least one of our projects before he leaves. But we will go there. And there's a lot of goodwill in this room today from the private sector. And we would like to continue to see that government create the environment conducive for the private sector to create the jobs. I've got trust and faith in the private sector that we develop projects on budget, on time, not over budget. And that's where lots of people speak today about the procurement. Procurement is vital. The supply chain system of putting up this infrastructure is vital. And so as far as the procurement goes, that's where, as an enabler as government, I will work with you to go into those communities to see that they actually benefit from what we have been announcing today. So
Brilliant.
yes, my head is on the block. By next year, I want to see all 8 of the projects that we have announced today at least show some progress of implementation. Thank you very much.
Brilliant. And it's so important because, as the Honourable Minister says, it's not just the value of tourism, it's the values of tourism that matters. And you'll feel the impact when it's made. So as we wrap this up, I'm going to ask all of our speakers to please stay on the stage, because we'll do a group photograph, and then the Honourable Minister has a little souvenir for you to take home, a curio from South Africa. But as we say, it's about the 2 hands clapping. Ladies and gentlemen, please put both of your hands together for a very warm, loving thank you to all of our speakers. Thank you so very much. Can I ask, please, all of our lovely speakers to join up front of the stage around our dear Honourable Minister of Tourism. We can all crowd centrally in front of the podium. do you want any people down front as well, or just up on the stage? Great. If we can all get really cozy. We need a very cozy leadership photograph. Excellent. Comfy, cozy. Wonderful. There you go. Brilliant. And if I can ask the lovely ladies at the side to please hand the gifts to the Honourable Minister to hand out to all of our wonderful speakers. Excellent. Madam, we're putting you to work. Perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, we need some audio support, please. Can we have another round of applause to all of our speakers? Great. And again, we're going to be continuing to show our Project Spotlight videos, and we will be having a coffee break now just outside. Please, can I ask everyone to be back here by 20 to 12 South African time, Swiss accuracy. Thank you. Beg your pardon, sorry. Coffee and the networking is on the 5th floor, so one floor down. There is a staircase as well as elevators. Excellent. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you very much for coming back into the room. Apparently, the carrot cake downstairs was really, really good, hence why it was difficult getting everyone back. But thank you very much, and again, huge thanks to Investec for being an incredible partner and having us all here. I just wish you could all see the mountain. We're going to get into a really important part of the session itself and looking at specifics around projects. And this is an exciting part because we're looking at, as we've been talking, not only about what we could do, but what can we do right now? What is available to us? As I mentioned at the opening, we have 8 projects that are going to be put under the spotlight today, and those are going to each be provided with a commercial gap of a video to share with you. Now, all of the project champions are in the room, which is brilliant. So after each video, I'm going to ask them to stand up so you can get a sense of who later this afternoon downstairs in the open meeting area you can actually have a conversation with. It's been set up not as a trade show. That's not the point. It's a platform for conversations and the perfect stage for handshakes and signatures. So with that, I ask please the first video to play. And can I please ask Jerry Mabena, who's the CEO of Motsmaya Tourism, to stand up? Here he is. He is going to be, no, you can sit down again. We just want to make sure everyone gets identified. So he's the man you want to speak to, if any interest in what is an incredible project. Now, importantly, his organization is also the one behind unbelievable iconic projects in this country, including the conversion of President Mandela's home in Houghton to now become Sanctuary Mandela, which is spectacular, so a very important historic and spiritual property that now has come back to life, as well as Shalati, which is the hotel on the train tracks overlooking Kruger, which is amazing, Kruger Untamed. These projects all quite honestly taking place during the pandemic. So it's an organization that has proven delivery under the toughest of circumstances because they have the greatest of conviction. So thank you very much, Jerry, for being in the spotlight. We'll have him in the hot seat shortly. It is now my great, great pleasure to introduce someone to the stage who is probably really not looking forward to this. He's trying to avoid eye contact. He's one of my favorite people in Cape Town. He also happens to be my landlord because my property's in the marina. And he's one of those people who I always say, you'd never know who David Green is if he walked in the room. Because he walks in like an overgrown child. He's choking right now because he has a tie on. He walks in a room like an overgrown child, so excited that he has the best job in Cape Town, so excited that he probably does 45 to 50,000 steps a day because of the size of the footprint of his land, and was recently distinctly humbled and so excited, and he doesn't usually brag. But what a joy when he found out on December 31st that he was given an OBE by His Majesty, the King of England. So he is also now within the Order of the British Empire. He is the godfather, the guardian angel, the champion, the lead model of the V&A waterfront, and he's going to give us our first spotlight presentation. So ladies and gentlemen, with great love and respect, I give you David Green, OBE. Thank you.
Thank you, Anita. That was deeply embarrassing and built up huge pressure, but I am deeply honored and delighted to be with you today. There we go, that's good. I think it's very, very fitting that I add my welcome to all of you here to South Africa, to Cape Town, to the V&A Waterfront neighbourhood. I think it's very fitting that we're holding this G20 summit, investment summit, here in Cape Town, here in the waterfront. The waterfront is Sub-Saharan's most successful tourist destination. And I think while most of you know it as a tourist destination, I think what is less known about the destination is that its success is the product of a highly functional public-private partnership for the last 15 years. Since 2011, the waterfront has been 50% owned by Growthpoint, the largest property investment company in South Africa, but importantly owned by the Government Employees Pension Fund as represented by the Public Investment Corporation. And over the next 10 minutes or so, what I'd like to do is to give you some insight into what I believe are the key principles behind the success of this public-private partnership. My hope is to illustrate that this is not just a Cape Town story, but this is a replicable tourism investment model that we can deliver solid investment yields, significant job opportunities, and an authentic world-leading African tourism experience. But first, just a little bit of the history. So the Port of Cape Town was established here in common with many port cities because it was the most sheltered area for sailing ships. If you roll forward to 1980s, all of these ports became redundant and derelict because containerization had overtaken them. So in 1988, the City of Cape Town and Transnet Port formed a company called the V&A Waterfront with the purpose of redeveloping this derelict land. And in 2007, the entity was sold for $1 billion to Dubai World and London Regional. I joined in 2008, and most of you will remember that was when the financial crisis hit. So there was very little investment took place after that. We did host the 2010 Soccer World Cup, which was an incredible experience. And then in 2011, the waterfront was sold to the current owners, the PIC and Growthpoint. And it was from this point that the most significant growth and investment has taken place. Today, the waterfront is a mixed-use neighbourhood. It incorporates retail shops, restaurants, commercial office, hotel, residential accommodation, over 100 attractions and event spaces, and it now receives over 25 million visits a year. It's responsible for 30,000 people working in the waterfront, and the waterfront is responsible for creating 83,000 jobs. It is the single biggest concentration of economic activity within the province, and importantly, it's the home to almost 450 SMMEs. So I've identified 8 principles that I want to talk to you about. First one is, and I feel they're all relevant to the kind of conversations and topics that we've been listening about. The first one is that it's supported by long-term funding. Many projects of this nature can find initial funding, but they struggle to find continuity of the funding. And I think one of the critical things here is that the land ownership was preserved. And what that means is that as you develop the precinct, that the capital appreciation means that that will support the future funding. So the owners have to look at this as a long-term project, and they have to look at it as a capital appreciation and income yield project. And I think that's a critical success in this project. Excuse me a sec. The second principle, is that the development is for retention and not investment yield. I think too often what we see, and development is of that nature, it's development and then flips on. The secret of success here has been that the development has been consciously done with a view to long-term ownership and hold within long-term holders, such as pension funds, such as the Growthpoint investment. Often what you see in projects of mixed-use developments of this nature is that people sell off the crown jewels, and then the whole project loses its emphasis and loses its focus. So retention of the development, which is counterintuitive to most development. Third one is that we operate a shared value leadership modality. And I think we often, when we're talking investment, we're talking success, private partnership, one of the most critical things is the leadership. And what we've evolved and developed here is this thing called a shared value ecosystem, which is a leadership culture within the organization. And when it's working at its best, it leverages the advantage of a public-private partnership. It facilitates innovation while, in a sense, curbing the excesses of the public and the private. And I'm going to go into a bit more detail about that and how, when it's working, it curbs the excesses of the public and the private. So I'll pick up two of these points, and this is the shared value ecosystem leadership modality I'll pick up a bit later. Fourth is this JV is a 50-50. And it's actually been a very effective mechanism over the last 15 years, to the point we've virtually never had to pick up the legal document that was put in place. And I think in this particular instance, the fact that neither party have the control or the undue influence has meant that we've created a stable leadership team who've been able to get on and develop the project. And I think it's well worth considering that 50-50 non-leading in public or leading in private has resulted in that strong leadership team. Eighth principle is proactive management and curation. I think it's commonly called placemaking, but it is an investment in property, but it's actually about the spaces between the buildings that's more important. It's about the events and the activities that you curate. So it's not just about the building and the investment. It's actually more importantly about the spaces and the activities that you curate between the buildings. Sixth one is an authentic and clear and primary focus on locals. It is a tourism-driven project, but it is the focus on locals. They authenticate the investment for the tourists, and people are more and more seeking these authentic tourist experiences. They're not seeking tourist traps. So primarily, we look at how does this impact the locals. 55% of the visits to the precinct are locals and 45% are tourists. The seventh principle is a focus on specific ecosystems, and I'm going to talk to this a bit more. It's one of the two things I will talk to. But the precinct needs an identity, and it needs a purpose, and it needs to have something that differentiates it. And what we look at, and every precinct will be different, but we're looking at what are the ecosystems that are going to drive the economic growth and the job creation. And we look at food, retail, art, craft and design, ocean economy, and sustainability. And I'll unpack that in more detail. But I think that focus is what gives rise to the differentiation, gives rise to the kind of magic and the realism about the investment. Final one, which is particularly important in public-private partnerships, is a clear understanding of the sphere and boundary of influence and the locus of control. And what I mean by that is, what do? We provide a platform to showcase the best of South Africa. We provide a marketplace opportunity, and we provide space and property. A major challenge facing public-private partnerships is that people look to these partnerships to resolve all the public sector goals. And while that's laudable, often what happens if you're dragged into all of the public sector goals, it suffocates and distracts the organization and takes away the sustainability from it. So in a sense, by being dragged in all these different directions, it's self-defeating. So I'm going to pick up two specific principles that I've been talking to. First one is this shared value leadership modality. Simply put, this is the culture that you create within the organization. And I think it's a key differentiator in public-private partnerships. While the primary focus is commercial gain and sustainability and yield for the investors, every project we look at, everything we do, we look at through the lenses of opportunity. What is the job-creating opportunity within the project? Inclusivity, how does the project enhance the opportunity for previously disadvantaged groups? And finally, sustainability. And I think what I'll show and hopefully demonstrate is that if you are a purpose-driven organization as opposed to a purely shareholder-driven organization or a government entity, if you are purpose-driven, that unlocks people to create and innovate because they're not just creating and innovating for shareholder value. They're creating for the opportunity you're creating. They're innovating for sustainability, and they're innovating for inclusivity. And I'll talk to you about how that innovation has come through. And I would argue that you attract the best people. I think we often talk about public sector and private sector leading. The secret within the waterfront is that we attract the best people, people who are purpose-driven, and they come from the public sector and they come from the private sector. If you create that and allow them the freedom to innovate, that's where the ideas and the innovation comes from. So you create an environment that allows inclusive growth, and you allow people, because these innovations and ideas are all going to come from the people, so you create that environment for them to come up with these ideas. You're freeing the management from the excesses and evils of investment purely for short-term financial gain, and also there's the strictures of a public sector. So, you know, it is down to the leadership and the people. There's a lovely expression, if you're in an organization where purpose is at the heart, your purpose is not what you do. It's the thing that happens in others when you do what you do. And if you can create that environment with public sector, private sector, that's what leads to innovation and creativity. And that, as one of the earlier speakers said, that's what supports the financial success and the continuity of it. So I'm going to look to the ecosystems that we focus on. These are the specific ones that we've come up with. I think this model is replicable, but you need to identify what are the areas of focus or ecosystems that you concentrate on based on what's going to create jobs and what's going to lead you to growth. So I'll go in and look at them, and I'll give you examples of the innovation and creativity that's come in each one. So food markets are incredibly important for inclusive. They allow tourists to interact with locals. Waterfront has the Oz Farm Market. Now it's one of the top 10 farmers markets in the world, which is insane. I mean, how many tens of thousands of farmers markets are there in the world? So here in the tip of Africa to have one of the top 10, and that comes from fostering a climate, a leadership modality that allows that innovation and creativity. Other project we've got, it's the only one in Africa, is a food incubator. So this incubator is recognizing there's a lot of entrepreneurs that have an idea and a concept, but the gap that needs to be bridged between them taking that concept and idea into a sustainable business needs to be filled. So as an organization, we are profit-led, but as an organization, we identify in collaboration with our tenants that we need to foster the ecosystem. So we created this food incubator. Food incubator is an enormous shared kitchen, and we run a cohort program to train and develop the people with the ideas. We allow them to set up and trade for 6 months, and then ultimately they open up their bricks and mortar. Retail marketplace, we provide over 750 retail marketplace opportunities, and that ranges from the kind of international luxury outlet right down to the small business trader, market trader. But the critical thing here is that we focus on the small to medium-sized businesses, the 450. We give them a huge amount of collaboration, assistance, and training, and we give them this pipeline where they can grow and develop their businesses. Art, craft, and design. There is an extraordinary art, craft, and design talent within South Africa. So again, looking at that ecosystem and what does that ecosystem need? And we identified the need that it needed a focal point, it needed a single location, and we created Africa's largest museum of contemporary art in the Zeitz Mocha. In addition to that, we've created, and we very, very proactively curate the Watershed, which is Africa's premier art and craft market, 120 small businesses, 365 brands, called the Watershed. In terms of ocean economy, we identified the need within the ocean economy for the opportunity of cruise terminals. So we created the cruise terminal something like 7 years ago. For the last 3 years, it's been voted Africa's best cruise terminal. In fact, the first cruise liner is here, although behind you, you will see the first cruise liner of the season. Every year, the season gets a little bit shorter. But it's these kind of unconventional and innovative ideas that comes from focusing on these ecosystems. The aquarium is long established. It's one of the finest aquariums in the world. It receives some 500,000 visitors a year. Yeah, it's got almost 3,000 marine creatures. But the sort of passion and the innovation that happens there is at the point where they create the marine biology curriculum for the country. Sustainability is the final ecosystem that we focus on. We have the largest concentration of sustainable buildings, something like 16 in one area. At the other end of the extreme, we've innovated and created a building that is built out of 90% sustainable products. So I think that gives you an idea of how you bring public-private together. You create this environment, you focus on these ecosystems, and you actually allow people to innovate and create, you collaborate, and you can produce these kind of very differentiated products, which a conventional private sector, I would argue, would probably never do in there. It's very much about a long-term approach and freeing people to do the good purpose work that they want to do. So looking to the future, there's a great American saying which is in mixed-use neighborhoods that if you ever think you're finished, you're done. So looking to the next 15, 25 years, yesterday the Minister unveiled our next 15 to 20 year project, which is the Granger Bay project, a plan of about 20 billion investment. Will bring an additional 15,000 jobs to the site, create an additional almost 50,000 nationally, and it's going to be residential-led and housing for some 6,000 people. Thank you. So just briefly, critically, what's interesting about this project, two particularly differentiating parts of it. So here we're at the tip of Africa. You've got a very hostile coastline. You need coastal protection. You have 7-meter waves coming in. So we have to put that coastal protection in place. But these hostile weather conditions are only 5% of the time. So most of the time Cape Town is like this, it's benign. So what we've done is we've got designers and we've got the coastal protection people together. And for the first time, we think ever, we've designed the coastal protection with public amenity and accessibility in mind. So it'll have rock pools, swimming pools, paddling pools. So for 95% of the time, it's a piece of public amenity and it allows access to the water. And for the other 5% of time, it's closed off as a protection. That's the first part. The second part of it is that we're creating a bay. It's going to be a center of marine ecology because in sustainability, I think we're aware of the dangers of the built and the unbuilt environment, but the next frontier in sustainability, and I'm meaning sustainability of the planet, is ocean sustainability. And the fact that 60% of the oxygen comes from the ocean, we are unaware of just how much damage is happening there. So the idea here is to create a model of ocean ecology to allow people to prototype and experiment their ideas. So we've taken a baseline on this, and then we'll cluster in organizations who want to trial projects, artificial reefs, and we'll foster that kind of community in there. And importantly, it will be accessible to the 30 million visitors who come to the waterfront, because most of what's happening out in the ocean is inaccessible. So it's kind of looking further forward and creating something unique and special within the neighbourhood. So in closing, I think that this is a replicable model for public-private partnership. Right at the heart are financial considerations, but right at the heart actually is creating an environment where you've got people who are purpose-driven and they can both produce the sort of investment yields and returns and then have the freedom to innovate and create. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Brilliant. David, thank you very much. I'm going to ask you to temporarily take your seat. Does anyone else have job envy at the moment, if you look at all that David has to play with on a daily basis? Brilliant. As we said, we have these spotlights taking place. You've seen one of the project spotlights and what David has just shared. We're going to share with you another video. This coming from Sandparks on one of the opportunities that exists in terms of investment in South Africa. Video, please. Brilliant. Thank you very much. May I please ask the CEO of Sandparks, Ms. Habilo Sello, to stand up? She's in the room. Excellent. So, Madam is the one you want to speak to when it comes to seeing how you can make this beautiful project your own. So now we're going to move into our next panel discussion. I must say I'm really looking forward to this. We are going to include Q&A in it, so please do ask any questions you might want. And we have 4 great speakers that are going to be coming up, so we're going to be losing one of those chairs, so sadly we lost one of them. Now the importance about this panel is getting a sense of, and building on what David spoke about, how do you really make these PPPs work? Because PPPs can be a pain. That's just the reality of it. Unless you're in a situation where you have someone like a David, where again, relationships matter, people trust. So I'm going to ask David to please join me back on the stage, and also ask that we welcome to the stage Jerry Mabena, the CEO of Motsamaya Tourism Group. Jerry is also the chairman of Tourism Business Council of South Africa, so we're delighted to have the private sector side coming on. And he hates when I do this, but he's also South Africa's version of Denzel Washington. So we also have joining us as well the lovely CEO of Sandparks, Habilo Sello, who just stood up a moment ago. Thank you, madam, for joining us. And we have joining us from Cape Nature, the Tourism Development and Public-Private Partnerships, Wilfred Williams. Please join us on stage. Excellent. Brilliant. Thank you very, very much. So we're going to spend the next about 45 minutes just having a little bit of a conversation about how do we really make these conversations work? How do we honestly make them work? Everyone has your microphones? Brilliant. Excellent. So, to begin with, I think what's really important here, and the nice thing about a session like this, is that we can get personal. And that's the nature of investment. You're investing, oh, someone's nervous. That's the nature of relationships. It's when you're working with people that you can trust, that you can call in the middle of the night when there's an emergency. Now, I have to tell a small story. One of the reasons why I'm such a fan of David Green is something that mortified. Actually, I've done 2 of these in my life with you. We met in 2008. when the V&A Waterfront, as he explained, was going through a very tricky, unstable time. And I think my first words to you when we met on the cruise tourism strategy workshop, else not in Cape Town, was when you said, oh, my name is David Green, and I'm with the V&A Waterfront. Now, everyone had heard about this man named David Green showing up. And I think my first words to you were, oh, so you're the Messiah, because it was David was going to fix everything. And he's taken on his job with such personal conviction and joy, as you can see from what he's done. And for David, it's the epitome of God is in the detail. It's those little things that matter. And I think David is an absolute star, especially at Christmas time. Because when I lived here, I was walking towards the V&A, and for those that have been to the V&A, you know that the flagpole becomes a magnificent Christmas tree every year. Absolutely glorious. And I was walking to the V&A Waterfront, and it's Christmas, and all the lights are going up, and all the decorations are up, and I look at the Christmas tree, and I felt like, does everyone know how the Grinch stole Christmas? And little Betty Lou Who gets really upset because the Grinch is stealing all the prizes. I felt like little Betty Lou Who, because I look at the tree, and it's beautiful, but there was no star. And I wrote an email to David, and I just said, your tree is beautiful, but you can't make a wish on a tree that doesn't have a star. Now, again, my partner was just, you did what to the CEO of the Waterfront? I received an email back, and he explained that basically one of the reasons why there wasn't a star is because of with Cape winds, if a star was hit by a wind stream in Cape Town, that star was going to take someone's head off. It would just turn it. And it was like, okay, I accept that, but you still can't wish on the Christmas tree. I then get photographs of his engineer and an email from Chantel Cole, another one, dear colleague and friend who's now not at the Waterfront anymore, of photographs of all these different stars that you investigated around the world. And then I get this picture of a star going up on the tree. And he had created this magnificent star that the wind would go through. And every single year, literally every year, he sends me a photograph of the new Christmas tree of the V&A Waterfront.
With the star.
With the star. Which means every year my partner's like, you are doing what to distract the attention of, and it was a baby bird last time that you helped me rescue. So, but the point is, that's what partnership is about. These infrastructure projects don't matter if they don't have a heartbeat in them. They don't matter. And that's why, to me, what is so fundamentally important, and I want to explore with all of you in terms of public-private partnership, it's the third P, which is people partnership. Because these projects don't work. No one wants a job. They want dignity. They want respect. They want participation. They want pride. And that's where I'm going to start with you, Denzel. And ask you, please, firstly, can you explain the name of your company?
Oh, gosh. Good afternoon, everyone. Our company is called Motsamai Tourism because we were birthed out of a company called Tebe. And that particular company was actually founded by, among others, Nelson Mandela. And when we shifted from Tebe into the new phase of our business, which is we then wanted to create that link with the legacy of Nelson Mandela, and hence the name Motsamai, which is the name that he went by when he was on the run away from the police, and that's the name that was on his passport when he was arrested in Howick. And the beauty of the name also is that it's also a traveler in Setswana, one of our languages. So as a travel and tourism business, it kind of worked both ways. We kept the legacy of Mandela in the organization, but we also kind of were able to bring in the fact that we're a travel business in one of our own vernaculars. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I've known you since we were corporate babies, effectively. And you have always been adamant that any project you do fundamentally must involve the local community, or you don't want the investors' money. Talk to us about that, please, and how it impacted how you then created this group and the projects.
I wanted to be a doctor, but I wasn't clever enough. So the next thing that I could do was go into business, but the only way of doing business in a manner that helps people was to find a way of expressing really one of my values, which is uplifting and improving people's lives. And then I had the joy or the privilege of working for organizations that allow me to give expression to that. I mean, the first organization was Kagiso, which was a black-owned investment firm, which was also based on the ethos of giving back to communities. And the second one was Tebe. And I think for me, working for those two organizations was an opportunity to do things that are, one, I think David puts it nicely, that it's got a profit motive, but the profit motive is not the be-all and end-all. And for me, the upliftment of communities was a big part. More than that, it was kind of one of those things that as a, and I'm going to call myself privileged in this phase because it's privileged to be in the position that I'm in, black person in South Africa. It's my responsibility to uplift other black people or other communities that are in destitute conditions. So that's really how I find expression in all of this.
Brilliant. And when you were looking at some of the projects in your portfolio, whether it was Shalati or it was the Kruger Untamed, correct? It was you went through some investors, which shall remain nameless, but you were extremely uncomfortable in taking some on unless they met certain ethical and community impact imperatives. What were those imperatives?
I think it was important for us to be aligned in terms of values. Upliftment of community is a big part of our life. So if it's sacrificed in the interest of pure profit, I think for us there's a misalignment right there. Because I would want to do things that improve the lives, and my shareholders will then just want the profit. And I just always find that I couldn't handle that.
And it was interesting because you, at a visceral level, couldn't handle it either, and then you put the decision in place. I'm going to turn now to you, Habilo, in terms of SANParks, because equally, your stakeholders have 4 legs. Many of them have tails. And it's about making sure that the investment impact is shared by them as well. We're talking about models for private-public people and small creature partners. How do you make that model work? What has worked for SANParks to enable it to grow the way it has and maintain and actually elevate its asset value?
Thank you. So this is on. Okay. Denzel, thank you for those comments as well. You'll name the rest of us Anita after this. Good afternoon to everyone. Just a very brief introduction about South African national parks. We run 21 national parks across the country. The best known is just behind you, Table Mountain National Park, as well as Kruger National Park, and several others. We have 70 public-private partnerships operating in these parks in the form of lodges, restaurants, activities, which activities, for example, the cable car that you see moving up and down Table Mountain National Park is also a triple P. And our model as a state-owned entity is, well, let me start by saying our mandate is conservation of biodiversity as well as cultural heritage, but mostly biodiversity. That's the primary mandate. And we have successfully run an organization where 80% of our revenue is generated by our ecotourism activities. So we don't necessarily depend on the fiscus to fulfill our mandate for conservation. So we take the tourism revenues and invest them into fulfilling our mandate. So that's basically the business model. And where triple Ps come in, the private sector, we started a commercialization strategy 25 years plus ago that we have learned a lot from, we've improved over the years, and perhaps later on I'll talk more about what it is we're going to do in the future. And over the years, that commercialization strategy created these triple Ps that I've referred to earlier. Over the years, these triple Ps have grown to contribute about 10% to our revenue, which roughly works out to about 2 billion in the past 2 decades. So that is the value that not only ecotourism has had in terms of fulfilling the conservation mandate, but as well the partnership between the public and private sector has had, directly impacting on our ability to meet our mandate.
Brilliant. And it's amazing, as to your point, the Sandparks is a very large organization. It's a jewel. And the recognition and the appreciation for it is immense. And congratulations on your recent launch of your new vision as well, which very much calls out the importance of community must be a part of this as a participant and as a carrier of the pride of the parks that we have. Brilliant. Thank you very much. Wilfred, from your perspective, I'd love to hear how you bring the communities into Cape Nature as your stakeholders and partners.
Thanks, Anita. Good afternoon, everybody. As I was coming here this morning, my first meeting was down the road at our attorney's Cliff Decker. So we also have a legacy with previous President Mandela. In the early 2000s, he became aware that he's got a holiday home at the Hoop Nature Reserve. It was an old house where President P.V. Botha and de Klerk visited for holiday purposes. It's in a World Heritage Site. And at the time, he said, nope, I'm never coming there. And let's open the house for the people of South Africa. We embarked on a private partnership with Natural Selections, and I see Tim is in here. It wasn't an easy road at the beginning, but it is a successful road. We currently have 8 PPPs operating within a presidential poverty node. Our contribution to the local economy is roughly close to R1 billion. We employ 150 people permanently from that local community. And one of the reasons I came here early this morning is our community beneficiation model. It's all good and well that we contribute to the local economy, we employ people out of the Overberg district, but we've now signed a trust with the local employees. We are going to use government money by way of an EPWP program in community wages, where we now signing over 20% of the work collections into the hands of a Zavali trust that we've created, and that is the share that the community, by virtue of the employees, will hold into that entity. So they both have an incentive to work hard within that entity. They're not only going to get a wages, but there's direct financial benefit at the end of the day. It has been a long road with PPPs at Cape Nature. I mean, I think we've learned the lessons the hard way. COVID taught us different lessons. We now successfully generating revenue at a percentage of what the private sector is making, aside from our annual concession agreements and the fees that we generate. And all of that money goes back into conservation. Yeah.
Brilliant. Excellent. Thank you very much. We have 4 superb examples of models that work. Now, I must say, I'm at the risk of breaching protocol at the moment, but I'm looking at an empty chair. And there's someone here in the room that I know is masterful at letting the private sector have the space and the oxygen they need to go and make an impact. Would anyone else in the room want Honourable Minister de Lille to take the extra chair on the stage? Please join us. Thank you. Because I think what's really important, and why specifically, Honourable Minister, I was very keen on, we can actually pass that down, on your joining us, is that it's something that David tapped in on. Cape Town, South Africa, Kruger, the Winelands, etc., absolutely, we have enormous, enormous pull for international visitors. A huge amount comes in. They're impacted by seasonality, we know that. They're impacted by mobility, we know that. But very importantly, it's the psychological welcome that matters. And we remember the old days of the V&A, before David was there, when the V&A was born, and it was a spectacular new tourism attraction. but it was felt to be a lily white attraction for international visitors. And it's not just about saying you are welcome, it's making people feel welcome. And that's why, to me, the V&A has always been a stage for South Africa to be celebrated by whomever. And that's why I loved your stats about almost a 50-50 in terms of appreciation. Honourable Minister, and I'd like to get everyone's point of view, that you can't create a partnership unless someone feels valued. What have we learned about making sure that as much as we welcome the world, we welcome the world to what the locals must consider part of their home? What can you share from your perspective on that?
Thank you very much. Certainly, you don't want the locals just to tell their stories. It's important. But we also have to be proud of our history, of our heritage. Because one day I got onto the red bus with a golf cap on and a little boy with me trying to disguise myself. And we were on this bus, and as we were driving through Cape Town and up Table Mountain, I was listening to the history. And I thought to myself, who wrote this history? And afterwards, I did make contact and say, there's some missing pieces in the history. It must be an inclusive history. In fact, it was around the time when people claimed that Cape Town is 350 years old. And there was a statue down here. We were Founders Day, 6th of April, 1652. And I said, no, we were not found, we were here. And that must be included in the history. But I think the way the waterfront have developed over the years is that it's not just a place for shopping. You can come down to the food court and you can sample any type of cuisine, you know, from the townships, from the Boerkaap here, Cook Sisters and curries and that, but also the place of enjoyment. So on Saturdays and Sundays and even during the week, there are local artists performing there. And so their followers will come to the waterfront to come and listen to them. And it's all free. And that for me is the good example of the waterfront in keeping, it's an outing for many Cape Townians to come to the waterfront. About a year ago, we also partnered with the waterfront. I wanted to bring out, you know, we've got many shelters around Cape Town for abused women and children. And I wanted to bring them out to come and experience the waterfront, to the aquarium. And David organized all of that. And then I engaged with the hospitality sector. And from here, we took them for lunch at Bismillah in the Boerkaap. So it's that kind of interaction. Now, my personal approach is I ask, and you can either say yes or no. And that is what I always, you know, when approaching the private sector, is to say, I need your help. I never come there, arrogant government, we know everything. And if you approach the private sector by saying, I need your help, that's when you get the response that bring that collaboration. So the waterfront is a great success story for all Cape Townians, except New Year's Eve. Don't come in by car, because you're never going to get out. And you will see Cape Townians from all over flocking to the waterfront. So the waterfront is one place where the private sector benefit is that all restaurants are full that night. The other benefit is that you can see the demography of Cape Town reflected. You know, you will get people from Gugulethu, from Mitchell's Plain, from Kemps Bay, from Sea Point. And for me, David, that is the wonder of the waterfront. Thank you.
Madam, you mentioned something very important, because ultimately you're picking up the phone and calling David and saying, I want to bring these women.
And he never said no to me.
Because it means by implication, he wasn't thinking, but they're not going to spend any money, but they're not going to be doing this, they're not going to be doing that. I'd like to understand from each of our speakers, how do you sell that case? When it comes to the model of being able to bring investors in, how do you get them to believe that the KPI of, because it's the right thing to do, is bankable? How do you do that? From a Sandparks perspective, please.
I'm going to try and find the right way of saying this, but conserving natural assets is difficult globally. The funding of the act of conservation across the world is a perennial challenge. Then you also have to deal, let's talk about our context as South Africa, or most of Africa, with communities who then, to them, conservation without benefit sharing is a hard sell. And so we have no option to hold on to the social license for the business of conservation. We need to find measures of inclusivity. People protect what is important to them, whether we like it or not. You know, let's just speak about the Kruger National Park. There's plus minus about, Kruger National Park, just to give you a context, is 2 million hectares over 2 provinces. And surrounding that 2 million hectares is plus minus, depending on who's counting, 6 to 7 million people. These are communities that are afflicted with the socioeconomic challenges of South Africa as we know them: youth unemployment, poverty, and inequality. And these are communities to which we, as the protectors of this 2 million hectares, have to ensure we have a partnership that benefits them. Because otherwise, the question is, why should I then treat this as a sacred space? Why can't I cut this fence? Why can't I hunt these animals? To really put it very frankly. And so we need to constantly be looking at improving our models for community beneficiation. And when we put out, as I said earlier on, over the 25 years we have learned a lot in terms of our public partnerships, public-private partnerships, and we keep improving, and the stakes are getting higher and higher. And so when we put out invitations for people to bid for these opportunities for business within our organization, within the national parks, they need to understand that you cannot come in with a hard-nosed business objective which does not understand inclusivity.
Indeed.
And that inclusivity has to come in a number of initiatives. The model has to be quite innovative. Because in the past, what we have done in this country, generally when we talk about transformation, is we've had a tendency to window dress. So we need to see proper equity ownership, so equity participation in the business. We also need to see employment opportunities, and I'm not just talking at laborer level, senior management, and those people should be employed from the communities, from the neighboring communities, at least within a 100-kilometer radius. And we need to see the creation of partnerships with small to medium-sized businesses from these communities, either partnerships or enterprise and supply development programs. And what is also critical for me, and I'll go back to the employment element in enterprise and supply development, is we can't transform and break the cycle of poverty and low economic growth unless we transfer skills
Yes.
into communities. So when we talk about communities having shareholding, it is not about just dividend flow, because that is the danger. We can do a whole Mother Teresa, almost charity type of approach where all they receive is dividend flows, which is good, everybody loves money. But at the end of the day, if they, as recipients, are not learning new skills that they can then use to replicate in other businesses, then we are really creating a crisis. So essentially, Anita, what I've just tried to do is encapsulate our ethos towards transformation and triple Ps within Sandparks.
You raise an interesting point that goes to our last leaders dialogue as well, in terms of it need not be the front line of tourism. It could be the supply chains, the value chains that link to it that go through. Because I think, and this is where it goes back to what the Honourable Minister was saying, that participation must feel dignified and proud and genuine and opening up opportunity, which means by implication, people within that radius, Kruger is theirs. That's why they're protecting the rhinos. Those are their children as well. Otherwise, it is easier to cut the fence and provide the horns for someone who's going to pay for it. It's an interesting equation, that. So we're going to push this through a little bit. And Wilfred, 60 seconds from your perspective.
I want to add to that, and that's why we use the term relevance, so that our communities and businesses in those communities can understand why we do, I call it PPMs, and we've replaced the last P with the M, calling it a marriage. Because our triple P, our agreements are 45 years in total for the 8 agreements. And initially, when we engaged on this process, everybody thought there's something for us in the pie, and we can get a slice of it. But the expanded benefit for our local businesses and the communities is far-reaching in the way that the better or the more improved our product is on the reserve, the better they will do financially. And a simple example is that one of our partners decided to outsource the laundry services to a small laundry in Bredasdorp. And the laundry couldn't cope because of the volume of work. William Stevens then said to the owner, let's go into a partnership. We'll buy a laundry from you. We'll expand the business to the extent that they do all the hospitals, the 2 hostel schools in that community and the surrounding towns. So that kind of benefit, experience, and all of those that the private sector has goes to those local communities as well. And it's been a tremendous successful story for us to tell.
Interesting. And again, going back into how do you make that attraction work through those supply chains? I'm curious, Honourable Minister, if I were to say to you that, shame, David's not going to be staying with us as CEO next year. This is fictitious, just for clarity as he gives me a look. And you had to brief in the new CEO. What would you share with the new CEO of the V&A Waterfront about how to successfully work with government in a really good, solid PPP? What would your advice be?
Just before we answer you, we've got a very important person in this room that is representing rural tourism. But 2 years ago, started a website for all small towns and villages and township tourism to come together. His name is Ron McKenzie. And I would like you also to engage with him around rural tourism, because there's great opportunity. But first of all, a new CEO for the waterfront, I want to be part of the interview panel.
It's a good point, actually.
Yes.
We laugh, but it's a good point.
But I would like to see, or I would tell the panel that the kind of person that we need is to build on what we have achieved. And then design the future for the waterfront to continue with the same values inclusivity, keeping communities together. But it's also important that there be a good relationship between the waterfront and local government. I don't know if Mayor Jordan Lewis is still here, because the benefits and the spin-offs from the waterfront is enjoyed by the economy of Cape Town. It's a major contributor. So I will not advise government to fight with the waterfront because they're such a big contributor to that. And it must be a person that really loves Cape Town. It took us about 5 years to, in terms of marketing Cape Town around the world, to say to the rest of the world, you all come to Johannesburg to do business and then you leave, or you go for a safari. Come down to Cape Town. And it was Tim Harris and myself that traveled around the world to sell Cape Town very aggressively. So Cape Town is also a classic example of the impact of tourism with the economic growth here. It's because of tourism. Tourism makes a big contribution to the growth of the city of Cape Town and indeed the whole province. So, David, I don't hope that you leave soon, but if the day comes, I want to be on the panel.
It was to that point, and thank you very much for that. And Rodney, we're going to have you participating, as you and I had a conversation earlier. David is leaving because he's actually taking over the CEO role of Motsamaya Tourism. So my question is, because some people have to go back to Hollywood. Hollywood is calling. It's just happening. What would your advice be to David, or what would your instruction be to David to take over the group and to do it in a way that remains absolutely intact with the principles behind it?
I forgot that I need to use the microphone. I actually wouldn't have anything to give to David for the work that he's done here, and to look at David's values and his effort to make the entire thing more inclusive. I think he would fit in nicely. The only thing that he must learn to have a meeting in a marula tree or a mopane tree. I think that's probably the only advice, is that the conversations that we have are not boardroom conversations. You cannot have IRR of 18% or ROE of 20%. The communities want to know, will my child get a job? Will I have a job? Does this project give us opportunities to grow? It's a really basic, elementary things, and we need to find a way of translating them back to the investment community. And I think that's been the big challenge for me, is to stop speaking English and speak community. And I think that is a very, very difficult language to speak. If you can speak that, David, you'll do fine.
I must say, I think you pretty much captured the soundbite of the panel with that. And it's an important point, because it is that engagement. And that's where, Honourable Minister, when we make the case for investment, I'm not sure if many remember when it was pre-COVID. It's amazing how it's a bookmark in our timelines. And Honourable Minister Balala I think I just lost my battery. My batteries have just dropped. Honourable Minister Balala, who was the Minister of Tourism of Kenya's Wildlife and Tourism, obviously, they had the massive ivory cull. Do you remember they had that massive ivory burn in Kenya? And he came out with a spectacular soundbite and saying, every elephant is worth 70 times more alive than dead. So burn the ivory, get rid of it, because that's not where the wealth comes from. And it almost feels as if we need to make those equations, those cases, like when it was said many years ago that tourism is South Africa's new gold. People can get it. Even if they're not doing it, they can get it. They can see the value. And to be able to translate that, as you said, for every investment we make in this camp, your child will go to school that much longer. It's that we have to be able to be clear, what's in it for me at a local level? which is really important. So if we look at then the models of PPP and going forward with all of this and looking at, again, all creatures great and small, we have the last 12 minutes of the panel before everyone goes off for feeding time. And I want to get a sense of, and I'm going to start with you, Honourable Minister, if we look at the real critical areas of success, we have the language. PPP is a bit like sustainability, quite honestly. It's language that's lost its credibility in a lot of ways. You've always been very, very clear. It's not government's job to create the jobs. It's government's job to enable it. If you look at it from the point of view of your wish coming out of this summit, what is the one wish you would have on shifting understanding about how to make PPP really work? Unedited, unfiltered, no diplomatic shield.
Well, like I said this morning, from the 1st of June 2025, what came into effect is a big policy shift. Policy shift where Triple Ps is no longer taking 2 years just to put together. But we're also giving investors an opportunity to come with innovative funding models, how you want to spend your money. Build, operate, and transfer. We are busy packaging now. There are many government-owned resorts all over the country. It should have never been managed and operated by government because they've run them into the ground. So we want to put them all together in one project in partnership with the private sector. To say to the private sector, and that could be also big value for our communities to use these resorts, is that repair them, fix them, operate them. Government must get some dividend, but government mustn't manage and operate those facilities. So we're busy packaging all of those facilities into one project. And then I will come to the private sector and say, let's talk about how. And those resorts are owned by local government, by provincial government, by national government. But I will engage at that level to make this project a success. That's just one example of how we have shifted policy from government want to do everything to saying to the private sector, let's work together. Thank you.
You've raised an important point there, and I actually want to now bring Rodney in, because you were speaking. Come join us. Bring a chair, come join us. You were speaking earlier when we were talking at the break about young people and making sure that young people, because whether it's in urban centers, but especially in the rural communities, keeping those communities together is about keeping the communities at home. What can you share with us about what you wanted to share with us?
Well, thank you for bringing me up here. Just some quick background. I want to thank the Minister for bringing everyone together and the team for making it happen. The reason I want to thank you is that I believe that there are communities out there that are going to benefit from today. I really think you've brought together people who are change makers and creators. So I'm very excited about it. Something that happens when you invest in a country, you invest in people. And South Africa's people are more beautiful than its scenery. And it might sound fluffy, but it's true. We have wonderful people. It's often lost in the bad news. There's always going to be bad news, but we have wonderful people. And leading into that, I was at Colin Bell's new Gwegwe Beach Lodge in the Eastern Cape recently. And afterwards, during the stay, I interviewed some of the staff that was there. And we both know Asanda, aka Aquaman. I was chatting to him and I said, what does Gwegwe mean to you? And he said, it's given me the ability to dream. And I almost fell off my chair because I just wouldn't have thought about that. And some of the other people that I spoke to in getting to your question said to me that they used to have to commute hundreds of kilometers and hardly ever go home. And now they work near there and they're dreaming of opening their homestays and the communities benefiting.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. On top of that, and sorry, thank you. On top of that, and counting down time-wise, like I did in the last session, I want us to focus on next year. We have a year to make an impact. We have a year to come back together. What would all of your wishes be in terms of what we see as a focus next year to make sure that this G20 legacy project, this summit, continues to be a return on not only investment financially, but return on image, return on innovation, return on inspiration, return on participation? How do we do that? What would you want to see?
I think we should just focus on getting 10 million international visitors into South Africa and more than 50 million traveling domestically, and do everything that it takes to do that. We need new products, we need better infrastructure, but more than that, we need to upgrade our people.
And what would be priority number one?
I think right now it's actually scary that all of them are important, because the infrastructure, you can't move unless the infrastructure is right. You can't get the infrastructure right unless the people are right. So it's a bit like one of those things, you've got to push it both ways.
And I think it goes back to, we need to learn the language of community. David.
Yeah, look, I think the format and the conversations are the right conversations. I think what I would add is, I think don't underestimate in public-private partnerships the need to give leaders the freedom and flexibility to lead and be well supported by their board. And I think as an industry, we need more sort of experienced, trained leaders to create these environments, and boards that are supportive of that. I think it seems to me it's one of the success comes when you allow leaders to lead. And I'm very privileged. I enjoy my job every day because I have that privilege. And you can get some successes. But if we're financially constrained, if we're over bureaucratized, if we're over governed, it's frustrating. So I think it would be about picking up leadership within the industry and structuring the industry, PPPs, to deliver all the wonderful things that can be done.
And it goes to what you were saying about the boundaries of influence.
Yep.
So you don't usually give me the chance to speak. It goes to the boundaries of influence. And this is where, Madam, it was exactly what you've always said. This is what government needs to do. This is what private sector needs to do. But to actually map it, to actually make it clear, this is what my expectations are, this is what my expectations are of you, just makes it easier to deliver, ultimately, because there's an understanding of common objectives, but shared responsibility in different areas. From your perspective, Wilfred.
Minister alluded to it very early this morning, is for government to continue to improve on creating the efficiencies around that enabling environment. We've got to make it easy for the private sector to work with government, to invest in the properties that we have. Ultimately, government is not in the business of running and operating and managing tourism facilities. Yes, we do have an access mandate for our local communities, and sometimes the private sector is unaffordable, but we've got to strike that balance between the product that we are able to manage ourselves versus creating that enabling environment for the private sector. I think it's vitally important. We don't have the money. I think we're better off spending our money on the social investments that we must make in the country, health, education, etc.
Brilliant. And Hapilo, from your perspective.
Anita, remind me the question again. I mean, really what's happening is this is such a fascinating topic for some of us, and we're really very engaged. So with every point that's being made, one is storing that. So you're saying the legacy within the next year. Okay. Can I tell a little story?
Absolutely.
Okay, sure. Well, firstly, we want to see an expansion of the network of investors within our national parks. You know, we need to increase that. We have, give or take, about, I said we've got 70 concessions in our national parks. We have about another 100 in the pipeline. And people need to know this, investors need to know this. And while we're speaking community, how do we then ensure that communities benefit and participate in this pipeline? And one of the problems or one of the hurdles that we find is that of access to finance. And where we sit, we're saying to the private sector, how can you come on board to support these particularly small and medium-sized entrepreneurs in the communities to fully take advantage of these opportunities? Remember, from our side, we provide the opportunities, and our mandate can only get to a certain point, but we need to then create these very healthy partnerships to ensure that things come to fruition.
Yes.
Access to finance, access to markets, access to skills.
Brilliant. Thank you
you
very much. Now, you had a very interesting suggestion for next year. Please, will you share?
Well, just, I think before that, if AI continues, maybe we can just replicate this panel as one of the wishes. But in terms of a practical one, I think it would be fascinating if next year we could have community champions and people that are actually part of these upliftment programs that have done so well, the Sanders of the world, that are here. So that might be part of, you asked a question, how do we get investors to feel that reality of what they're doing and make that a KPI, meet the real people? That would be wonderful, and maybe a 2-day event.
But it's an interesting point, because it's not talking about them who will benefit. Bring them here. Let them tell the stories of how their lives have changed. And I loved your principle about the enablement to dream. Hope is like a battery pack. And when it's charged up, the impact that can have is huge, and that becomes contagious in the best of ways. Brilliant. So, Madam, to you, what are you wanting to see from your private sector partners next year to really make this work going forward? How are you wanting them to support you?
I think, sometimes the private sector can be very modest in what they are actually doing. I would just wish that we can know more, like, let's take training. That you advertise more what kind of training you are doing, so that we don't, as government, duplicate or wanting to do the same. Just yesterday, just with 5 of our sponsors, I had a meeting and discover the kind of training that they are doing already. The partnerships with the groups like Harambee. We also work as government with Harambee. And then if we know what training you offer in the private sector, so please advertise a bit more so that we can latch onto that and instead of reinventing the wheel. Also, the skills levy that is spent by the SETAs, which in our country, I think that the private sector must play a more prominent role. It's your levy that you are paying, and you must together design the skills needed, the demand-led skills. Because a lot of the young people that go to the SETAs for training, they sit without a job. And I would like to see more from the private sector in terms of earn and learn. And what I'm prepared to do from tourism side, in the service sector, starting from the 1st of April, is to say to the private sector, I will pay the stipend for that person to come and learn in your facility for a year, so that they learn and they earn at the same time. And I really want to upscale that in the next 3 financial years. What we've done with Sandparks, we built a dinosaur interpretation center inside Sandparks. I went to go and hand it over to them for operation. And I said, what is your fee structure? Well, how much are you going to charge the communities to come in here? And I said to the CEO, no, I don't like your fee structure. For the first 6 months, make it free so that we drive up the demand. And the CEO agreed, and within a month or 2, with more than 18,000 visitors there.
Goodness.
And that is the kind of partnership that I would like to engage with the private sector. And please feel free, I'll give you my cell number. Please feel free to contact me directly so that we can, I don't want you to go from pillar to post, because that's what's normally happening in government. You get sent here, you get sent there. I'll give you my cell number, 084 777 2065, and contact me directly, and I will then direct you where to go in government. I think government has got a reputation, Anita, that we don't get things done. We don't return phone calls, we don't respond to emails, and it's really, with the government of national unity that we have now, we want to improve implementation and accessibility. I want to be accessible to this sector all the time. There's one gentleman sitting at the back there, Michael Tallman. I was in my office for a week, and he complained to me about something. I said, where are you? I'm speaking from London. I said, when are you back from London? And I think it was a week or so later. And I said, can you do this? And we agreed. So there are all the people in this room, I know you are committed to making tourism become a real accelerator for economic growth. But the buck stops here. The buck stops here. We talked about accountability and responsibility. So I'll give you my cell number. If there's anything from the government side that you want fixed, I will help you. Thank you very much.
And you make a really interesting point, and thank you for sharing your number. I'm sure your network is wondering, why is there a surge suddenly in this number?
Say my number on the radio sometimes.
Because I think what's important is what you've said, which is really interesting. The opportunities for learning, they exist. How can government help scale it up? So that's there's no point in creating more institutions. How do we scale up those institutions through that partnership? It's a brilliant idea. On that note, I ask you all, please, to give a very warm hand to our 2 very special guests added on to the panel, and to our panel for taking us through this conversation and keeping it very real. So thank you very much for joining us. We're going to have one more little video that's going to be shown. Excellent. You have terrible handwriting. So stunning. So we are going to show one more video in terms of the projects themselves, and then we're going to ask you all to head downstairs for lunch on the 5th floor. We'll see you back here at 2 o'clock. Remember, the videos are showing our spotlights. The owners of the projects themselves, they're all here. Conversations need to be had, and we go from there. So please have the conversations, as we're not going to have those engagements this afternoon. Enjoy the video, enjoy your lunch, and to our lovely panel, thank you for enriching the stage. Thank you so very much. Brilliant. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for coming back. It's great to see people back in the room. I can see who the committed people are in the room. So thank you very much for that. We're going to kick off this afternoon going into a final stretch. As we said downstairs during the break itself, there will not be the pitch sessions. So please do grab the project spotlight owners as you see them. And hopefully you saw some of them downstairs as well. We're going to show you another spotlight video just now before we go into a very interested, very connected, electrifying digital panel. So to start off with, please can we have the video? Thank you. And can I please ask Marnus, is Marnus in the room? Is Marnus in the house? Marnus is in the house, brilliant. So if anyone would like to speak to Marnus about that project, please, please, please do. That's why we're all here, so please do find some time with him to have a conversation. And also just checking to see, is Sepati in the room as well? She had done the Ion Menley she's downstairs. Just before the lunch break, we saw the great project. She's downstairs if you want to have a chat with her. However, for the next half hour, now I have to say to all of our speakers who've spoken already, forgive me if you're offended by what I'm about to say. David Green, that includes you. Because technically speaking, the next panel is all about the cool kids in the room. It's definitely the cool kids. We're going to begin our afternoon with a sponsor panel and really recognizing the incredible role of our sponsors, Google, Airbnb, Uber, MasterCard, and Investec. And we have a panel that's going to be talking about digitalization. Now, we could not have a better person for this because we have managing this process amongst everything else she's done to make this summit happen, Juanita Clark. She's the co-founder and CEO of Digital Council Africa, an NGO headquartered in South Africa. She serves on several advisory boards. She's very much influential and seen as one of the top 100 most influential women in technology. She plays a critical advocacy role. She is trusted. She is relied on. She has been invaluable in bringing us all together. She has been up through the night, but she is switched on. She is connected, and she has a fabulous panel. So with that and without any delay, Madam, the stage is yours. Enjoy.
Thank you, Anita. Colleagues, it's so great to be with you this afternoon. I know it's slightly different, hey, going from a traditional tourism conversation to also looking at the digital, or rather the impact of digitalization on the tourism sector. And I think it should be something that concerns all of us, and that all of us should understand better. We spoke about AI a little bit earlier today, raised its head. But before we jump into detail, can I ask all my panelists to come on? And while they do, can I ask you to give them a round of applause, because this event is happening because of them. Thank you. Dipesh, Vilmi, Gwen, and Sipho. Grab a seat, colleagues. As Anita was saying, my name is Juanita Clark. I started an industry association 15 years ago. I was clearly 12 at the time. But it's been an incredible ride to watch the digitization of Africa. So my area of expertise is actually in fiber optics. We just deployed some of the first fiber optic networks in South Africa. We also work a little bit across the continent. And the digitization is so critical when it comes to bringing people online. And of course, without the network infrastructures and good connectivity, we won't have a platform economy, all of which of you play in that space. So, Dipesh, I'm going to start with you. I'm going to ask you to interview Sipho, Gwen, and Vilmi, just a little bit, a minute in the life of.
Sure, thank you. I'm Dipesh Thomas. I'm the General Manager for Uber Mobility, Sub-Saharan Africa. So I look after the business across SA plus 6 markets. Yeah, that's about me. We face quite a very ops-heavy business, so it's a very day-to-day kind of operation. I think globally also we're across 70 countries, 10,000 cities, and the largest mobility business in the world. So thank you for having me.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sipho Mtombeni. I manage government affairs and public policy for Google. I'm based in Johannesburg. So you might be thinking why Google is interested in the tourism sector. I mean, one thing that is quite clear is that when a lot of people, a lot of the tourism journey for a lot of people starts online. You want to go to Cape Town, you want to go to Johannesburg, you go into Google search, you start looking from there, and the journey goes there, and we'll get hopefully into a little bit more detail about that, but that's really why we were keen to be part of this engagement.
Hi everyone, Gwen Ngwenya, similar role as Sipho. I'm the Head of Government Affairs and Policy for MasterCard, part of the MasterCard EMEA team. And essentially, I mean, MasterCard is a technology company, but in the payments industry. So we see ourselves as really facilitating the exchange of value. So wherever there's value to be exchanged, that's really where we focus on. So, we see ourselves as a key enabler of the tourism industry.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vilmi. I'm the Head of Public Policy for Airbnb across Africa. I think in this space, it doesn't need much explaining. We're both a verb, a noun, and adjective, and it's great to be here.
Great, thanks guys. So, so we're talking about Uber connects travelers to more places, Google makes destination businesses discoverable, MasterCard, of course, facilitates payments, and Airbnb, expands, choice and affordability, and helping with the host economy. But I want to talk a little bit about inclusivity. We live on a continent, we have massive divides. And Vilmi, I want to start with you. And I wanted to ask you, just from your data, and if you look at the data that forms part of, your business, what do you see in how people are choosing to travel, particularly for this conversation in South Africa?
Well, it's clear there's a lot happening on the travel scene right now, and the ways that people are choosing to travel is rapidly evolving. I think if I was to highlight some of our key trends, 3 that really stand out for me is 1, the role of Gen Z and how they're rapidly changing how people travel. 2, the power of women in driving demand. And 3, the role of domestic tourism. So I think going back to point 1, Gen Z is our fastest growing travel cohort. They far outpace family, solo, duo travelers. And they are really changing how and where people go and how they travel. When we've surveyed them, what we have found is that Gen Z are craving meaning over mainstream. So of 60% of the people that we actually surveyed, they want to go to not yet trending destinations. They want to go off the beaten track. They want to be away from the crowds. They want to connect with locals and local stories. And so what we're finding is that they're using short-term rentals and visiting these lesser-known destinations. And then through the power of social media, because Gen Z are digital storytellers, what they're doing is they're putting these smaller destinations on the global map because they're featuring them on social media far beyond just their family and friends. So Gen Z is definitely one to watch in terms of how people are choosing to travel and where they're spreading the benefits of tourism. The second one is women. Women are not just going places, but they're driving the entire economy. So we see that women on Airbnb are the majority travel planners. They're the decision makers, which I think is fair. Yeah. And they're also the majority of travelers. And so that doesn't just pertain to travelers, it's also our host community. We see over 65% of hosts in South Africa are in fact women. So that means women are earning more, they're getting more 5-star reviews, and ultimately injecting more energy into the sector. And then lastly, the role of domestic tourism. What we've seen on Airbnb has been really exciting for us. We actually see that all the arrivals in South Africa, 67% of them are domestic. So in recent data, what we've seen is over 700,000 guest arrivals in Cape Town alone. And what this is showing is not only in terms of the impact around job creation, so of those 700,000 guest arrivals that generated over 42,000 jobs. We're seeing that there's a need to make travel accessible and affordable. We need a diversity of price points, we need a diversity of choice if we're going to sustain this growth when it comes to domestic tourism.
That's incredible. Thanks. And it's also awesome that we've now got access to this information, at our fingertips, because we can analyze the data, we better understand what tourists want, how they spend money, how they move around, and also their financial spending. Gwen, I want to ask you, what makes the difference between intent to travel and actual spending?
I think there are many drivers, but maybe two that I can just focus on is, one is destination attractiveness, and the other is reducing friction in the traveler experience, particularly even, pre-trip, so in terms of curating the traveler experience. So, and I, can say a bit about how we're supporting both those two ambitions. So on destination attractiveness, because we now partner on a number of high-profile global sporting and entertainment events, for example, the UEFA Champions League, the PGA Tour, we spoke about golf earlier, and then also Formula One. And I'm very excited about the fact that from next year onwards, we'll be a named partner as part of the McLaren team. So it'll now be the McLaren MasterCard Formula One team. So we're particularly interested in South Africa's ambitions to host the Formula One. But through this experience and all of these global sporting and entertainment events, combined with obviously the general spending data that we have and that we analyze through our Spending Pulse, our toolkit, it means that we're able to really leverage powerful tourism insights on how tourists spend domestically and internationally, and also how that spending happens, whether it's via cash or via digital channels, etc. And more importantly for destinations and from a marketing perspective, what that means is that we can really be a powerful partner in supporting data-driven destination marketing and management. So we're really excited about the work that we can do in that area in enhancing destination attractiveness. The second area that I mentioned was reducing friction in the traveler experience. Obviously, we're not a direct sort of tourism provider, but we do have, as a broader stakeholder in the ecosystem, an interest in helping to support and increase tourism numbers. And one of the ways we do that is through what we call priceless experiences. So in partnership with our partners, such as banks and other financial institutions, we're able to offer customers really these priceless experiences, either via campaigns where they can win a priceless experience through a campaign, or also more popularly through loyalty programs as well, where we can present curated experiences for customers at a discounted offering. So, we're really interested in supporting both of these areas, reducing and I suppose in that way, how you reduce friction for the traveler is really these curated end-to-end experiences. So I think that would be the central point of our priceless experiences, is that it's not just an opportunity to experience a destination or an attraction. It's really an end-to-end experience from the flights, the travel, the attractions one visits, etc.
Thanks, Gwen. Sipho, I'm going to jump straight into you. And I want to ask you from a Google's perspective, is our tourism sector then really ready to capture demand in this increasingly digital world?
Yeah, so I think I want to twist your question around. I think how I want to say it is that the tourism sector has got no choice but to be ready for the digital economy that it's finding itself in, right? So as I mentioned, we found that the digital journey, or the tourism journey, for a person starts online. You go on Google, you search for hotels, you search for flights, you look for destinations, you start moving from there. Then you start getting into digital payment systems where you have to transact on some sort of digital platform in order to be able to book your flight or book to where you're going. So I think we are at a point where we need to find a way where tourism and digital is kind of just one thing altogether. Obviously, there would be a few challenges to do so, for us to get there quite as much as we want to, especially in South Africa and on the African continent more pronouncedly. We still face challenges like connectivity, prices of data, access to devices, etc., which makes it the digital access to digital tools and devices a little bit more trickier for people on the continent. But those are, again, opportunities and challenges that we would need to address. I know there's also challenges in relation to digital skills in terms of, for instance, when we think about our operators and SMBs in the country and their ability to make use of the various digital tools that exist. But again, that challenge could be seen as an opportunity. How do we then work to address that? And then also then making sure, like, for instance, that they have the necessary ability to make use of digital payment platforms, et cetera, et cetera. So to answer your question, I think my kind of long-winded way is to say we are not quite ready, but we should be, because we have no choice, because that's literally where the world is going. We have moved to the digital place, but there is a lot more that we can do in order to make sure that the South African and African tourism ecosystem is more empowered to be able to make use of the existing digital tools in order to drive the kind of economic activity that we want to see.
Right, yeah. and I think we were privileged to spend some time with the minister yesterday, and we spoke about destination travel where people want to spend more time. With increase in connectivity, people don't have to just go on holiday for a week or a long weekend. You can now go and work from somewhere for 3 months or travel around. And it's one of the things I think that we are seeing is that, it's one of the top things that people are asking for is about the actual connectivity and the quality of the internet. But before we even get to that, Dipesh, I'm going to ask you, just like at the most basic level, how does Uber then enable like the tourist experience from the very start?
Yeah, thank you. I think, as mentioned, most tourism journeys start online. So parts we didn't mention are like applying for visas, and that filters all the way through to booking accommodation, making payments, finding destinations. But what we see from an Uber perspective is, firstly, just in South Africa alone, we see tourists from over 160 countries visiting South Africa, and 10 million trips done by tourists annually, specifically in South Africa only. In other markets, like in Saudi, we see similar kind of numbers. And globally, what we've got is almost like a seamless network of tourist inflows between countries. But the most important thing from an Uber perspective is Uber is often the first kind of interface that tourists have once they land in a country. So the 40-odd thousand drivers that we employ across the country are the ones who transport tourists from the airport to their destination or to their accommodation. And it's often the point where they get a lot of interaction with the tourists themselves. So cultural nuances around the city, talking about the experiences, safety, advice on where to visit, etc. So Uber plays a big role in that specifically. And I think it's really important that we continue that kind of discussion around inclusivity. So I think Minister mentioned earlier that tourism is not only for the international market, it's also for the domestic market. And Vilmi spoke about this as well. And, what mobility is a core function of that is essentially allowing accessibility to tourism, not just from the international market. So what we're seeing in South Africa is a rise of mobility from underserved areas into urban areas, promoting more tourism in those areas as well. And I was proud to launch an Uber Assist product a couple of weeks ago, where the product is catered for the disabled community. And one of the stories, and I think we're often privileged to not understand this, but it's very difficult for a disabled individual to get around previously without Uber. So if you think about it, they had to rely on someone to take them around. So a product like this that caters specifically for the disabled community allows people to get around just by the click of a button on mobility, on Uber. Secondly, I think inclusion goes more into the underserved communities as well. So we launched a product called Uber Moto a couple of months ago, And this is around alleviating transportation poverty, especially in the rural areas, and getting them into urban areas. And we think that push is going to help, just from a domestic tourism perspective, to get more people into these tourist sites.
Thanks for that, and congratulations on that. That is, we're all about inclusivity, and it's so important that we give everybody the opportunity to experience beautiful places. And as technology and artificial intelligence improve, we're seeing more opportunities for visually impaired people to understand and know where they're going through technology that guides them, the deaf, hearing impaired, having the ability to equally participate in tourism where previously they might have been fearful and felt marginalized. Vilby, so speaking about that and the growth in the tourism sector, how, in your opinion, or from a Airbnb point of view, how is growth showing up beyond these traditional tourism centers?
Yeah, so as mentioned before, domestic growth has been really interesting to watch, as I mentioned earlier. What we're seeing is that growth is no longer just showing up in those traditional tourist hotspots. Tourism dispersal is real, and it's happening fast. In recent data, we've seen 7 out of our fastest growing destinations has actually been in areas that are not typical tourist hotspots, areas like Mafube in the Free State, Mafikeng in the Northwest. So what's really exciting about that, it means that communities that wouldn't have typically benefited before are benefiting now. And what we see on Airbnb specifically is, on average, people spend about 3,000 Rand a day on products other than accommodation. And that spend, the majority of that spend, is hyper-local, meaning that money is going back into the economy. And then if I bring it back to Gen Z, we're specifically seeing it within that group, because they're the ones visiting those lesser-known destinations, going off the beaten track, seeking out those local experiences. And as such, they're actually drivers of natural tourism dispersal.
And of course, there's a huge opportunity in, outside of just, the accommodation, to start offering, other experiences related to those communities.
Exactly, and I think this is where a platform like Airbnb is pretty great as well, because we realized many years back that people don't just want to stay in a place, they also just potentially want to visit a place and see the place. So we launched a product called Airbnb Experiences, and most recently Airbnb Services. And that's really leveled the playing field, right? Because not everyone has access to a home or an asset that they can share, but many people have a passion for hospitality that they want to share with the world. And as such, you can become an experience host on Airbnb. And in fact, we actually have one of our top experience hosts in the room, Bunsu from Khayelitsha, and also Zamani, who's a host from rural KwaZulu-Natal. So they're better place to speak about this than me.
Oh, wonderful. Congratulations, Guy. And of course, this opens, but Gwen, it's all dependent on, access to the financial economy, and being part of that. And what does it take then for small business and local business to benefit directly from this visitor spending?
I think it's primarily really around financial inclusion. And I think financial inclusion is such a powerful driver for the visitor experience on one hand, and on the other hand, also for SMEs to be able to increase spend and also to gain access to finance. So by helping, by moving over to essentially digital payments, it supports them in being able to create that kind of financial profile that supports access to finance. And I think in a country like South Africa, we have a highly banked population. And so a lot of people have at least that first initial step of access to digital payments. But the problem is often usage. So we're still a society that transacts quite heavily in cash. And I think tourism is particularly one of those areas that, we identify as cash pools. So in other words, segments or areas of transaction flows which are still heavily cash-based. And so there's a lot of opportunity in tourism to support SMEs through digitizing payments. And by doing this, and we've seen through our own internal research as well that a lot more spend, in other words, tourists spend a lot more, whether domestic or international, when they're able to transact digitally. Whereas if they're transacting in cash, they tend to spend less. So if, as a destination and as a SME, one is interested in the question of how do we increase tourist spend, digitizing payments is a huge part of that solution and that equation. And of course, we know that there there are challenges with regards to digitizing, payments. Some of those related to cost, but I think the cost conversation with merchants is also an interesting one to have, because we find that often the cost of cash are not internalized. So yes, transacting digitally does carry costs, because most service providers will need to be compensated for the value of processing that transaction, whether you're talking mobile money or card, etc. And often those digital channels are then compared to cash. So I think that sometimes is the trade-off. Is like, well, if I exchange, deal in cash, if I charge 100 Rand, I get 100 Rand in cash. But if I process, digitally, that might be that, 0.0, whatever, there might be those percentage points that are then go through processing the transaction digitally. But I think that conversation around really internalizing the costs of cash are really important, because especially in South Africa, we know that there's a high risk of crime related to transacting in cash, which is not often priced in. So most people don't make the calculation that if I have a cash till in my business, I might have to have enhanced security measures precisely because I'm dealing in cash. Whereas if my payments were digital and there was no cash on premises, our expenditure on physical security, etc., might be different. So cash definitely is not free. There are costs related to cash, but we do also need to work on making the value proposition for digital payments a lot more attractive for SMEs, and really helping to articulate it to them. But it's really important.
And it's also about digital maturity. People need to learn about the platforms, start trusting the platforms and understanding the broader benefits, as opposed to just having the cash under your mattress. Type thing. But Dipesh, I wanted to ask you, if we talk about inclusivity, what role do you see mobility play in opening up access for new players? And then, of course, to more destinations, because what Wilmy is saying, naturally we want to increase that.
Yeah, thanks. So I think I've spoken about a couple of the ones around transportation inclusion, around inclusion of the disabled community. I think what's also important is we are actually live across 21 cities in South Africa. And just like we've mentioned, there's a lot more traffic towards these underserved areas. So it's really important to kind of open up these gems in other parts of the country. But that comes with investment. It comes with participation in the economy. It comes with access to vehicles and financing and things of the sort. I also want to speak about a specific project we're doing on the Uber Eats side in Gauteng. Specifically, we were working on township inclusion. And we worked with the government of Gauteng essentially to onboard and digitize rural economy merchants. So these are your informal spaza shops and things of the sort, to bring them onto the platform. And we see that over and above mobility, Eats is also a key interface into tourism. And now all of a sudden we're pushing the demand through into these underserved areas that previously just had no digital presence to do so. And we've seen that over 1,000 merchants have been onboarded, tens of thousands of drivers have been onboarded, and this is just one part of Gauteng, and I think we can expand that even more so. The second part I want to speak about is a product we launched last year, specifically in Cape Town, called Uber Safari, and I think it brought South Africa on the map, specifically from a tech perspective. But we launched a product that essentially allows tourists to come through and book an experience on Uber, which takes them through to a safari for a full day kind of guided safari, and that was quite successful. We're replicating that in Kenya now as well. And it just brings more kind of focus into South Africa as a destination. Thirdly, I want to mention that often, and this is very anecdotal, but I'll mention this, tourists often interface to buy gifts and items and things on a grocery perspective. And often what happens is we forget things at home, and we need to have things that we need to buy, or we need to buy gifts for people we go back home to. And this morning, I flew in last night, I realized I didn't pack my socks, and I didn't pack my hair gel, and I was in a bit of a panic because I'm busy.
You can see your hair.
Exactly, my hair is not normally like this.
You didn't sleep it like that, eh?
No, exactly. This is not the same gel I use every day. So, but anyways, the point is,
Was it not available on Uber Eats?
not the one I use, unfortunately. This is the one I got on Uber Eats. But yeah. But anyways, within 10 minutes, I was able to get a pair of socks and some gel to my hotel room and delivered. And that's just fundamentally shifting participation in types of the services that are offered. And this wasn't your typical Pick n Pay or Woolies stores. This was a corner store that's now digitized their business and offering their services on the platform. So I think as we think about the different kinds of services that can be offered digitally, it's not just, it's experiences, it's accommodation, it's search, it's payments, but it's all these day-to-day items that can actually be facilitated via digital platforms. And that's how I believe we'll start expanding into these underserved areas.
It's like I always talk about the digital economy as sort of like it's the silent engine of the economy, you know, that drives the economy forward. And if we, you know, we haven't got time to do that today, but I mean, if we just look at what, you know, Airbnb is doing for the rejuvenation of rural towns and how important that is in the broader urbanization conversations. Our cities are buckling under the pressure, but if we can develop our rural communities, we can retain people. You know, I think of Italy that had quite a big drive a couple of years ago and made funding available to deploy high-speed broadband to all the small towns to entice the young people to move back to smaller towns, to work from smaller towns, because they wanted to take the pressure off, you know, some of the larger cities. You know, we see mass investment right now. There's a huge race globally of countries trying to make connectivity available. The US has announced a $54 billion BEAD funding to make sure that all rural communities, rural towns or you know, can apply to this funding mechanism to deploy infrastructure for all of these things that it enables. And Sipho, I want to ask you this because I know that Google is incredibly passionate about taking people on this inclusion journey, making sure that everybody's got equal access to the internet, that you know, we include marginalized communities, and it's a conversation that I often have, you know, with Google around the advocacy work that you do for that, and for governments to start understanding the real economic benefits of digital inclusion. What if we don't get it right? What's that risk to us?
Sure. I mean, I think, as you've correctly said, we're currently experiencing quite a big digital divide and a big digital gap. And unfortunately, that's often either on the lines of economic access. In a country like South Africa, again, might be divided in terms of geographic access as well. And with technology developing now, especially as we're moving further and further into the AI revolution now, there's a risk that we might extend that divide because access to AI is also going to be something that's going to define whether you have got it or you don't, right? We can't afford to have that gap grow any further. As you say, it's often the most vulnerable that will suffer because of that kind of divide. If we think about access that women, vulnerable communities would have, women or people in rural communities, for instance, if we are leaving them behind, we are kind of creating a two-tier system now, again, where there will be people who are able to engage and transact in the digital world, and kind of that's where money is. But now you've created another tier where it remains in a rural space where they don't have access to digital tools, they don't have access to AI tools, etc. So we really can't afford to have that. But it's in order to kind of mitigate those kinds of possible things happening. I mean, this is again where you come into, yes, infrastructure. Infrastructure investment is quite important. At Google, we've made investments ourselves because we again think like what Minister said. It's not just a government thing or it's not a private sector thing, but it's a partnership thing, right? So you would think about why Google is investing in infrastructure for connectivity. We've launched an Equiano subsea cable just 2 years ago. This year we're working on one coming from Kenya, connecting us to Australia, called Umoja. Again, because we understand that connectivity and infrastructure is quite a key part of making sure that the accessibility to such tools and platforms for everyone is what we need to actually have inclusive growth for everyone, especially in an economy like South Africa's. But beyond the infrastructure itself, I think one key element as well is the human factor, right? People. You do need the people. It is the people that are going to make the infrastructure then work. work and make it use it to get into the economic aspects that you want. So skilling of SMBs is quite an important thing that we do and invest quite a lot in at Google. We've got programs like what we refer to as our Google Hustle Academy, which is a boot camp for SMBs and SMMEs to be able to learn how to use emerging technology like AI in their business, right? So how do I use AI to in my digital marketing as a small business? How do I use AI to help me in my processes so that I have more time to focus on the business rather than focusing on the admin, right? And we know, especially with a lot of SMBs, these are maybe 1-2 person entrepreneurs who don't have time to be sitting down, capturing data and doing all of these things. They need to find ways to be actually doing the tours. They need to be finding a way to be actually serving their customers. So teaching them how to use the tools and making them accessible to them is some of the ways that we think is the best to address the divide, because that kind of divide, it was going to put us in a situation where we are creating a community of have-nots because they can't access technology,
Right.
whether via infrastructure, because they don't have the skills, or because they don't have the tools and the platforms to use them.
Yeah, and of course that's going to increase the inequality as well. You know, we saw that in COVID. I mean, in COVID we were all sent homes. Those that had access to connectivity could continue work, and those, you know, there were 5.5 million children in South Africa alone that went home, that had no access to the internet, that could not continue studying. You know, and I just want to make a mention of Equiano. This just for those of you that it's very interesting. The Equiano cable, in one cable, 144 terabits a second, is the combined capacity of 5 cables, submarine cables, that came before it in a single cable. And that's only because of the efficiencies that we are seeing in fiber optic submarine cables that connect our continent on the ocean bed. Did anybody notice last weekend your internet was really erratic? It was a cable break on the seabed, in the Red Sea. So everybody was like, oh, what's happening? Mother buffer, what is that thing that we talk about? Closing comment, Dipesh, everybody, quick, 30 seconds. I'm very scared of Anita.
Sure, luckily I talk fast. I think the overarching theme today for me is public-private participation, and I think Uber as an organization, as I've mentioned, has a global presence, has a big presence in South Africa. We're very bullish about investment into South Africa, specifically in the tourism sector, but we need participation from the government. We need certainty around licensing. We need regulatory certainty, and I think we need to have a collaboration between the private sector as well to ensure that we push tourism, accessibility, inclusivity, all of that forward. So I think we spoke about some of these challenges with the minister yesterday, and I hope we can continue jointly to fix some of these barriers that we've got currently.
I think from my side, my parting words would be, let's embrace the technology. It is here. I think the idea that we can walk away from it and be able to thrive in the global tourist competitive landscape is not going to work. So we need to find ways, and let's set the rules together. Let's sit down, government and private sector, and discuss, for instance, AI is coming in. How do we get the best out of it and then mitigating the risks that may come? Right. Because again, you know, there are risks. So that requires a conversation. I think we've offered ourselves to Minister and said, hey, let's sit around the table. Let's talk about how we can kind of chart a map out for what South Africa and Africa's tourist economy needs to look like.
AI for Africa, by Africans.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Gwen?
I suppose in closing, I would say that, you know, the first card in South Africa was issued in 1975, and it was powered by MasterCard. So effectively, we've been part of digitizing South Africa for 50 years now. And I think we're, you know, excited to be part of, you know, the next 50 years of driving digitization in the country. I mentioned earlier and I probably won't stop talking about it because it's so exciting, but I spoke earlier about how, you know, from 2026, we'll be, you know, partnering with McLaren in the McLaren MasterCard Formula One team. And I suppose I'd say I'm looking forward to how that can drive SA tourism.
Yeah. McLaren fans? Yeah.
Formula One, but maybe not McLaren. I'll zoom out. I think I'll leave it with, I think there needs to be a recognition of how important platforms are if we're to meet some of our very ambitious growth objectives in South Africa. And I think if government and platforms work together to scale the things that are working, not just to try and tackle the things that are not, we really can make tourism an engine for inclusive growth.
Right, yeah. Colleagues, I think my parting shot would be disrupt or be disrupted. This wave is taking the world. We're either going to go with this wave or we're going to drown under this wave. But it's happening globally, and we have to make sure that Africa is going on this journey. I want to thank all of you for your time. I want to thank you for your sponsorship, for making this event a possibility. Minister, I want to thank you specifically for allowing us to come on this journey with you, to bring the digital voice. And we look forward to working with you on digital for tourism in the coming years. Thank you, colleagues. Have a good afternoon.
Brilliant. And a very, very, very warm thanks to Juanita for leading the cool kids in this great discussion. Now, Dipesh, I have a question for you. What upset you more this morning? The risk of lack of socks or lack of hair gel? Lack of hair gel. Great looking socks, and now you have extra hair gel. Thank you very, very much. Whoop. Oh, we need to get everyone back, please. They want the class photograph. Excellent. So, Juanita, we can grab you back again. Yes, please. Can we get the Honourable Minister?
On the stage, we did
Great. Okay. And you have to admit, Dipesh's hair looks pretty good. Stunning. Thank you very much. It's interesting having that conversation as well, because in so many ways, technology has become the first impression, the first human impression of a destination. And especially when we look at the role of Uber, the role of Airbnb, that's the first interface at a human level. So it's really interesting to have that conversation. But thank you again to our sponsors, incredibly grateful for making this happen and for your faith in this inaugural event being the success that it's becoming. So we said we're going to spotlight. We have another commercial break. We have another event video we're going to show you, which is Waterworld Fun Park. So enjoy. Brilliant. Now, where is Oyama in the room? Is Oyama in the room? Yay! Oyama's in the room. Thank you very much. That is the gentleman you need to speak to. That is the hand you need to shake to make that project yours. And my apologies, I switched the order. We should have had a different video. Brilliant job to the tech team. We only did that, Tim, because you said that was the final list of orders of videos. Never use the word final when it comes to program events. What is quite exciting now is that we have a great focus in terms of a private sector-led investment. And we're going to be looking at it from the point of view of a brand that is global, a brand that is hugely respected, and a brand that, being here in South Africa, is fabulous when it comes to the reputation of South Africa as a destination, but clearly this is an investor who also knows it's great for their reputation as an organization. I am delighted to welcome to the stage Mr. Chris du Toit from Club Med, who's going to give us a little bit of a dive into his world. Chris, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Anita. I didn't need any hair gel this morning, fortunately. Honourable Minister De Lille, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the opportunity to give you a bit of an update on where we are with the Club Med project, Club Med South Africa. It's been featured in a lot of news recently, so I'm assuming most of the room are aware of this project on the KZN North Coast. Up to recently, there were no five-star hotels between the Oyster Box and Umhlanga and Maputo. So it is a very large area of unspoiled coastline that can offer international guests the best of what South Africa's got. And I do represent the project, so I speak about I and we as Club Med and the developers and the partners. We're all one big family, and I guess now that you all hear the story, you're part of the family. It took a very long time to bring this project to life. Of course, we had COVID, and I can't believe we still talk about COVID in this country or anywhere in the world for that matter. But yeah, South Africa comes with its own political risk, of course, but we also introduced a new concept to the world in KZN called provincial risk for a while, with floods and riots and even a tornado at one point. So it was a challenging time, but I guess the good news is, and the good result of this is this entire project is funded by South African money. All of our debt funders are domestic, and ABSA, the Industrial Development Corporation, and African Bank. And with significant private investment as well. And again, as we've heard previously, this is a retention project, so it's not one that the shareholders have got any intention to sell in the future. Club Med is a global leader in all-inclusive family holidays, 75 years old this year, with 70 resorts around the world, both beach and ski resorts. And the good thing about family holidays, I guess, is as a kid, if you go on a holiday with your parents, one day as an adult, you'll go there as well. So that's how they retain a market, they create a market. And Club Med has been the pioneer in a lot of new destinations around the world. The first Club Med resort in Cancun was built in 1972, and we all know what Cancun became after that. Similarly, in the Dominican Republic and other areas, a really global brand, obviously headquartered in France, but a very strong European outbound travel focus. They pick destinations for beach resorts close to international airports, obviously mild weather, warm seawater. Unfortunately, that's why I think Cape Town lost out. But it's all about the experience. So post-COVID, travel has become quite experience-driven. And back in the day, we introduced the concept of a beach and bush safari experience to Club Med guests, which is something that none of the guests around the world has experienced before. And we had to differentiate a little bit because, you know, the charm of a beach resort is there, but South Africa brings an added bonus of having this experience for guests. And that's when we thought about introducing this bush concept or the safari concept as an add-on to the beach resort. So we're not just developing one resort, we're actually developing two. We thought we'd start small. It's got a very strong international following, as I mentioned, people looking for authenticity, but also the safety with Club Med. So the international Club Med guest knows the culture, he knows how Club Med will look after him from a safety and security point of view, but also what to expect. And fortunately in South Africa, we've also got a very strong domestic market. So Club Med have got 25,000 South Africans outbound travelers who have been to Club Med resorts around the world. So there's a very strong domestic market, which is another added benefit and not something that you see in other resorts around Africa. As I said, it's all about the experience, the lifestyle, the culture. The KZN culture is very well known. Obviously strong drive from the Zulu and Indian cultures in KZN, but also a whole pot of different cultures and authentic experiences. The resort construction is well underway. Unfortunately, they only allowed me 8 slides, so I couldn't show you everything, but we we are opening sales on the 14th of October this year for the resorts and the beach resort and the Bush Lodge to open on the 4th of July 2026. I do want to touch on just some of the socioeconomic impacts, which is actually, in a way, one of the most important things about this entire project. So it's a large investment of over 2 billion rand, creating 800 direct jobs, 1,500 indirect jobs, 486 keys. The hoteliers in the room will know that's our language. Opening on the 4th of July 2026, as I mentioned, but the socioeconomic impact of this is much bigger. There's so many success stories coming out of this project. Support of small, medium enterprises. We anticipate more than 50 new small, medium enterprises will supply goods and services into both of these resorts. A number of jobs, of the 1,900 construction jobs, more than 50% are with people from local communities, i.e. within a 10-kilometer radius. In areas where historically there's been no job opportunities, no training opportunities, no apprenticeships, which is a great feat for us. And a lot of those construction jobs are in positions where they'll be moved to new sites or new projects in the future. The contractors on site have been very helpful in this regard. We did split the project on the beach resort into 7 different packages, just because there are not a lot of big contracting companies around anymore, but also to manage the site, as you'll see on some of the pictures, it's a very difficult site with 2 hills, but we had to manage all these packages. But it did create the opportunity for collaboration, coordination between the contractors, but also real job opportunities, as I mentioned, for local communities. We've got a non-profit organization called AgriSut involved, who are European-based, but coming out to South Africa to assist local farmers with building up their businesses and building up the supply chain for this resort. The Club Med strive to source at least 60% of its fresh produce from local communities, so there are various NGOs involved. Another one is Nukakama, who's based out in the Eastern Cape, wonderful organization. We've recruited 130 young adults from the local community around the beach resort, and we're sending them to the Eastern Cape in batches of 30 to be trained by international Michelin star chefs in hospitality. And I can tell you the first batch of 30 kids, I call them kids, young adults, have already gone over to France for internships. So learning new skills and hopefully bringing those skills back to South Africa to work in our own resort from next year. The last piece of good information, I guess, is another thing that we experience in this country with construction mafias. We've had no holdups, no problems on site. The local police commander told us 3 months ago that crime in the area reduced by 60%. And it's just because people have jobs and they're employed and they can send their kids to school and they can put food on the table. So it's a really great success story for us. That's where we currently are. As I mentioned, it's all hands on deck. The construction program is on target, and as I mentioned, 4th of July next year we'll be open the doors. The second part of the project is the Mpilo Game Lodge. There's a strong conservation focus in doing this as well across our group and with our partners. It's situated in northern Zululand. It's a big 5-game reserve on 18,000 hectares, and we're constructing a 75-room tented camp with various communal facilities. There's access via chartered flight to a runway on the property with Big 5. Again, in an area where historically there's not been a lot of job opportunities, and it's going to create significant impact in that Pongola region. Strong conservation aspect, of course, environmentally responsible. To have 200 guests in a game lodge, of course, you've got to consider the environment. You can't be parking 20 game vehicles on top of a lion kill, etc. So there's a strong management aspect to it. Sustainability is at the heart of everything we do. The beach resort will get a Green Star Building Council rating level 4, and we'll also have a Green Globe rating for environmental responsible operating. That's just artist impression of what this lodge is all about. As I mentioned, 75 keys, and again, we're sort of 3 months into construction, and the project is on target to open its doors on the 4th of July. I guess, just in closing, it's a fantastic project for the North Coast, as I mentioned, for KZN and for South Africa, to bring all these international tourists out there. Also, we've got a very strong domestic following, but it's just a good example of a project that started way back in 2007 when Club Med first came to South Africa to identify a site, but going through all of the various challenges and time limitations to a point where, yeah, we're all excited to open this place next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Grab a seat. I must say, Chris, one of the things you've done, which has been spectacular in the lead up to the opening up of your Club Med, is that you hired the best PR person in the possible country to lead this, because no one speaks with more excitement about this brand and this product opening up for the market than you do, madam. So thank you for that. And it's also great to see, because admittedly, in honoring our sponsors, the website for the property is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. So do go on Google and check out the Club Med opening up next year. You can use your MasterCard to pay for it. You can use Uber to get from the airport to the property. And between now and when it opens, you can stay in an Airbnb. So it all comes together perfectly. We have another spotlight project we're going to focus on, and this is with Kutschur, with the Sand Park. So please, can we show our video? Brilliant. And James Daniel is in the room. James Daniel, where are you? Excellent. James is the gentleman you need to speak to have the conversation. Please take your pen with you so you can sign on as an investor. And thank you very much, James, for being a part of the spotlight itself. So we're going to move into our final panel discussion before we go into our final fireside chat. And it's looking very much at private sector-led investment. How exactly has that worked? And what can we learn from the experience of investment by the private sector in South Africa and in Africa? So I'm delighted to welcome back to the stage. Chris, please join us up on stage. We also have Ken Osei, the Principal Investment Officer of International Finance Corporation, which is a member of the World Bank Group, Sub-Saharan Africa. Please join us on stage. We also have a newly minted WTTC member, Hamza Farouque, the CEO of Millet Group. Please join us on stage, and thank you for making the last members call. That was great. And we have joining us from Zim, we have Tandai Madzawanika, the Group CEO of Rainbow Tourism Group. Thank you very much for joining us, sir. Wonderful to have you here. So we've had a full day, gentlemen. We've been talking about all the opportunity, all the inspiration, all the possibility of investing in Africa and investing in South Africa. And it is absolutely huge. However, Chris opened up an important point when it came to investing in South Africa and investing in Africa. And one thing that's always been lovely about the Honourable Minister is her truthfulness and her saying, listen, this is a situation, this is what we need to do. Now, interestingly, All four of you are perfectly attired for my next question, because clearly there are times when investing in Africa and South Africa has caused you to pull your hair out. So thank you very much for being on spec. I'm very grateful. I didn't think that was going to happen. From that perspective, if we look at, and you were very good, Chris, in, the pandemic was one thing. Let me tell you about what other challenges we faced. When you are speaking to potential investors, the opportunity is huge. But what do they need to be ready for? How can they simply understand, not just from a financial point of view, but psychologically, this is what you need to prepare for? Because the reward is massive, but also is required a muscle to be able to do the honors. You're shaking your head. Tunde, tell us, please.
Well, thanks, Anita. And what an honor to, kick off this panel.
This hairless panel.
This hairless panel. In fact, I was just sitting, when I came up here, when you mentioned it, I looked and I thought, none of us needed that Deepak hair gel at all. So it's quite interesting. But yeah, I think your question, Anita, was, what do, investors need to be aware of on the continent? And I think that for us, I think the whole aspect of Africa, the cultural nuances, as well as the policy frameworks, understanding local, the local business environment. And I think that in order to manage that space, it's very important that there's a good relationship between, the international investor and the locals that are in that particular jurisdiction. So I believe that what we need is to be, as Africa, very positively engaged with international investors, international financiers, and give them that local knowledge.
Brilliant. And I think to your point, give them the local knowledge, not apologetically, but simply from the point of view of this is what the EQ is required to be able to get the ROI on the continent. Brilliant. Hamza, from your perspective, please.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. To dive really in bluntly and sort of candidly, it's beyond, I think, cultural nuance and EQ. The international investor today is super sophisticated. Capital allocators are allocating money on travel and tourism in a massive way. So let me tell you, there is no shortage of money. There is no shortage of the challenge where we have in Africa, and it's not a South African problem. We've been unable to attract institutional capital at scale, right? Because let's look at South Africa today. And sometimes when South Africans go outside of the country, they love and learn and appreciate their country even more. And I travel the world, and when I come back every time into South Africa, it reminds me of the strong value proposition that South Africa presents itself. The challenge we have as entrepreneurs is access to capital isn't there. We then bang on government's door, but it's not government's job to provide capital. Government is simply there to create and play the policy part. We've got to figure out how do we bring institutional global capital at scale. Again, you can try public policy government, and yes, the GCC is a market, but those GCC investors are super sophisticated, right? They're deploying capital in their own economies. Go look at what Saudi Arabia has done in the RIA. Go and look what the UAE is doing in their own economies. So by the time that capital allocation comes into Africa, it's pretty much at the end, it's half-hearted, it isn't there. We need to move institutional capital and bring real institutional capital. And that's in the form of appropriate private equity capital. The problem, again, then you have, to attract that capital, you need capability, right? And that capability needs to be beyond just capability around, cultural nuances. It needs to be intentional. You need to make sure that skill force understands service, experiential, and there's that depth. Again, South Africa's big plus point is our people and our natural predisposition is there. Go travel into Europe, travel into the US, it's great, but there is that area of tiredness. Come into South Africa, the guy naturally smiles. He actually is willing to help. But he needs the finishing touch. He needs the training. So in my mind, the big challenge here is everyone needs to know the knitting. Policy, capital, capability. And if we can orchestrate that with intentionality, and if we can be unconditional about doing it with a real concept of service, then I think these forums, these shops will all lead to execution. And that's my honest hope and desire.
Well, it's interesting you say that, because ultimately, confidence is a currency. And when you bring that all together, the capability, the intentionality, the opportunity, there's no question. There is always risk in pioneering. There's greater risk in not recognizing the opportunity to be a pioneer. And that's why I think it's very interesting that having Ken on the panel as well from an IFC perspective, because you have organizationally a global perspective as well in terms of how to make things work and why it's worth the risk. Please.
Thank you very much. So South Africa and Southern Africa has a very compelling tourism proposition. You've got the entire one Atlantic coast, the entire Indian Ocean coast, a lot of things in between. And frankly, compared to other regions of the world, there are not very many that have the same level of value proposition. Now, somehow that's got to be monetized, shared with the world. The second aspect is what Hamza spoke about, capital. So currently, I think we have a tendency to want to look just to international capital, right? But if you think about it, in Southern Africa and South Africa, there's a lot of money that's going to pension funds. There's a lot of money that's going to insurance companies. We also often think only of leisure tourism. But if one looks at tourism more broadly, it's not just hotels. It's everything from events, sporting events, cultural events, gastronomy. So there's a whole issue around how we define tourism, business tourism. It's not just in between the Formula Ones. There's a lot of things, sports. So if we start to broaden our thinking around what is hospitality and tourism, it's a very, very large asset class. Finally, the area of making sure the right type of capital. So folks want to do projects and are looking for debt. The projects are not yet cash flow generative. That's not the appropriate form of capital. Long-term investors, insurance companies, pension funds, want to be able to put assets to work for 30 years. They are good partners for long-term infrastructure. The short-term funding is not suitable for that. So trying to match the right type of instrument to the infrastructure that we want to support, to the type of assets. Now, compared to the rest of the world, I mean, if we look at other areas, you look at Thailand, Vietnam, a lot of other countries have basically monetized with relatively little in terms of the asset. We have to find a way to monetize what this region has. The last thing I want to mention is taking a hub and spoke approach. So South Africa is a long-haul destination. So coming to South Africa, one should be able to package opportunities to visit the Victoria Falls, to visit, the Namibia. I mean, to create almost like a circuit that will enable leisure tourists, business tourists, to benefit and take advantage of what's on offer.
Absolutely, and especially to your point, because for so many travelers, this is long haul. And that's where, Honourable Minister, your announcement of the e-visas was so important, because it unlocks the opportunity to go here and go there and go and add it on. Because ultimately, if we don't leverage the siblings in the family, the whole family will lose out, ultimately as well. Chris, from your perspective, please.
I think to your comments, international institutional capital is a challenge. I mean, a fund manager sitting in London that's going to deploy $10 million to a hotel portfolio on the Mediterranean with existing yield versus investing in a greenfield project in South Africa is always going to be a tough sell, right? But certainly the capabilities are here. I can only speak from our experience. The South African professionals are world-class, and we can export services and goods anywhere in the world. Club Med has actually taken the entire supplier list from this South African resort to their global portfolio, saying that our furniture and fittings are world-class, cheap, it's reliable, there's flexibility in ordering, etc., etc. So the capabilities are here, no doubt. But I think international institutional capital is a challenge. often, you know, internationals will require local guidance or a local partner for that case, which is something that happens all across Africa. And I think that's where you can sort of bridge that gap between, you know, how do we invest in this new destination, or how do we invest in a country like this with political risk of X, Y, and Z? But if you've got a capable local partner to sort of, you know, sort of navigate the waters with you, I think that makes life a little easier.
I'm curious, because I think importantly, when the Honourable Minister of Economy and Tourism from the UAE spoke and focusing on South-South and South-South development. Now, he has beautiful hair. We don't want him to lose it in the process of it. But they're very keen on venturing in, which is fantastic. I'm just playing devil's advocate here, and I appreciate it wasn't part of our briefing. How much of it is, it's not just about convincing the world to invest in Africa and South Africa. It's actually about convincing Africa and South Africa that it's worth us going out seeking that investment. That's what I've always felt from the point of view of whether it's BRICS or whatever it might be. It's a partnership. It's not just one coming in and breaking in land and taking over the opportunity. They want to know, what can we give back? Tell me, you're shaking your head. There's clearly a sense of, oh, we're not stepping up to the opportunity. Please.
I think it's a hugely important point, right? Because again, if you take just pension funds, you know, and not to call on any institution, but the Public Investments Corporation of South Africa has a balance sheet of about $160 billion Rand equivalent. The second largest pension fund, EPPF. There's a lot of institutional capital that is sitting on the African continent. It must first deploy local, must show belief in local to a certain degree. In fairness, there aren't very many opportunities that are aggregating these pools of capital. We're also not taking advantage, perhaps enough, of creating the financial instruments, the financial markets, to bring all of this capital to work. In the end, we end up being somewhat frustrated, right? Because the capital is saying, I'm looking for good projects, and the projects are saying, I can't find money. So somehow we're missing each other. Absolutely. Something is missing in this dialogue. And maybe that's an area we need to sort of try and facilitate and address, is how do we bring capital and projects together? And maybe increase the understanding for the projects of what capital is looking for.
Absolutely. I must say, Hamza must never, ever, ever play poker, because your thought bubbles and your expression when you started were brilliant. Clearly, you would like to add to Ken's point.
No, I think maybe it's the entrepreneurial authenticity, right? When you've built a thesis and you funded it with, you know, on your own, you understand and you've gone through the cycle. So Ken is right. South Africa has a very deep institutional, and he's spot on. But it's difficult to access. Let's be frank, right? Meritocracy doesn't exist in South Africa today. To get into those pools of capital, there is a political dialogue, there is a political dynamic. It's challenging, it's complicated. As an entrepreneur, I don't have the time to sit and read the tea leaves, right? So I've got to go solve for the solution on my own. And that's why sometimes global capital, smartly done with capability, is better and easier. And if the local institutional player wants to come, then they must come. Hopefully organizations like the World Bank and IFC, my view is, should play a role in mobilizing and getting those pools of institutional capital. Think, South Africa does have a very robust institutional, it does. But the challenge is they just don't mobilize. The challenge is they just don't understand. They sit on the fence. Corporates in South Africa are sitting on piles of cash. There is enough money, so he's right. But they just don't mobilize. So what do? Do you just sit and wait for them and keep on banging the door, figuring out the political tea leaves, or do you go out there and find an alternative? For us as Mela, today we're the largest owner of Hyatt-owned operated hotels, PropCo, OpCo capability. We've just launched the world's smallest park, Hyatt in Johannesburg. We've done that on our own balance sheet because we believe in the country, we believe in the ecosystem. But we're not going to wait for institutions in South Africa to understand the thesis or political groupings or pieces, because entrepreneurs don't function that way. Capability doesn't work that way. Someone has to solve for that, and I'm hoping someone will. But whilst that's happening, there is a global world where there is large private equity pools of capital who are willing to make calls today. one thing I want to say, this country has the DNA of tourism. And I want to we forget this sometimes. The world today talks of leisure experiential. It's South Africa, it's a guy called Sol Kerzner who made, right, all-inclusive leisure in the 70s popular. That same DNA today sits in One and Only, Atlantis, and all over the world today. So I think there is something special here. But again, we need to pick up the pieces, we need to start executing, and I think we've got to find a platform where we can merge policy, capital, capability, and build it. If someone can fix the pools of institutional capital in South Africa and make it accessible to entrepreneurs without having to read the politics, that person would have solved a big problem.
But you make a good point, because the fact is, the politics is there. It's interesting, because Sol, very wisely at the time, especially with the barriers during the political climate, worked through government to find ways of getting the labor to come in from one area to another when before they weren't able to. We have an ACE card in the form of the Honourable Minister of Tourism. How, if at all, can government assist in that convincing of those institutions to start unlocking that access to capital? Is there an opportunity? Did you find that there was some way of being able to partner with government rather than government sitting and saying, but why isn't this happening? Question to all of you.
Yeah, I guess, Anita, from our side, we found a lot of assistance in government. To Hamza's point, you know, the majority of our capital is domestic, but it made me old. I mean, it took so long to get through that system, and it is very hard to access. But various government departments really assisted us on this project. You know, whether it's Department of Home Affairs for foreign visas or Department of Tourism, who have got a lot of colleagues in the room here. Local municipality, it is a challenge. Infrastructure is a challenge. Visa access is a challenge. Funding is a challenge. There are various challenges, and you have to navigate them. Otherwise, you know, you're doing everything off your own balance sheet, or you are spending a lot of time talking to various people to get very little done.
Indeed. And from a Zim perspective?
Yeah, thanks so much. I'd like to sort of expand that into a sort of an African narrative. You know, I think, Hamza, you touched on the whole aspect of international brands. I actually think that we need to be more realistic as Africans. Africa is going through an evolution. It's going from, you know, small little establishments into establishments that must be globally relevant. And how do you do that? You know, we recently bought MSK House in Buitengracht Street. And what was very clear to us is that if we come here and we say RTG, nobody's going to take us seriously. They're going to say, what is that? Do you sell oils? Do you sell paints? What do you sell? And in our, you know, trying to understand how do we really optimize the opportunity, we realize that global brands don't want to take positions in African assets.
Because
they want to focus on what they do best, which is ownership and deployment of their brands. And so what we think is one of the ways that business can actually optimize, you know, the place that Africa finds itself, is in actually coming up with some form of relationship with international brands and seeing them as partners rather than competition. They're not. You see, because they're not going to go and invest in a hotel room. They're not even going to take a lease. But if we can work with them and say, listen, we either own the building, we take a lease on the building, and then we deploy their brands. That way we enter that space. And at the same time, you know, we have an international brand that is actually prepared to work with us to develop an Afrocentric brand. Mm-hmm. Because you see, what's happening right now is you've got all these individual properties that are trying to do their best with their branding, but no one knows them. But if we can partner with these international brands, develop you know, brands together, co-own those, and deploy them across Africa, I think that gives us relevance, that gives us access to their GDSs, access to their loyalty programs, and so forth. And I don't know if you know this. You know, we've done some research that says in Africa, there are 56,000 properties, hotels, on the continent. But the problem is, as I've just said, we're going through an evolution. Who are those 56,000? We've actually gone into them. We know exactly where they are and their configurations. But the thing is, we're so fragmented. So one of the things that I'd like to talk about is the fact that we need to find a way as operators, as owners, to come together and mobilize capital at scale. Because your earlier question was about mobilization and why is the capital not coming? We're too small, And again, if we think of just South Africa alone, we need to integrate, one, in terms of the properties, and secondly, in terms of the region. We need to sell sub-Saharan Africa, or at least a greater part of sub-Saharan Africa, and get scale.
But and it connects beautifully to your earlier point as well. By taking those local brands, marrying them to the international brands, those local brands understand how it works on the ground. So if we look at someone like, for instance, Adrian Gardner, when Accor bought Mantis just before the pandemic, which was fascinating because it wasn't just that the industry changed through the pandemic, the travelers changed. And suddenly, Accor had this golden ticket of these eco-based destinations that travelers were now looking for. Because I think, Chris, in many ways, Club Med, I'm a big believer in it's not just the message, it's the messenger. And you, in many ways, are the canary in the coal mine for other international brands who are serious about looking at South Africa, Southern Africa, Africa for development. And the canary came out alive. Came out without any feathers, but it came out alive, so that's all good. There is no question that those international brands will create a curiosity of other brands saying, I don't know what's happening, but if Club Med is prepared to invest, I need to look more closely at that. Have you found any competitive energy and interest going in your direction?
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, historically Club Med's been a pioneer in, the Caribbean and elsewhere, and we've certainly had a lot of interesting interactions with large hotel groups from around the world saying exactly that. If this is good enough for Club Med, we want to have a look at it, or, we're interested, or we've seen, some other large hotel groups getting involved in game reserves as well around South Africa now. So it's there's definite interest, there's a pioneering spirit, and from a business point of view and from a country point of view, you want that to happen. You want that market to grow, and for more and more and more hotel groups or resorts or interested businesses becoming involved. But it takes time. It definitely takes time, and I think in our case, a lot of these interested parties will keep an eye on what's going to happen next year with opening and how the market responds, yes. And can South Africa handle it from an infrastructure point of view, and can King Shark accept the guests of the capacity, which of course there's lots of capacity, and hopefully it sends the right message.
Indeed, and interestingly, a right message to international travelers as well as South Africans, because as you mentioned, the Club Med brand is very much respected and adored by the South African market, and to the point where a girlfriend of mine who used to live in Durban is now living in the UK, as soon as I went to your website and doing the prep for this panel, I actually sent her the link, knowing that, when she comes back to visit her family, you might want to plan this in 2026. Because I think that's important, is that with the domestic tourism growth, and again, full credit to Mother Nature with the pandemic, domestic tourism was always the poor cousin to international. But with the pandemic, people recognized this is our home, and there's so much we can do right here. Having now these brands also makes people's backs straighten with pride. So there's a lot to be done there. What I'm intrigued by as well is the fact that you went up the coast. Rather than bringing in the property into already developed and saturated areas, you went further up. And as you said, in terms of the impact on crime dropping, because there was a lack of joblessness, double negative. But that's beautiful, because those are the types of cases for investors that these developments become little engines for that socioeconomic impact that lifts up the baseline right over, and that goes to our previous panel. The question, though, is what next? What next? What do we need to be focusing on? And as I've challenged everyone for next year's summit, how do we push this conversation? You shouldn't be sorry, I love you all dearly, however, you shouldn't be the exceptions. You shouldn't be the only ones who see something. How do we get people to understand, look in this direction, because you're missing out if you don't? What will you say?
Anita, to answer that, I think that you touched on something very important about the effects of COVID and what it did for us to have self-belief in a way. You know, in our group, our numbers are showing that arrivals from Africa actually went up by over 100% since 2022. In fact, 100% above the highest level pre-COVID. In other words, we started focusing on the continent. We started, you know, saying, how do we work with the African Union and the other regional blocs in order to, you know, get business from there. So perhaps what I would see as an addition next time would be greater focus on what's happening out of Africa. Maybe some more, you know, I feel very privileged, and thank you for the invitation. Thank you, Honourable Minister. But maybe a couple more, you know, on the panel. I saw a large panel earlier. Maybe a bigger panel and with a bit of, you know, representation from beyond South Africa.
Well, that's where we're going to use you as a champion to let people know you missed out on the summit yesterday. We need to bring you back. Yeah. But it's an important point, because I think the respect of African travel by Africans is fundamentally important. Yeah. And that's where, if we don't demonstrate and champion the beauty and the value of it, why should anyone come back? Hamza, from your perspective.
So I think a strong domestic tourism market is an essential. Fortunately, South Africa has that, right? The other part is a strong South Africa leads to a strong Africa, right? And that's not being sort of saying the rest of Africa is second fiddle, but South Africa's strength, its infrastructure, its sophistication, its depth in institutional capital markets should position it as a gateway. Whether you now increase length of stay, you improve product, that's all optimization, right? The average traveler going into Italy sees Europe, Schengen. America does that. We do need to start doing a better job of seeing ourselves as Africans. But I think we need to make sure that we get some basics right. We need to sort of drive that. And I think the robustness of strong domestic demand, and by the way, I think domestic demand is going to get even more stronger, because that young consumer today sees what the rest of the world, they're seeing on social media the vibe. They want to be in a nice branded pool spot having a cocktail. So that generation is going to want more. That consumption pattern domestically is going to want more. It's not just only the little person who's taking one holiday a year. This is going to become, but do we have product? Do we have the capability? Do we have the global brand? And I think that thesis then resonates itself. So I think that dovetailed. And I think the point around global brands is relevant, right? But you then need to be a good Uber driver. So I take the best of the technology, I take the best of the brand, but am I a good driver? Am I delivering customer centricity? All of those pieces. So I think for me, it's going to be about execution. For me, if we can understand the play between policy, capital, and capability. And again, I'm going to stress, if there is real depth and capability in a market, the capital will come. The capital will come from places, because the world is in a global space of uncertainty. And I think travel as a sector and as the impact it creates is so powerful that I think it's going to happen. And I'll end on one last thing. I've said this before. Mining was a big play in this country. I think tourism is the one sector which will create not just jobs, but will deal with the issues. But we need to be intentional, right? If you look at the tourism budget in this country, it's probably one of the smallest, because it's seen as, you know, and that needs to change. If there's one sector which is going to do that, and I think that's where policy needs to be beyond just visas and access, where there needs to be intentionality, right? At the leadership level, highest level of leadership, that this sector is going to create the jobs. And I think that if that's there, capital is pieced in, and there's strong capability, then I think this part of the world is going to be the next frontier, is the frontier.
I have to say, listening to you speak now, and I'm thinking of Adolfo. Where's Adolfo? I can feel now why the WTTC is so excited to have Hamza on board as a because I think what's really important about that, if we pull this together, and I'm going to pivot slightly now into a different area, but it is recognizing the fact that we need to be the ones championing the case. and the case needs to be, shame, you should come and support Africa. No, it's a do it now or you miss out. Because but there needs to be, again, that understanding and that alignment.
Yeah, and sorry, and just to be quick, the global south is there. Asia, travel, traffic, move. So I think all of those dynamics speak again to that narrative. But I think if everyone can stick to their lunchbox and their knitting and execute and sort of have a real sense of purpose behind it, then I think, with God's help, I think this thesis, story, and what sits, I think is going to work just fine.
Right. And so to that point, when I say I'm going to pivot literally in that direction. Because if you were to look just down the street, you will see one of Africa and the world's best convention centers. And that's why I loved seeing in your presentation that you had the whole meetings, events, MICE market in there as well. Because that's one sector that we don't talk about. We default and talk about leisure. It's all about leisure, all about holidays. We are institutionalizing the risks of seasonality. We are institutionalizing shorter stays. The Honourable Minister was incredibly smart in saying, okay, we have everyone coming here for the G20. We're going to take them up to Skukuza, but how do we detour them to a tourism investment summit? Bring them to Cape Town as well. How she had the ability to get Mother Nature to turn the cloud on the mountain and keep everyone in the room, that's a whole different thing. But I think that the MICE market is fundamentally important, or business events, conventions, etc. And I think Senthil's back in the room. We'll have him back on stage. That's a huge part of it. How do we bring that into the conversation? Because if you look at countries like Kenya, South Africa, Rwanda's done it brilliantly with their convention center. How do we start bringing that in? Because there's massive ROI when we bring in the business event side, which now is very much, corporations are happy saying, go for the conference, stay a couple of days and play. How do we do that? And your commitment to it, I'm curious, Chris, from your perspective, and the conscious investment you made into facilities despite your proximity.
Yeah, it's a very big market. I mean, that sort of 400 to 600 packs conferencing facility. The challenge, it brings its own challenges. I mean, you don't want to be turning a hotel over every day. So, you want them to sort of stay 2-3 nights and then maybe add on some leisure time after. But it's, we've seen real interest in the MICE product. I didn't even mention it, but we're constructing a 500-seater conference facility on site, and there's strong demand. We often talk about hospitality just from a leisure point of view, but that business side does create seasonality. It takes the seasonality out of your cycle, and it does create significant market for you.
Because I would argue that that's where, as well, the risk is mitigated for investors because it allows the momentum of engagement. And especially when you marry it to major sporting events, we saw it during the World Cup, that as if by magic, all of these conferences from around the world happened to be booked in the middle of South African winter when the World Cup was being played. Who knew? And you think, oh, that's very smart, because it's about leveraging that opportunity rather than simply having people in and out and then you don't get the ROI. Ken, what are you finding in terms of, is there interest growing in that niche that is fundamentally important to keeping tourism as a whole strong?
Well, I think you find this actually as a trend globally, right? So just give some specifics. The city of Las Vegas, for example, mysteriously in January hosts some of its biggest conferences because it's right after the festive season when people are sort of all spent out, right? So that's where the corporates go in for conferences, etc. The city of Las Vegas has joined the Formula One circuit, but it's positioned in November during a quiet period. So using events, MICE, to fill in the various cycles in the tourism cycle is something that we should be looking to do more of, right? I think you mentioned the Honourable Minister getting folks to Skukuza. I mean, if you take us to South Africa, I mean, you can come to Cape Town, within 2 hours, go to Kruger, within 2 hours, go to Durban, go to Namibia, So to create this sort of mix between MICE, meetings, investments, and conventions, and leisure tourism, so they build off of each other. During the break, I was talking to Jerry and the team about God's Window, and I said, well, if you put a hotel, you'll have both a destination and experience, and the two will feed off of each other. So the ideas that we can really exploit to take advantage of both sort of the meetings, conventions, as well as leisure events, right? Sports is another big one. So you don't have to host an event physically to actually have tourism around it.
Absolutely.
Saudi Arabia has been hosting in the last year events around everything from gaming. I mean, you imagine that gaming is actually something you go and experience, right? Not everybody's gaming, but people go and watch that. Anime conventions. So to come up with new products that take advantage of the existing infrastructure is an area that one can really sort of exploit
Absolutely.
to monetize the assets.
Because I think, and to your point, and this is where I would ask Senthil on the next session about the confessions within the MICE industry. The events become an alibi to be able to visit someplace you've actually really wanted to go. You just can't, you just have to look as if you're suffering and it's really hard work, but I happened to stay a couple of days. That's, again, coming out of the pandemic, companies are saying, do that. Stay a couple of days, stay on Wi-Fi, that's all we ask, and it's great. So interestingly, Tandai, because I want to tap into something that, going back, now we have a few minutes. When I first came to the continent in 1991, I came through Malawi, I was with Unilever, lived there for 3 years, and I remember visiting Zim. You had the Flame Lily tours, which was a spectacular model of flying into Harare. We went Harare, Vic Falls, Wangi, Wangi back to Harare. And I remember thinking that, my goodness me. And that was a time when Zimbabwe was a case study of magic when it came to tourism development. That's the way to do it. How do we unlock that magic again? Because it's the connectivity, as you were saying, that's vital.
I think, Anita, this, when I was listening to Ken talk about, Kruger, Cape Town, Namibia, I almost interjected. I almost said Vic Falls. To just say, we just need to lessen the fragmentation. We need to increase the borderless access. We need to, take away the visa restrictions. We need to ensure that, airlines do a lot more long haul directly into certain destinations. We were talking earlier and realized that, you have about 98,000 people flying out of Harare into London, and yet there's no direct flight. So it's things like that to say, how do you look at those things and make ourselves, we mustn't be apologetic.
Yes.
Let's create more access. Let's integrate our destinations a lot more, and let's work across borders to create those packages that someone gets surprised that, in the days when Zim was really not the toast of the world, South Africa did us such wonderful favor. You know how? Because a lot of times they'll package the Vic Falls, and a lot of the guys from the States and Europe didn't know where the Vic Falls really was. And then they'll sort of realize when they arrive in the Vic Falls that, oh, we're in Zim. They're like, oh, really, in Zim? Yeah, you're in Zim. Because South Africa had actually just packaged in Zim into there. And that's the way we need to do it. We need to become more confident in ourselves. We need to integrate ourselves and realize that we are stronger together. And we need to create one region that becomes more relevant and becomes economically viable in the world.
Indeed, and that's why what's important about what you're saying is that it might not be your problem. Yeah. The solution might come from Home Affairs. It might come from the Ministry of Transport. It might come through aviation. But we have the champions to be able to have those conversations and unlock those barriers. Hamza, I'm going to give you the last word in terms of what's the secret that you all share that people need to know about unlocking opportunity for themselves by getting here to the continent?
I think there's two things. The day we realize that, this country, this continent really has God's very special grace. The day we actually really, with depth, and as human beings understand that in real terms, unconditional terms, then I think we'll understand that our business is actually about how we make people feel. And I think if we can do that, then I think we'll be able to solve for a lot of the issues, whether it's political challenges. The world is not easy, right? South Africa and Africa, the challenges it faces is not South African challenge. The world is not an easy place, but the ability to face it resiliently and I think to deal with it, I think is what counts. And I think we're very fortunate to be in this sector. We're very fortunate to be in a sector where we can care about people, we can care about how they feel, and if we can make them feel, then I think our countries, our destinations, it's the intersection of national pride, excellence, the movement of humanity and how we make people feel. And that's what makes this sector so compelling. So when financial investors talk about return social impact, there is nothing more powerful and moving than I think our sector. But we need scale. We need execution. And my fervent hope and desire is that the coming years bring about that execution. Because if Africa doesn't get it right, the challenge, unfortunately, is it will get left behind. There is a big world. Everyone is fighting for destinations. Everyone is fighting for market share. And I seriously hope Africa cracks that code. And I think that there's a growing responsibility, and there needs to be a greater resolve and sense of purpose to make that happen.
Indeed. And it's interesting because I have to say, and thank you for saying that, it links very much again, Chris, to what you said in that story you shared, which I just loved about how when you looked at the crime rates dropping because of the employment in the area. I'm not sure if Michael's in the room, but Gavin Tolman, the Tolman families are absolute champions when it comes to tourism in Africa and in South Africa and across the world. And I was interviewing Gavin on one occasion, and he said to me, Anita, no one wakes up in the morning and says, today I think I want to be a criminal. No, it's necessity. And you take that away and you bring back dignity and purpose and possibility for families and a sense of, we're going to be okay. And then you marry it to a nation that is so excited about its tourism. And it's basically saying, we're going to be okay because we want the world to see how much we care about ourselves and about them. And to your point, Hamza, the world's a pretty unhappy place in a lot of places. It's great when people can come here and not just see the beauty of South Africa, but feel it deeply. Because this continent is a calling. We just need to turn up the volume and the confidence of our calling out. So, ladies and gentlemen, please thank our gorgeous panel. I have to say, they may not have hair, but they have courage. So thank you very much. And we're going to do a photograph, please. Thank you. Great. Madam, do you want to join? Please. We need some color and some hair in this panel. We need some hair in this panel. Yay. Thank you very much. Excellent. And we do, I know the lovely ladies have some prezzies for our speakers. Before we go into our last and final session, we are going to have our almost last, actually I think it is our last official presentation in terms of spotlights. In the meantime, can I please ask that the video be shared on the hole in the wall? Brilliant. Is Bossy Bossman in the room? Do we have Bossy in the room? Yay, Bossy is in the room. So another gentleman to which please to take your handshakes and your pens for signatures, if anyone wants to explore that opportunity more. We're going to be showing a video in a moment, but I just want to remind you before we do that as you are leaving today, firstly, please don't leave without joining us for dinner. We have the ministerial dinner taking place at 6:30 this evening here in the building, so please do enjoy the networking, drinks and break, and then we'll be going into dinner, and it's kindly hosted by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia that is celebrating the launch of Tourize that's taking place in November. So please do join. And also, when you are leaving today, the registration desk that you came to, please do stop by because there are prezzies to be given on behalf of the summit. So there's a gift waiting for you. We have one more video, and importantly, it's about a very important sector that we've just been talking about. So please, may I have the Convention Bureau video shown?
Curiosity. Is there a more beautiful word? The permission to think, fix, to create and adjust, to ask, to question, and question again. Because exceptional comes from pulling things apart and then putting them back together. As pioneers, we are never satisfied. We push the needle forwards, backwards, and even sideways. Always braving, always striving. We are never lost, but simply wondering, what's next? Wondering, where to next? Consider the birthplace of humanity. A place where infinite landscapes inspire endless possibilities. A place to be relentless on your journey to breaking boundaries and creating breakthroughs. This is our invitation to all you citizens of curiosity. Welcome to the Reimagine Republic. Let's lay the foundation of the world as it could be. Our people stand ready to match your thirst for knowledge. Here, gravity will never hold down our hearts or our minds. And dreaming of new ways is still inspired by our rich heritage. Let's discover and experiment with new energies. Imagine fresh artistic expressions and perform more medical firsts to keep expanding our knowledge of the universe. So come, not with answers, but all of your burning questions. Come meet inspiration, meet intuition, meet innovation, meet South Africa.
Brilliant. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going into our final session. And very importantly, there will be no PowerPoints. There will be no interventions. There will be no official language. There will be no policies. There will be no pre-written statements. There will only be the hearts and minds of the leaders who are ultimately guiding where we take this next. They are three leaders that I am very confident will speak without filter. They have exceptional insight and intelligence when it comes to the industry. They work exceptionally hard. And they've been fantastic in literally coming from around the corner and around the world to be with us today to have a chat. We don't have a fireside, only because the air conditioning is too strong. But I'm delighted to welcome to the stage for our final fireside chat, the Honourable Minister of Tourism of South Africa, Auntie Pat. Please join us on stage. Applause, applause, applause. Thank you. We also have joining us the beautiful Natalia Bayona, the Executive Director of UN Tourism, and who is really the brains trust when it comes to investment in education in UN Tourism, with a very warm heart for the continent. Please join us. And we have a very, very, very brave man who is actually thinking he can get a word in with these three women on stage, Natalia, myself, and the Honourable Minister. Dr. Senthil Gopinath, the CEO of ICCA, the International Congress and Conventions Association, please. Excellent. And I'm delighted to say that the Secretary General is not joining us because he's gone off to play tourist, exactly as he should. So please join us. Okay, I'm going to sneak in there. Have a seat. Oh, I'm going to lose you in the chair of white. Brilliant. So the whole point of this conversation is, quite honestly, to be honest, and really look at it from the point of view of, as I said, we've had enough of the presentations. We've had enough of the interventions. I would love to understand, in the now 20-ish minutes that we have before we close this incredible inaugural summit, what do you think is the most misunderstood, under-recognized opportunity that exists within Africa? I'm going to start with you, Senthil. I'll give the man a chance before we women take
Thank you,
over.
Anita. It's such an honor to be with all of you, particularly Minister, Honorable Minister, and Natalia, dear friend, and Anita, dear friend as well. I think if I may take 1 minute extra, Honorable Minister, from morning, I'm just around the world, talks to policymakers, look around what we need to do. For me, I don't know, it's so heartwarming, this 7 hours starting from 8 o'clock this morning, what we have achieved here. It's unbelievable, if I may say. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I came here for a day. I flew late night yesterday, 12 o'clock, and I'm now catching a flight at 7 o'clock in the afternoon, evening. All the way, just to say a huge thank you to this wonderful lady. I flew from Amsterdam, a long way. But this is what we envisage around the world, advocating. And I also told Natalia, I came all the way from Colombia, so I came from much far ahead than Amsterdam. I just transited. Why? It's very simple. It's because, Your Excellency, in our industry we struggle. We look for these kind of policymakers with consistency and also with this kind of passion. And you to spend the whole day here with us, I think she deserves a huge, huge round of applause. I mean, that's answer to you, maybe partly answer to your question, Anita. That's special about Africa. This kind of commitment is very, very rare. You find it in very, very limited. I mean, I don't know whether I've found anywhere else, if I may openly say that. Because whenever I met her for the last 3 years, a dear sister, and I've been following at many events, ICA events, she's part of it. When I say ICA, the International Congress and Conventions Association, when we do in Frankfurt, when we do in Barcelona, Meetings Africa, she's so dedicated because primarily to, why? Because it's understanding the industry and more importantly, the African culture. And of course, looking at, we need to fight it. A couple of gentlemen said in the previous panel, we will be forgotten unless otherwise we do constantly. And that's the speciality of Africa, and that's what that leadership from continuously doing that makes this place enormously unique.
I'm going to give you 120 seconds of a commercial opportunity. Can you please explain what ICA is and your membership? Because very importantly, and it's why I pivoted the conversation earlier, the MICE industry, and not small little things with tails, the meetings, incentives, conventions, and exhibitions industry is a lifeline for global tourism. Because it's year-round, it's repeat visitation, there's dispersal in the destinations, it extends the length of stay, and people play and pay more because the companies are actually paying for them to come. So,
Absolutely.
Can you explain a little bit about why this continent is so unique as well? Because you spend a lot of time banging on doors elsewhere for people to appreciate the industry.
Absolutely, Anita. Thank you for that opportunity. ICA is an institution, global institution, which is about 65 years history, 1,200 members around the world, corporate membership, CTICC, the convention centers, the Convention Bureau of Cape Town, they're all members of ICA. We have members from 108 countries around the world, primarily working with policymakers, private sector, public sector, in developing the $4 trillion industry where we are talking about, the business events industry. Again, one of the other key partnerships with ICA is UN Tourism, a great work done by Natalia and the entire team, the Secretary General again, is to drive the business events in the main agenda. We always say we need seat at the table, but business events is all about driving that seat on the table across the world. So that's what ICA does constantly. And Africa is extraordinarily important for ICA. I keep coming about at least three times a year to this region because the fundamental growth on the MICE segment in many parts has achieved more matured stage. But here, it's building infrastructure, bringing private sector together, and also innovation, it's at the forefront. So I really, really enjoy coming to this region.
And is it safe to admit that Toby, the CEO of CTICC, is actually your favorite CEO of all the members? Or
Absolutely. And it's very well said, Anita. I just spent last 45 minutes with her. I just scooted off from this meeting, quickly went and said hello to a great advocate who really, really drives this city. And business events are all about, just now the video really very well crafted, clearly showcases, it's not about people sitting around the meeting room or bringing revenue to the country. The impact and the legacy those events create, building clinics, investments, bringing bankers, investors into the country. Every conference has a topic. That topic remains in the country. It doesn't leave the country, although people leave. So that's important of business event.
Because I think it was actually might have been during your tenure as mayor, madam, when the CTICC was opened. The entire business case was on the economic impact for the city. It was never about the CTICC as a standalone venue. And that's what made it acceptable to people to spend all that money. It wasn't about the building, it was the heartbeat that it shed out. And so if we look at it from that point of view, Natalia, you have a unique perspective because you know the stats. And as much as you're a very proud Colombian, you always love coming back to the continent. What do you think? It almost makes you scratch your head and people like, how do you not see this opportunity?
I would say that as a Colombian, and then with the UN hat. As a Colombian, I would say that it's a must, South-South cooperation. You know, today I was delighted to listen from Brazil that it's only 7 hours flight. If I do the flight from Madrid to my hometown Colombia, it's 10 hours flight. So we're closer. Our routes are the same routes. When I come to Africa, I feel like at home because we have the same essence. So I feel that from the South-South, that's why we are pushing that agenda forward, because I feel that it's a must, that more Latin Americans are coming here, more Africans are going there, not only for tourism, but also for investments. There's a lot. Remember that Mexico is top 10 in the world when it comes to tourism. Colombia, with proud, I would say that it's a before and after peace, and today is one of the countries that is growing the most. It's super well connected. So I feel that's an opportunity that we really need to work on. Then, from the multilateral perspective, I would say that we are on the right track. We are working with all the countries, as I mentioned this morning, to create investment frameworks and to innovate. It's not only to give the investor tax reliefs. What South Africa is doing is really smart to create special economic zones. It's not only about bringing a hotel, it's bringing the whole ecosystem. And of course, 40% of this region is about youth. Tourism is the top employer of the young generations. But we need to push that track, really to believe that through innovation, through startups, through creating the well environment, not only traditional investors can come here, but also venture capital investors, family business, family offices, because at the end, this is a move that was how other countries in the world started. And I know that if you use the power of that, of the talent that you have here, tourism is about humans, tourism is about youth, tourism is about innovation, because every single human being is a different story. So that's a real opportunity to train them and to create a startup and entrepreneurial mindset to go from informality to formality, you know?
It's interesting that Natalia speaks about youth and innovation, because it reminds me of when I first met Natalia in San Sebastian. It was an executive council meeting, and you just joined the organization. And she was speaking about the importance of technology and innovation in the future of tourism and the whole bit. And you were going on and you were speaking, I think you mentioned about blockchain and you're mentioning all of these and these cryptocurrencies. And if I remember correctly, the chair of the executive council stopped your presentation. And literally he just said, I don't understand what you're saying. And that was such a brilliant confession, because the fact is, the youth and the future of tourism are talking a language and innovating in a way we don't understand. And they are the future. And if we don't bring them into the industry, we are shutting down our own future and the impact it's going to have. But I'll never forget that moment when he was just, shame, you're making my head hurt. Stop talking.
Can I share one example?
Please.
I want to share one example of real life, of today's life. You know, that I was amazed because I was working with a banker, my personal banker in Spain, and he told me, Natalia, do you know what the Saudis are doing to promote FIFA? And they have a KPI on using the Google Glasses and to work with with Movistar and all those TV companies so that they can assure that people that are not coming to Saudi for FIFA, they can use the glasses, and through virtual reality, they can go into the VIP rooms, they can experience a stadium with all the vibes that you normally speaking have. I got that and I was like, this is thinking about Generation Z, because I am a millennial, I was born with mobiles, but not with glasses and augmented reality. So I was thinking, this is smart because at the end you're thinking about Generation Z. Then I came to Latin America talking about a discussion and I throw that away and they told me, yes, Natalia, but they are not tourists. And I told them, no, you're wrong. They are future tourism and you're engaging them. So when I was young, Disney did an amazing job with me because I was always thinking about going to see Mickey and whatever. So in the traditional TV, I was looking at the movies and that soft power came to me to say, I want to go there. So now it's through glasses. But always there's the question for ministers, what are you doing for Generation Z? You know, in 5 years from now, in 7 years, in 10 years from now, they are the tourists. And what are we doing? So that's an example.
And it's an important one because, to your point, the technology is an appetizer for future tourists, the same way the movie industry is. Same principle. It's all about that. But, Madam, you've always embraced technology. You were very excited, what, a year and a half ago when you started the partnership with Google and plotting all the places around the country that could widen the footprint for tourists. Where did this inner child come from in your excitement for technology?
Not all together. I'm surrounded by young people, and I tend to say, this is your business. I create an opportunity for them. So now I'm also spoiled. I don't need to learn, because if I look for something like what I had to do something yesterday, I had to put a video together with a clip onto X. And I didn't know how to do it. And then I'm fortunate, I just called one of the young ones to come and help me. Yes, I think technology is taking over in many ways. But when it comes to a policy level, you know, here in South Africa, we used to speak about the fourth industrial revolution. It just sounds nice, like a cliche. And I don't think that we have catch up with the rest of the world. And before you open your eyes, AI is on top of that. So for me, I will just create the opportunities for young people to lead that. I don't want to learn anymore anything. But let me come to the business events. I want to thank my brother for coming halfway around the world to join us today. But since he is so committed, I think I want to ask him for a task. He said yes already. Can you see even before? We are now like 80% done with our G20 hosting. We had more than 135 business events all over the country. We shared and we spaced all the events in all 9 provinces. Then, of course, the big one will be coming at the end of November when all the leaders will come, the heads of state will come. But where I was asking for help from you is that I want to do an impact study of what was the contribution to the tourism sector through the business events. So I'm sure you have the technology to help us to measure the impact of all of these business events. Yes, South Africa, we put in a lot of bids for events to be hosted in South Africa. For this year, we've been successful with about 18 of the events. But I also want to take the events around the country, not just in the big cities, Cape Town, Durban, and all of that. So we have been successful there. But I do think maybe using technology, that we have to really look in how we design our bid applications. And how we, I think there's a great opportunity in the MICE sector for Africa. But I don't think, and we've got a small percentage, like you said, I think we've got 4% or less of the world's business events. So there's a big opportunity. And we would certainly like to work with ICA to build on that, to grow. Yes, South Africa is the leading business event destination in the continent, but we need to spread it also over the region, like my brother from Zimbabwe said earlier on. So I think there are great opportunities in the business event sector. Somebody said earlier on, even when it comes to seasonality, like our summer season has just started now in September. So we know tourism is going to pick up. But then it tapers off next year, April, May. And that winter period, we must target to bring in more business events. So I will certainly call on you, my brother, to help us with that. So that we don't only, it's one thing to lead, it's another one to how do you sustain it? Don't think because you are leading, I mean, Rwanda is doing very well. I think Rwanda is hot on the heels of South Africa. So we need to do more to maintain our lead in the continent. Thank you.
And I must say, Madam, and before I, now that you have your homework for your flight, I think what's important as well is, to your point, the economic impact assessment of the G20, absolutely. Yeah. How do you then take that knowledge and say, great, for Formula One, for the Cricket World Cup, for Live Golf, how do you marry business events to the sporting events? So like I said with the World Cup, if people are coincidentally going to organize a conference around the time of F1, how do you create the synergies? Because opportunity seems to be, it's all about scaling up. And connecting those dots. So do you accept the challenge from...
Absolutely, Honorable Minister, because it's something, again, you become unique in every aspect, because that's what we advocate around the world. When you do an event, do an impact study, understand what it is, because that's, again, even from the private sector perspective, that all the contribution they made for the entire event, they could assess as well. So when you're making another bid, it's always, you can easily talk about to the organizers, look, this is what the return on investment has come out of it. So ICA would be glad to support that and bring that report. And for me, that's very special, not only, like you said, not only from South Africa, it's a case study for the entire continent. You know?
A question, though, because that's why I want to take it back to what Jerry said earlier about the fact that we need to start to speak community. Our language needs to change. How do we build that in? Because you've had experience with that. I know from your side, Natalia, you've always very much had that engagement. How do we build in? So it's no longer about, it's an impact assessment. Economic impact is part of it. How do we bring in the community impact? So it's a fundamental part of the study being complete.
Absolutely. Well said, Anita, really well. We use a 7-pillar strategy. So it's predominantly, it's not only economic impact, it's a socio-economic influence, the community engagement, the sustainability part of it. So all 7 pillars will contribute, and it's a great finding to see that, like you rightly said, Honorable Minister, it's not on the metro cities. When you went to the 2nd, 3rd tier cities, how it really impacted, because that's where the true impact comes in. Because they contribute, they don't know the value of it. Whereas in the cities, yeah, we always find a way to do it. And to give a quick example of that, this year the ICA Congress 2025, it will be held in Porto, in Portugal, what we have done is, first time we are experimenting an extraordinary model called the multi-venue model. There'll be about 16 venues will become conference center in the city of Porto in Portugal. It's a small city. So what we thought, how do we get the community engaged? And this inspiration came from great work done by Natalia, and then SG. I learned these things from UN Tourism, how they really continuously adapt the organization to get close to the community. So I did tell my team, let's open 11 venues around the city, so that when the people move around through the conference, the local community is part of it. They ask the question who they are, what are they doing there, and at every venue, the local community, small provinces or the cities of that venue is engaged in the event.
Which is lovely because you're also widening the net in terms of potential destinations to bid, because it's no longer about we need a venue for 1,800 people. No, we need multiple venues that collectively can hold 1,800 people, because people want that more, the highly immersed, low air conditioning environments where we can actually get out and engage, and that's the opportunity.
And if I may quickly add on to that, a little bit of inspiration came there, what you said in Meetings Africa. G20 is all about going to many cities in South Africa. Remember you mentioned your Honorable Minister, so I thought, yeah, there is what we could do in a smaller scale. Of course, G20 is much bigger, but that's where it started.
And equally on top of that, that's where when you take this report, pull it all together for the Honourable Minister, share that with UN Tourism, with whom you have an MOU, to make sure that the sector becomes a part of the greater conversation in tourism. Then it all works together, because that's where, Natalia, you can say, this is the case for beyond leisure travel and beyond leisure investment to make sure it's optimized. Now, I have been a completely greedy child all day with having the blessing of these panels. Does anyone have any questions for these spectacular speakers while we're here? Any questions? We don't have a fire, but we can put them in the hot seat. So, any questions at all at this point in time? Oh, we have excellent.
Thank you very much for the opportunity for the question. Minister, I think a lot of people have spoken about the interventions government is doing and the need for us to work together across countries in the region. Are there any positive steps towards visa cohesion in Southern Africa to enable more travel to, say, Botswana, Zimbabwe, South Africa for tourism? Because as someone mentioned around Schengen, that just seems to me to be a very low-hanging fruit that can be decided by 3 or 4 people in a room, in my simple understanding.
Please, absolutely.
Yes, there is supposed to be a SADC visa, but not all SADC countries have signed up to that visa. And that's why, I think in terms of tourism and travel, you now also have the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. And I keep on saying to these ministers, it's not just about moving goods, also about moving people. What is going to change now with South Africa is that all of those countries who currently don't have the 90-day visa waiver agreement with South Africa, with the electronic travel authorization, the ETA that's coming in, it's going to be applicable to the whole world. And that's going to solve our problem with some countries that must still apply for visas. We had opened up last year in 2024 with Ghana, early 2024. Once we have done away with this visa requirement, the tourism grew by 149%. To an extent that when I visited Ghana earlier this year, we engaged with SAA. Instead of having 3 flights a week, by the end of the year, they will have 7 days a week. So it shows you the impact of visas. But then with some countries in Africa, we still also have to apply for visas. And it's costly in most cases. I think it's like an income stream. And if the African Union, can sort this out once and for all and allow people and goods to move freely in Africa, Out of the 9.2 million visitors that we received last year, 76% arrivals in South Africa is from the continent. So there's already a great potential to grow even more from the continent side. But I'm also encouraging South Africans to also travel to the rest of the continent. And many of them would like to do so if it was not for the air access problem and moving around in the continent. So hopefully other countries can reciprocate with South Africa once we open up at the end of September and allow South Africans also to travel to their countries freely. Thank you.
Indeed. And it's an important point you mentioned, because especially within the continent, it's not just people coming here for entertainment and for holiday. The shopping value is massive when it comes. It's cargo sitting in the seats, not in the belly of the plane. And that's where the opportunity is huge. But it's exactly that. It's how do we unlock, how do we take the thorns out of our feet? That's the important thing that we need to do. Because from your point of view, Natalia, when you look at and you presented the report in terms of the investment opportunity on the continent, visas and air connectivity, deal breakers. There's no question about it. Are you finding when you do the research on these countries and the investment opportunity that this is where investors are saying, I see what the opportunity is in the country, I just can't get in there? Does it come out as a vocalized challenge?
You know that 2 weeks ago, I had an interview for the most important newspaper in Spain, talking good things about Africa, you know, about investments and how international investors see tourism. And one of the main questions is my answer. So I feel that the most important challenge in the world, not only in Africa, is about education. And there is a crucial question mark on the investors. That's why I feel it's very clever, the youth incentives employment that South Africa has, because at the end, you have a path or something to solve, because when you are investing in a country, it doesn't matter if it's a restaurant or if it's a hotel, you take your time. When you decide to do an investment, it's a 5 years, and then to maintain that investment and then to scale, no? So when you're looking for high-end investments, when you're looking for a convention center, it's not only about building the place, it's about who is going to work there. So the question mark comes there because, as I mentioned this morning, tourism is a top employer. But just to give you some key figures that I didn't share today, 2/3 of the OECD countries working in tourism, the workers, they just have secondary school, a diploma of high school. So if you see that, what is the big question mark here about, okay, how this sector is that serious to bring high added value jobs that you don't need to import talent from all around. So this is the challenge, and that's why education is always in my top priority, because if we don't educate people or reskill people, or we don't promote lifelong learning in tourism, it doesn't matter if you're young, mature, it will be impossible to grow as a sector, and as the minister said, to maintain the investments. Today we are booming as a sector, but who will maintain that if we don't have the proper people with the proper skills? And you can ask the techies as well. When they ask for coders, it's very difficult. They can have the investment there, but if you don't have a specialized people that can use AI, that's another thing that I forgot. There's a very interesting survey that says that the corporates are able to pay 20% more of their salaries to people that understand and that can apply AI in tourism. So we need yes to focus part of our job, not only the public sector, but also the private, in educating people.
I must say that it's every time Natalia speaks, and in whichever language she chooses to speak, in whichever form, I can only say, Natalia, you are a very loving and very loved mosquito, because you always buzz in our ears of, you avoid youth at your peril. You always carry that message because it's true that as much as we are working within the industry, we need to make it work for those next generations. And if it is not appealing, if it is not incentivized, if it does not have a clear track for education and innovation, why should anyone join our industry? And it's been lovely you're being that champion, and then you equally being the champion when it comes to the MICE side. It's all about connecting the dots. And then you have the Honourable Minister who's always trying to just scale it up, scale it up, scale it up. Don't create, support what's already there. That's what's really important. And that's where the beauty of the G20 Summit comes to life. Do we have any last questions before I finally give the Honourable Minister a break? Please, we have two.
My name is Gregory. I'm from Bloemfontein. Minister, I am the executive mayor there, and I would like to echo the sentiments of the hard work that you're doing. That's where I want to start. Although you did not choose part of me in terms of a project, but the richness of the deliberations today and the ideas that flows throughout the day has gone a long way for us to take back the wisdom with which would enrich the metro that we're running, the country. And for that, I want to echo the same sentiments that were echoed here, that your eyes are just in ensuring that we have a better future. And I felt it would not be enough it be said by our internationalists. Let's echo the same sentiment and say, we are behind you and we'll piggyback on each and every idea that was generated here. And I'm going to be a problem to you in making sure that I benefit dearly. I spend the whole day with you. Thank you.
Brilliant. Madam, please, final word.
Hi, good day. My name is Viola. I just want to say very insightful. Thank you so much for this panels and for the conference. However, my question is about inclusivity and the pink dollar. It's not mentioned here, but it does play a big role in terms of the tourism economy and people coming in. I take you back to, I was one of the lead presenters for World Pride Cape Town 2028 in Colombia last year. And we won the bid. We won the bid. However, it's not mentioned here. So I just want to know, where is the pink money or dollar going to? Is it part of it? How will it be integrated?
Brilliant.
It's definitely part of it. Maybe it's just an omission today, but it's big. It's big. They actually called me when you won the bid there because I had also given support for the bid. So I think now, which year is it? 2026? 2028. Yeah, we still got a bit of time, but let's connect now and put like a local organizing committee together where you bring sports, arts and culture, tourism, and all of us together. And let's start planning now already. But definitely, I think Cape Town is benefiting a lot from the pink dollar. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very, very much. So with that, I ask you all, please, to put your hands together and give a very loving final applause to our speakers. Thank you. Thank you very much. And we wish you safe travels home. Thank you. Excellent. We're going to have you.
Any ideas, anything that you think we have to add or change?
Well done. Thank you.
We are going to put up the contact details for you now because we are going to follow up on the conversations of today, and also we're also taking the 8 projects that we launch here today. We're taking it to Dubai at the end of October. We have to be more aggressive. the world owes us nothing. I think we are very complacent to our own peril. And I really want us to begin to shake up as Africa and support each other. So when we come back in 2026, send us ideas, what you think we can do differently. And I will be ready always to support Africa and the pink dollar. Thank you.
Madam, we need another glam shot with you. We need another glam. The photographer needs another. Exactly. We can take a final photograph. Need some black at the end. Thank you. Brilliant. So, ladies and gentlemen, the last thing we need to do is hand over the microphone to the Honourable Minister for the last word before I do a closing up.
My last word. I want to release all of you to go for a nice walk. The waterfront is just around the corner, but please come back to have dinner with us, our dinner to say thank you to all of you. But really, the opportunities, and I've learned such a lot today. I've learned such a lot. And listening to all the speakers and to all the ideas. And the panel that spoke about getting access to finance, our brother Tande there from Zimbabwe. That is a conversation that we have over and over and over again. But I think you put it in context today that we need to do more. And how do we have a regional package where a person can have breakfast in Cape Town, lunch in Botswana, and dinner in Zimbabwe? That is what we need to do. But I also said to my brother that we cannot rely on SADC or the African Union to do it for us. Those are big, big, big talk shops. We need to come together, the traveling agents and authorities within the region, within the private sector, together with government. And we've been speaking about it even before the G20. There's a link on the G1020 website to tell people what to do when you come and visit our country, because we want people to come earlier and stay a bit longer. And even then, I've asked SA Tourism, our entity that do the marketing, to put up regional packages there. You come all the way from wherever to South Africa. Take the time to go to Botswana, Lesotho, or wherever. So I think we've learned a lot, and I look forward to continue working with all of you. This is just the start, and we will leave our contact details. Please follow up with us. Please let us know what more we can do, and how more we can connect. I was very deliberate to introduce Ron McKenzie because we've got a beautiful project going in the rural areas. But how many South Africans know about it? And so we have to do a bit more to put out the good stories there. But this was just with the infrastructure today, and I hope you can join us again next year. For now, I can only give you the month. It will be in September, because September is Tourism Month. We will still decide on the date and which city we're going to have it, because we have to also rotate and invite all of you back. But thank you so much for coming, and safe journey back home, and God bless.
Before you go, we have a very, I'll put you in the middle of the stage, please. We have a very special gift for you. because you have 12 months between now and the next summit, and you have a lot of red tape to get through, and we know that, and we want to be fully supportive of you in every single red ribbon that you cut. So from everyone in the room, some scissors with our love for all the red tape you need to cut through. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your courage.
Like they say, you must go from a red tape to a red carpet. Yes.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, madam. Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, that officially closes the summit. However, we have a very special dinner this evening, which is going to be hosted here. So we have networking drinks just outside. Connect, have the conversations, sign those documents to sign off those projects, and get your calendars ready to meet again next year with all the commitments laid. For those of you that are flying, we wish you well. But please, please, for those of you who can stay for dinner, please do. Again, the Kingdom is hosting a lovely meal here tonight. Compliments of Tourize, which is an incredible event that's going to be kicking off in November, just after the General Assembly in Riyadh. So please do join us 6:30 this evening in this room. Otherwise, we thank you very much. Hope you found the day extremely rich. We look forward to year 2 of the summit, and we look forward to hearing how often Madam has had to use her scissors. So thank you very much. We'll see you at dinner. On a chair back there. There's a cell phone that's been left on a chair back there. It is a beautiful image of a reflection of mountains. It looks like it's Namibia. But we do have, if anyone comes through that is looking for a cell phone, please do. We will leave it at... We'll take it to dinner. We'll buy you dinner if you want your phone back. So